Good morning, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one, the only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. You don't get to hear me say good morning very often, and it's also very dark still. I apologize. Give me 1 second to fix the lights. But hello. It is a bright, snowy morning. You can't see it real good, but it is snowing outside. It is very snowy. Well, it's not currently snowing, but it is snowy out there. Give me just a second to fix the lights so that I don't look like I'm about to do a villain monologue. This is Dark Woke, yes. That's a little better, but it contrasts too much. I'm just gonna close the blinds. I think that's the move. Much better. Good morning, Starshine. The Earth says hello. Welcome in, one and all. Bro went in Trump mode with the mood lighting. Indeed. Let me turn down the light strip. I bought some tape for it so that it's less bright, but for right now, I just gotta turn it way down. I think we can go a little warmer than this. Let's do autumn gold. Okay, well, that's the same thing. Okay, I think that's good. Diffusion strips? Yeah, I just like tape that you put over it. Alright, we don't have a ton of time. In fact, we have no time at all because I was supposed to start the conversation at 11 a.m. sharp. I am running late. But I did want to show you real quick. I finally finished this commission up. La Critura. Alright. It's an OC. OC, don't steal. Nice pink hair. It's a little messy in the back, but that's okay. We love her anyway. And you can get your OC as well if you pay me for it. She does not get this until she sends payment, of course, because that's how capitalism works. If we didn't live under capitalism, she would just get this. But alas, we are. How is everybody? Not Ziobox, dude sold out hard to Israel because he needed that Destiny Orbit money. Gonna be a hard pass for me. You guys can leave if you want. It's no biggie. I got a snow day to spend. That's why I'm here. Yeah, Katie got off of work. That sweater fucks. I know. I love this sweater. It's so good. Not sure why you want to do this one, but good luck. I want to talk to anybody and everybody who is willing to talk. So, without further ado, let's get this show on the road, shall we? Oh, before I jump in, there is something that I need to show everybody. So let me start recording. Here, I'll just unmute on the Discord. Okay, so I'm unmuted on the Discord now. You all should be able to hear me. I am going to do a thing real quick. Before I turn on my camera on the Discord, because my computer hates me and does not like showing my camera and a live feed at the same time on Discord specifically while I am live. So let me get this pulled up real quick just to set the stage. Gonna take some scrolling. I did a lot. I've been doing a lot of Twitter posting, a lot of yapping on Twitter. There he is. Wait, no, that's not it. There he is. There's the boy. Okay. Let me move you over here for a second. Okay. All right. We are about to talk with Lonerbox. I am calling this a debate. I'm not sure if it will be more of a debate or a discussion, but the clickbait is debate. So there you go. Just to set the stage, that is not what I need you to see. What is that? Hold for just a moment, please. Professional streamer. I'll go. There we go. Okay, so here's the context. Mod check. Okay. Hasan Piker is, and there's context to the context, of course, because why not? Oh yeah, my thing is still mirrored. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so Hasan Piker is talking about Israel, and he's talking about. I think that something came up about Arab people being in Israel's ranks, right? That is true, I believe. I'd be surprised if it weren't. I haven't looked into it personally, but I'm willing to take his word for it. So he's comparing this, and I think that Zionists like to use this as a counter to Zionism is not like anti-Arab or anti-Muslim, right? So let's see what Hasan Piker has to say about that, and Lonerbox's response. I think Hasan Piker is basically just saying, well, there were also Jews in the ranks of the Nazis. I believe that's the point that he's driving at, but I will let him speak for himself. And I just have a couple of critiques as to what Lonerbox is saying here. Like I said, all this is just to set the stage. Let me stream this to the Discord server so that they can see it. Okay.
Yeah, still doesn't matter. I mean, there was Jews that worked within the Nazi government command.
Okay, I cannot stream it because reasons. So never mind. If you're in the Discord server, you'll just have to go to stream or watch it after.
Structure as well. It's just like
no, there fucking weren't. You lying fucking.
Yeah, still doesn't matter. I mean, there was Jews that worked within the Nazi government command structure as well. It's just like
no, there fucking weren't. You lying fucking pseudo.
So yeah, there were. I'm pretty sure. First of all, but keep
intellectual frat fuck. What are you talking? There were Jews at the higher level of the Nazi government. What? This is the problem, man. This is the problem with comparing everything to. He's watered down what Nazism means. No, the Nazis had a policy where you actually had to prove that you were an Aryan to get into the party. You had to be an Aryan. Maybe he's referring to like the couple of people, the couple of officials who rumors would spread around them saying that they were fucking, that they had like one Jewish grandparent or something. That happened to a couple of people, but those people, if it emerged that they had a Jewish grandparent, they were in trouble, right? Stop doing this. Stop. I don't know why. He doesn't care about fucking World War II or the Holocaust or anything like that. He doesn't care about it. Stop using fucking history as this. I don't know why, like to him, I guess, because he brings up the Holocaust more often than most people I know. I hope he gets this message. Because I would hate to see the day if he ends up doing more of these adversarial conversations and he debates like fucking Yosef Haddad, and Yosef Haddad does his old we had an Arab judge, how can we be apartheid when an Arab judge sentenced a Jewish prime minister to prison, an Arab judge, and then Hassan's gonna be like, well, who cares? You know, there were Jews at the highest levels of the judiciary of the Nazi government.
But that's literally true. Not highest levels necessarily, but like that's literally true. Like you can be an Arab judge and a Zionist. You can do both.
Sentencing Nazis for crime. No, they're fucking weren't. You stupid fuck.
Just a second.
It's not even niche Nazi history, okay? It's called the Nuremberg Laws. Even before the Nuremberg Laws, but these are the ones everyone knows about, right? Look, this is quick. It's quick. You can go to a nice little website here that puts in big, boggly fucking writing, big, googly font. It's almost like Comic Sans because of how fucking easy it is to read this shit. Jews could not do anything of important in the fucking Third Reich. They couldn't do shit. Couldn't even be citizens, let alone in the higher levels of the Nazi government structure.
Okay. So we got the context now. Loner Box is here. We are going to pull him in, and we are going to just have a chat. Just a second. Hello?
Hello? Hi.
Hey, how's it going, Loner Box?
Oh, fine. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Just chilling. Snowing here in
I'm going to turn
Ohio.
you up, though, because you're a bit quiet here.
Oh, should I turn myself up?
If you can on your Discord, yeah.
I should be able to manage that. Give me just a second here. How's this? Any better?
A little bit more? You're almost there.
How's this?
Yeah, good.
Okay, great. Alrighty, so let's just cut right to brass tacks. We're here. First of all, I want to say that well, how do you want to do this? Do you want to start, or I'm more than happy to start? It's up to you.
I guess it was your call out, so yeah, you can just go wherever you want.
Sure. So, from what I know of you, you do pretty good work. I know that you're like, pro-trans, mostly progressive. We agree on most things, I would imagine. So I do have a lot of respect for you and the work that you do, and I think that most of it's good. So I want to go into this discussion understanding that it's going to be, I'm coming from as good faith a place as possible. I'm just trying to figure out where you're coming from with specifically, I guess, the thing that I called you out for. So with that in mind, I did go over the context with my audience already. I have trouble streaming on Discord at the same time that I live stream just because my computer sucks, but I don't know if you need to go over that with your audience or anything, or do they already know?
No, they'll know. They're fine.
Okay, cool. So it was a tweet from Stardust about you, and my understanding is the context is Hasan Piker was talking about Arab judges in Israel, right? Like there are Arab judges that exist in Israel, correct?
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about that. That was an example I brought up.
That's an example you brought up. Okay, got it. So Hasan Piker was talking, I know for a fact that he was talking about Jews in the command structure of Nazi Germany, correct? Okay, and where did that come from?
He was talking about the rise of fascism and particularly Reform UK, the British anti-immigration party, and they were trying to pose to him, and I think he described them as like palingenetic ultranationalism, which is not really what Reform UK are, but in any case, he was likening them to fascists and Nazis, and their argument back to him was, if their main focus is Islam, how did they have a Muslim chairman? And then Hassan's response was, doesn't matter, there were Jews in the Nazi, I think his exact words were government command structure. And then I thought that was silly. And he was also just spending like most of that conversation equivocating on like Nazi liberal history, which is just something I've had an issue with for a while.
Who exactly was he likening to fascists and Nazis? I missed that part.
Reform UK. You know the party in the UK that Nigel Farage leads? I don't know if you know UK that well.
I do not know UK that well. You'll have to educate me a little bit. I'm sorry.
They're like, right wing, very free market, very anti-immigration party. Most of their campaign is drummed up off of fear mongering about small boats, and they are possibly quite likely set to win the next election for the first time. They were also behind Brexit, us leaving the European Union. Same people.
Okay, so they were behind Brexit. Got it. Okay, so he was talking about them and likening them to fascists and Nazis, and you disagree with that characterization, correct?
I don't mind likening them to fascists. I just thought him trying to invoke the Nazi comparison was just not very helpful because Nazi policy on Jews from the very beginning, even before they had power, was very different to how Reform has policy on any race or group like Muslims.
Interesting. So I completely understood this. I thought this was about Israel and Palestine. My mistake. Okay. So
I can do that too if you want.
Yeah, if you want. It's it's all good. Okay. So you didn't like the comparison then. But in my opinion, right, from what I've seen, what he said wasn't wrong. Like, there were Jews in the Nazi command structure, were there not?
Um, so there were like maybe just under 2 dozen of them with either Jewish mothers or like one Jewish grandparent in some cases who were in the military. In terms of government, I tend to see government and military as kind of separate. Like if I'm reading in the press and I see a government source said this, I'm probably not assuming that person's a general. And the people we're talking about in the Nazi military uh, who would have passed the was the Mischlinge Nazi definition of Jew because of them having Jewish ancestry, however loose, was usually a cause for concern. Some people, you were more likely than not just kicked out for that, and they eventually did purge all of them from or as many as possible from the Wehrmacht. And as far as the generals go, these people only existed in the military insofar as the Nazi government was willing to make very special exemptions for them. Literally, Hermann Goering's quote was, he didn't say, I think these Jews can stay in the military. He said, I will decide who is a Jew in the military. As in, we're just going to call them Aryans and just forget about it. Because these people were not raised Jewish. I think some of them didn't even know they were Jewish. So it was discovered later. Some of them lied. The ones who told the truth were just Jewish, like basically only in name. Their parents didn't see themselves as Jews. They didn't see themselves as Jews. Some people had conversions from their family even before they joined the party. Yeah, I think likening that to Reform UK's structure is just like ridiculous.
Okay. So there are Arabs in Reform UK structure, even though it is fundamentally anti-Arab, right?
Like their party chairman was a Muslim, yeah.
Party chairman was a Muslim. Okay, I see. So Reform UK was Muslim. So basically what you're trying to say is, I feel like you're both correct here. Because I feel like what Hasan's trying to say, if you're being charitable, is there were Jews who helped lead Nazi Germany to its conclusion, or to its highest point, right? And there are people within a Islamophobic structure who are Muslim who are helping lead that group of people to its highest point, even including Islamophobia, right? Like, all he's trying to get at is there are people in the structure who, I guess for lack of better terms, are traitors, right, to their group of people. And what you're trying to say is, well, there weren't anybody in Nazi Germany who was nearly as high up as the party chairman is right now. Is that what you're trying to say?
You're not even close, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it just seems like there was like, from what I was looking at, it just seemed like you were being pretty uncharitable to Hasan. Because I see what he's trying to say, don't you?
I see what he's trying to say. And if it were just that in isolation, then I probably wouldn't have had much of an issue with it. And again, that wasn't my clip to publish, that was someone else's. As far as the overall issue was, though, in the context of that conversation, was Hasan doing something that I think he and quite a lot of people who are far left do, is basically manipulating or exaggerating or lying or misleading about history, especially around fascism and Nazis, to get their own way politically in the present day. And I think in the context of him doing that, yeah, I think him and many others will constantly just either downplay, however accidentally, or will just massage facts about the past to serve themselves in the present. And I can give you examples if you want, but he was doing that throughout the whole conversation. So as soon as he reached the point of saying that there were Jews in the Nazi government command structure, I was just like, okay, that was just where the outburst took place.
Right, but on its face, what he's saying is true. So I guess, like, okay, so he's manipulating, lying, deceiving about fascism and Nazis to get his own way politically, right? So what is that way that you're speaking of? Like, what is it that he wants?
Well, to be clear, just to be clear, in no other time are people going to consider a general who's being given special exemptions from the government as part of the government. Like, I don't think people never do this. Like, would you, if you were reading the press and you saw a government official said X, are you thinking this might be like a general or an officer?
Not necessarily, just a government official. Like if it says a
Or a
government
government,
official, I don't
yeah,
like it could be
a government
anybody
source.
from a mayor to the president.
Yeah, usually it's the political head. And that's why I think the distinction matters, because these military people only got to stay in their roles through exemptions that were granted by government. Couldn't happen the other way around. They couldn't exempt themselves.
I just feel like that's getting into the weeds a little bit because the point that Hassan's driving at is you can be Arab in an anti-Arab structure, right? And I agree with
Yeah, I
that. Do
get
you
that
agree with
point.
that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. If you had just, and again, if that was the like overall community, like I'm not having an issue with the overall uh with the overall point there. That was just like I said, in the broader context of him and other people like him in general, just like contorting the facts of history to prove their points. It was just kind of annoying.
But what was he contorting? Because I don't see him contorting anything. Like what he said was factually correct.
First of all, it wasn't factually correct, and you can even look at his stream afterwards when he was defending this point. He didn't know. He didn't even seem to know about these like three generals, because everyone else below them was like officers or maybe like one admiral. He didn't even seem to know. When he was defending his point on his stream, he was off the top of his head coming up with examples before people started sending him links. And the only example he could come off before people gave him links was capos. Would you say capos are part of government command structure? Is
What are
that even
capos again?
humorable? Capos were Jews who, usually Jews, who would either be coerced into giving up other Jews and like disclosing where they were
Ah,
hiding, or being in charge of concentration camps, like being guards
so
and
they
stuff like that.
so they were traitors.
Yeah. Or sometimes, well, I mean, I don't know how much you can call you a traitor if you're being forced to do it for fear of death, but yeah.
Sure, but
Some of them
the
were
point
traitors, some of
is
them I think were coerced,
they,
yeah.
they gave up like they were Jews who gave up other Jews for whatever reason. So
Yeah.
your question then to me is, would I call capos part of the command structure? I think you technically could. Like, they were part of the system through which Nazi Germany accomplished its goals, correct?
That is not part of the government command structure.
They
Like
were
someone who's not
grunts.
even in the military, or they're not even grunts. They're not even.
They were
They were
forced
closer to
grunts.
slaves. Are slaves part of the slavery command structure? Like,
Well, if you you ever heard of a house slave? You know what a house slave is, right?
yeah, I don't think a house slave is part of the slavery command structure.
They
No.
absolutely could be. Because if you have a
Okay.
house slave and you put them in charge of other slaves, they have now become part of the command structure.
Okay. I suppose if we're okay, no. I'm trying not to be cheeky, but yeah, if we're changing the meanings of all the words, and especially given that he's saying this in response to being told about the chairman of a party.
Okay, I understand what you're getting at, and I understand your problem. It just feels like you could have communicated this in a less aggressive way. Like, it just feels like there's something personal that you have against Hassan. That's what I'm getting from this.
I mean, he's triggering sometimes because he's full of shit, but yeah. I mean, yeah, sometimes I do that on stream. Yeah, sometimes I'll get a bit hyper. Um, but like I said, the context of him doing that in that particular video, which is long, I mean, I don't blame you for not watching all of it, is this constant massaging of historical truths about fascism to try and sell a message that is just false. Like that's kind of where I was coming
Okay.
from with him bringing that up. That was just like the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of raising my voice on a stream.
Sure. What's the message that he's trying to get across that you don't agree with? Like, if you already said it, I'm sorry. I'm just
Okay,
trying
to
to
put
follow.
it the yeah, no, I didn't. It's okay. To put it the most broadly, this idea that he was pushing throughout, which was that, um, you ever heard the phrase "scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds"? This idea that liberals, and usually when they talk about it more specifically, this can even mean liberals to the point of social democrats, are basically willing to side with fascists to stop the fear of socialism, and it's like a trend. You know that whole sentiment?
Yes. And I largely think that that's true. I think that liberals often do side with fascism.
Is it true in, well, the example that was being given up there was in Germany. Do you think that was the case there? When I say liberal, I mean like social democrat liberal. I mean, I don't mean like a liberal of 1900 who is like would easily be a conservative today. Not like that.
So you're asking me if we can fairly compare Jews during Nazi Germany who sided with the Nazis to liberals today who side with fascists?
Not necessarily Jews. It could be could be social democrats, like center left liberals.
I think it gets a little bit more complicated. There's a lot of moving parts to that because there were people back then who were trying to self-preserve. Obviously I'm sure there were like self-hating Jews or self-hating gay people who were part of the command structure or like suppressed their gayness or, and with liberals, it's more about, I think, the capitalist incentive, right? Like they're trying to protect their money interests, I guess. So it's different, but both of them are basically like foregoing certain progressive values in order to side with a fascist regime. I think that's like I don't know. That's kind of hard to wrap my head around, to be honest. So I'm not sure. I mean, I can see the comparison.
I would probably argue when it came to Nazis, I think the communists actually did more to help Nazis than the social democrats did.
Really?
Easily. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not a history buff, so I don't know. The only reason we're having this conversation is because I just felt like you were being a little unfair to Hasan, a little uncharitable. But I guess I don't like I said, it just feels like you don't like Hasan. So like, what don't you like about him? Like, it feels like what Hasan's project is to push for a more progressive society, like push closer to socialism, right? Is that something you want?
Socialism and what? Meaning what? I feel like the definition changes depending on which socialist you're talking to.
Well, it's workers owning the means of production, basically.
Via what? Like co-ops, the state?
Well, co-ops is how it starts, but it's basically just that if you are you don't rent out equipment to work, like for people to work with anymore. Like the workers, like if you work at a restaurant, the workers all collectively own that restaurant and share the profits, or share the income.
I'm in
But kind of like
favor
co-ops,
of
yeah.
I'm in favor of worker co-ops developing at a rate that is feasible, like to a degree where like some policies that I would back would be something like right of first refusal for companies that need government assistance and them offering the option for workers to take it over, or like the Italian Marcora system where people who are unemployed can lump sum their benefits with another group of people to start their own co-op, or just like preferential loans from governments. I believe in that kind of thing, and I'm also all for encouraging their growth because I think it's a good way to do business. I don't necessarily follow people like Hasan when it becomes a slightly more vague notion, or like simping for the system in China and the CCP, or expecting this to happen through any kind of like through revolution or a forced change. I don't think that's particularly useful.
Sure, I'm not a proponent of revolution either. I don't think it's necessary. But I am on board with moving toward socialism and moving toward like worker-owned means of production. I just think that if like there's an inherent pushback between workers and bosses, right? Bosses try to get workers to work as much as possible for as little money as possible. Workers try to work as little as possible for as much money as possible. There's inherent conflict. And so what I would like to do, and what Hasan I think is trying to do as well, is break down that inherent conflict, because all it does is waste time and effort and money, right? And so if those two competing factions could just get over that difference of like trying to make more money for themselves at the expense of the other, then they could all make a lot more together. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of work environment that I would like to see evolve. And I think Hasan's pushing for the same thing.
Okay, first of all, if you're just talking about like a gradual development of these ways of doing business, that's fine. And they can have their own problems that emerge as well. Like if a co-op seems to get to any particular size, it seems that you run into an issue where they become quite similar to corporations, except that the class antagonism becomes more between workers and managers, and there becomes an alienation between the workers and the people who actually are in charge of general direction of the company. I can talk about like a bit more detail above Mondragon if you want, but No, I don't actually think that's what people like Hassan are pushing for. That's not the kind of that's not what I've seen for the last 2 years. I see a lot of historical inaccuracies and trying to sort of like massage and uh, sanitize the history of the Soviet Union and of Mao's China. And I also just see a lot of uh, incoherent foreign policy around the Middle East, which has not much at all to do with socialism.
Well, I've seen Hassan criticize China before. So like he's not in love with the way China is currently. I think he's just trying to say there are things that China does better than the United States. One thing that I like that he brings up a lot is high-speed rail. You know, China has it, we don't. I think that China in that respect does better than the United States. I think that's true.
High-speed rail is, to be clear, probably the only example that he gives, right?
Fair. I'm not sure if I can think of another off the dome, but
Yeah,
I
which
think
and again, you could they have a growing high-speed rail in Spain. There's a more a slightly smaller one in France. There's one in Japan. It's like I don't really know if that is worth all of the downsides of the system in China under the CCP. But no, I mean it's not just that, right? It's also fawning over getting Chairman Mao's little red book, and obviously I don't know if you follow much of the discourse around people going to different countries, but the irony of the fact that so many people accused me of doing a propaganda tour in Israel, when I think what like everything I saw from China was like the epitome of a propaganda tour. But I don't know how you feel about either of those.
what kind of world do you think Hassan Piker wants?
I don't think he knows. I think he wants a world where he has more money and clout. I don't think anything else really matters.
So in his
And
mind, in
maybe
his
one
heart
where
of
Israel's
hearts,
destroyed, by the by.
in his well, why? Let's go there. Let's go there because it's in my title, so we might as well. Why does he want Israel destroyed? Does he just like destruction?
No, it's because he doesn't know anything about the conflict, and or he knows a bunch of things about the conflict that aren't true, and has this weird fantasy that somehow getting rid of Israel will be followed only by nothing other than a shared democracy between the two people in the region.
Okay.
Uh,
So he doesn't know anything about the conflict. I see him looking at stuff all the time about the conflict. I see him looking at videos from it. I see him looking at Benjamin Netanyahu's speeches. I see he looks at stuff all the time about Israel and Palestine. Honestly, to a degree that I found it every time I would tune into him, he was looking at something new about Israel and Palestine. So it seems like he's
okay.
educating himself quite a bit on it, don't you think?
That's what I said. You can knowing nothing versus you knowing a lot of things that aren't true. But I mean,
Okay.
if you've watched what he's watched, then I guess that would make you confident in talking about it, right?
Say that again.
If you've watched him learning on his stream enough, then would that make you fairly confident on talking about Israel Palestine?
I'm confident on talking about anything. If I don't know something, I'll just look it up. But
Okay,
as
so
but
okay, maybe just to streamline this, I can maybe give you like a couple of headings, and you can choose
sure.
which one you want to talk about because we've kind of covered like three things now. One can be, I think it's a total myth to say that there's anything special about like liberals or social democrats to make them support fascists, and that I actually think communists did a lot more to help the Nazis than social democrats did. That's one. Two, we could talk about the CCP and Chinese communism and whether that's worth pursuing. And I guess three could be about whether or not destroying Israel is a good idea
Let's
or
talk
something
about three.
more
That's
broad
the
about
one I got in
Israel.
my
Yeah.
title. So
Okay.
okay, so you think Hassan wants to destroy Israel? What do you think he means by that?
Probably some very vague allusion to the state dissolving and it becoming a South Africa style democracy with Arabs and Jews living equally as equal citizens and them both consenting to this.
Okay, so he wants the Israel state to dissolve, and he wants like the people who are being subjugated to have like equal rights and say over what happens in that society as the people who are not being subjugated, right?
Hmm.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So I don't feel that I fail to see how that's a bad thing.
Does it bother you that neither side in that region wants this?
I think Palestinians do want that. They want to be seen as equal citizens.
Can you show me that?
Hold on. Well, I think anybody would want that. Like they,
Well,
what they want essentially is to be able to live in their homes without being worried about being dragged out of them, right? Like we've seen that happen. The IDF has done that. So I think that it is reasonable to not want that to happen to you, right?
No, of course they don't want to they don't want to be physically or materially harmed. That's obvious, okay?
Right.
But as a popular lefty slogan goes, people don't just want peace, they also want justice. I do. I have not seen any evidence that Palestinians think a one-state solution with equal rights for both groups is justice in their eyes, unless you can show me something different. As far as I know, the
Okay.
one-state solution with equal rights is actually the least popular solution for both groups.
Do you think that's what Hasan wants? A one-state solution with equal rights for both groups?
Yeah, and what I'm
Okay.
saying is that that's kind of problematic to want it when the Palestinians are the ones who don't seem to want it.
Maybe that's a point of contention that he might have with Palestinians. I don't know. Right now, Palestinians are very angry and very hurt because, frankly, they're starving and children are being dismembered and dying. Like in that situation, I might also want vengeance or some kind of justice. Like that's a pretty horrific scenario, don't you think?
Yeah, they've wanted that vengeance or justice before October 7th, obviously.
Sure.
Even before 48, they've kind of wanted. That's been the more popular thing, is that kind of justice. But yeah, again, but that's why I'm wondering. Uh, is it not a problem when one of the like big left-wing thought leaders, or the biggest in terms of streaming on this issue, is like pushing for a position that, as far as anything beyond just saying one state, two people, equal rights, there's not really any, as far as I've seen, any feasible blueprint for this. There's no Palestinian popular major leader calling for this, and Palestinians, when they are asked, they don't want it. I can show you I can find a poll from 2024 where they're asked and they're given all the options. They're given two states, one democratic state, or one undemocratic state, or one state without equal rights. And it seems to be that the democratic state is the least popular. The last poll I saw from it, it got 8% in Palestinians. So I don't understand why you'd be pushing for something that they don't want.
Because he wants it. Because he sees that that is the solution. Even if, like let's put it this way: Palestinians in Palestine, trans and gay rights are not very good, right? Like they don't really recognize, to say the least, they don't recognize gay marriage. At least I've heard of stonings on the streets. I don't know the truth of that, but we can both agree probably. Sure, we can both agree that trans and gay rights in Palestine is not great, right? So that being the case, Hasan still wants trans and gay rights. Like, he even wants it in Palestine. So on that point, he might have some contention with a lot of the Palestinians. But ultimately, it's not necessarily about what any individual or group of Palestinians want. It's about what is going to be best for all parties involved. And Hasan thinks that that is with a one-state solution where they live in a democracy and everybody has equal say. One person, one vote, right?
Yeah, but the question is the difference between gay and trans rights and what the state solution should be is that the whole point about emancipation for any group, any national group or any oppressed group, is about self-determination. So I think when it comes to trans rights and things like that, you can say that we can oppose them if they have their state and they don't give trans rights, but that's a question of that's their self-determination, which is what people advocate for. So if we're talking, but it's different when we're talking about one or two state solution, because that is a question of the very basis of their self-determination. But I don't know why you would go for a self-determination that they don't want. So what's the point in saying self-determination if you want them to have the form of state that they don't want, to share the country with people they don't want to share it with, to live in borders that they don't see to want with the current government arrangements? Why any of that? That's the basis of the self-determination.
Well, let's start with this. Do you think that Israel should pull out of Palestine?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good start. So, like, you and Hasan agree on that,
probably
right?
for a very different, well, probably in a very different way that you or Hassan would say. Yeah. Probably
But
in
you
a very
agree on
different.
that. You think that you think that Israel is invading Palestine and should pull out, correct?
Yeah, but I'm not going to,
Okay.
again, and the word invading is probably going to be contentious, but in terms of how and when and why, on what conditions they do that, we're going to disagree. Yeah.
Fine.
I don't think
But
they should do it like unilaterally.
But even when I bring up something that you and Hassan agree on, you're so quick to jump to a disagreement. You're like, boom. You don't get it.
Yeah,
Me
but
and
that's
Hassan is
because
different.
but that's because the disagreements are much more substantial than you seem to think they are.
But okay, you want good things, right?
Everyone wants what they think are good things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're an enjoyer of things that you think are good, right? Right? Okay, so everybody is an enjoyer of things that they think are good, right? So, on that level, you agree with everybody. You all want good things. Everybody wants good things to happen. So I like to start, this is my new philosophy. I like to start there and work my way up to the most common ground that I can possibly reach with people and see if we can make things work from there. You and Hasan both want Israel out of Palestine, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's great. So let's talk about the differences then. What does Hasan want Israel to do that you don't want Israel to do?
It sounds like, well, he wants Israel to leave unilaterally and to also dissolve their own government right after they've left and to make themselves equal citizens with Palestinians in the entire territory and to turn it into one country.
I think they should be equal citizens, and I think it should be one country.
Okay.
Why not?
Why do you think, so one, why do you think, let's try the obvious one. Why do you think Palestinians don't want that?
Well, because they see Israelis as like oppressors, and they don't want to live with their oppressors.
Did Black South Africans say that? They had a leader who pushed for equal rights.
I don't know. I don't know much about South Africa. I mean, it's possible. Like people generally don't want to live with people that they perceive as oppressors, but Israeli citizens are just that. They're just citizens. You know, even if they believe in the Israeli project, I think the statistics is like 90-something% of them believe in the Israeli project, the Zionist project. At the end of the day, they're still just citizens. Most of them aren't really doing anything wrong, right? They're just chilling. They're just living their lives. They don't want to hurt anybody. If they saw a Palestinian somewhere, they wouldn't like chuck rocks at them. They would just let it go. You know, like, and that's how most Israeli people are. And so but Palestinians don't see it that way because they've been bombarded by Israel for a very long time. So there's a lot of deprogramming to do here on both sides. You know, but we should recognize that it is largely Israel that's at fault for this. I think that's important to recognize.
Okay, we can get into that if you want. There's a few different, there's like a crossroads. So if we're talking about why Palestinians don't want to have an equal state with equal rights for both groups across the whole territory, and Israelis don't want it, why does turning it into one state, what problem gets solved by that if neither of them want it?
Well, eventually you just learn to coexist, right? Like take cities, for instance, like just the city environment, like New York City. You know, you have people from all different backgrounds, all different shades, like just vibing and chilling together. You have Muslims living next to Jews. You have mosques next to temples, right? And they're fine and they get along for the most part. Now there is some conflict, but for the most part they coexist peacefully there. So integration.
Yeah, and then you have other countries where different ethnic groups are thrown together through imperial powers that didn't have their best interests at play. And in some cases, that wasn't always the answer, though, was it? So with India and Pakistan, they didn't say, "Well, fuck this, let's just come together in one country." They partitioned, and then that was very violent. Some countries stayed together and tried to build a country, like Syria, and then they had a civil war that killed over 500,000 people. Lebanon has just been in a state of constant ebbing and flowing of instability for God knows how long. Sudan, same thing. So Yugoslavia. That's the thing I don't get is why someone in the West decides that they're going to choose what the answer should be over there when the people there do not want it. And they still want self-determination. When you ask Palestinians, do you want one state, two states, or an unequal two states, that by far it's two states that wins out. So I don't know why people get to a point where they disparage at even wanting that, because they consider that, oh, that's just like you've stolen 3/4 of the land then, and then they only keep 1/4. But again, if that's the solution that seems to be the more popular one for them, I don't know why people would be against that. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, like you said, self-determination is important. So if the war ends tomorrow over there and Palestine decides, like the people of Palestine decide, we are going to live in our section of this land and call it Palestine, and Israel will live over there, and it's a two-state solution, there's not much we can do about it. That's their decision. That's self-determination. At the same time, I think more integration is always better. So if you can convince more people that integration is the answer, that's going to be better. So first, the fighting has to stop, and then people can start to understand that most Israelis are not generally bad people, and you can live next to each other and exist next to each other just fine. And we did that in the United States during the civil rights era. We kind of forced segregation, or sorry, not segregation. We forced integration.
Yeah.
What's the famous picture of the little girl walking into a white school? I can't remember her name. A very famous picture. And people didn't like it. But we said, listen, there's going to be some growing pains, but integration is important. We have to make people understand that there's nothing wrong with existing next to each other. It's called coexisting.
Yeah. The problem is that, first of all, if you support coexistence, why would you support Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas?
I don't know anything about Hezbollah or Houthis or what they do. As far as Hamas,
is that not important to the conflict? If you've watched Hasan and learned stuff from him, he talks about Houthis quite a lot. He supports
I learn
them.
things. I learn
them,
things as I
right?
go. I learn things as I go. I'm not a big history buff or foreign policy buff, and I'm doing my best to get better about it. So I apologize if we have to educate on some things. It slows down the conversation. I get it, but I'm doing my best. As far as Hamas goes, since that's the one I know about, no, I don't agree with everything they do. I think that they're largely a violent group, right? That doesn't. But when I don't support Hamas, quote unquote, but I do understand why Hamas is like the group over there. They're the resistance group. They are the resistance group. Period. So,
resistance to what? What are they resisting?
The IDF, the invasion of Israel.
And okay, we probably do need to do history.
Okay.
When Hamas calls themselves, okay, first of all, if I just say when Hamas says that they are resisting, they're not talking about resisting occupation or blockade of Gaza and the West Bank. When they talk about resisting, they're talking about resisting the existence of Israel. They think that Jewish people in historic Palestine, whether it's in Israel, Gaza, or the West Bank, they think that they are invaders, they're interlopers, and they should basically just be terrorized until they get bored of the Zionist project and leave. That's what Hamas wants.
You said when Israel comes into like places like the West Bank, like they just see them as invaders and they harass them and terrorize them until they leave?
Hamas sees their existence anywhere from the river to the sea as an invasion. They see their existence in Tel Aviv as an invasion.
Okay, and they could be, misguided to some extent. They're not a peace-loving group, and that's why I don't say that I support them. But ultimately, they're not the ones with the levers of power. Israel is. The IDF is. So if anybody here is responsible for de-escalating the situation, it's not Hamas. I think that's the point that Hasan tries to get across.
Yeah, and I think that's misguided. I think Hamas has a lot more agency over where this conflict goes and what direction it can take than people give them credit for. We know this because do you know the timeline of Israel and Gaza and Hamas coming to power?
I've learned about it a little bit. I know that Hamas was basically elected into office, but if I understand correctly, it's also such that Israel made it so that they're the only group there that has any kind of power at all, right? Like Israel pulled the strings such that Hamas was the group in power. Is that incorrect?
Not aware of this. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Israel pulled any strings. I mean, the only string pulling that happened was that Hamas wins the election. They don't win an outright majority. There's supposed to be a unity government between them and Fatah. The West does not like Hamas being there at all because they're the ones who have done all the suicide bombings of the last 5 years. And Fatah, with I think maybe nation support from the United States, decides that they're going to try and take over the government away from Hamas. Hamas is not really playing ball with wanting to be part of a unity government because it would mean you recognizing Israel, which they don't want to do. And there's effectively a war between the two of them, and Hamas wins in Gaza. And so Fatah, the other party, is basically gone. They get thrown off rooftops, they get chased out, the other ones go into hiding, or they capitulate and join Hamas, or they just go neutral. That's what happened in Gaza. Hamas took it over. They took it over in a civil war or a coup.
Okay.
After Israel had pulled out. So Israel wasn't pulling strings to make that happen. They didn't want that to happen.
Fine, sure. So Fatah was there first. Fatah wanted to recognize Israel, but Fatah got muscled out by Hamas, who didn't. Is that a good summary? Okay.
More or less, yeah.
Okay, so it seems like Hamas simply had the bigger guns, more power, and and more support, frankly, from the people, if I had to guess, and just shoved Fatah out, right?
In Gaza, they did, yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like then the Palestinians are very angry, right, about something. They're so angry, in fact, that they don't want to even recognize Israel as a state. Why do you think, what could have possibly transpired to have made them so angry as to put Hamas, a violent group, in power such that they basically want to destroy Israel? That didn't come from nowhere.
Well, you tell me. Yeah, I know it didn't come from nowhere. And if we're going to and again, I'm generally one of the first ones to make the argument that, yeah, like Zionism, for as much as I might disagree with far leftists on why it exists and why and what are the morality of it, the fact is that it did entail going to a land where people already lived, and then the Zionists obviously took quite a bit of that land. We can talk about all the steps in between if you want, but there comes a point when you realize that this is we're something like 60, 70 years past it now. And no, at this point, I can understand why Palestinians feel the way they do. I can't understand why a Westerner who claims to be left wing would still believe that trying to destroy Israel by force is a justifiable or understandable or reasonable desire. I don't think it has ever helped Palestinians. I don't think it has ever gotten them any closer to getting the freedom and peace and security that they want. If anything, it's only made their lives worse. Do you agree with or disagree with any of that?
I think that violent rhetoric is pretty much always bad. I think that trying to come together is always better. But I think that recognizing the source of the separation and of the violence and of the anger, especially of the oppressed group when it's coming from them, is very important. Because what you're basically doing is you're shifting focus over to the oppressed group and forcing responsibility onto them that, frankly, like, they're not willing to listen to. Like, even if what you're saying is correct, you're not convincing anybody. You know, like, they're not ready to hear that. What would make them ready to hear that is, first and foremost, if Israel pulls out of Palestine, which you've said that you want. So they need to do that
the question
first.
Is then, yeah. So the question is then, well, Israel pulled their military and their governance out of Gaza in 2005. They had settlers there. They literally went there and forced those settlers, 9,000 of them, to leave Gaza. They pulled their military out around the border, and then they pulled any administrative structures they left as well. They left Gaza in 2005. And between 2005 and 2007, Hamas they win the election, and then they seize power in Gaza. So if Israel left Gaza, they actually did in Gaza, they did what you want. They left.
Okay.
So I don't understand. So is that not an important part of like the timeline and the context? The fact that Israel left Gaza and the fact that when they left, Hamas took over and decided, no, we're going to use this breathing space that we've been given. We're going to use this territory, and Gaza gets quite a bit of international humanitarian aid, and we're going to use this not to build something like build a parallel society and to build peace and security or whatever else. We're just going to build rockets and try to go further. We're going to use this breathing space to hit Israel harder. And they did.
Okay, so it was. I'm reading up on it right now on Wikipedia. Proposed by Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon in 2003. Let's see. They pulled out of Gaza. The IDF began evicting all Israeli settlers who were refusing to accept government compensation packages in exchange for voluntarily vacating their homes in the Gaza Strip. Well, this sounds good to me. By September 12th, all Israeli residential buildings in the territory had been demolished, and the 8,000 plus Israeli settlers who inhabited them had been removed. The dismantling of the 4 West Bank settlements was completed 10 days later. The disengagement was executed unilaterally by Israel and without coordination with the Palestinian National Authority. Yet among Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, the disengagement was met positively in light of earlier skepticism surrounding Israel's intention to withdraw from the territory. Among Israelis, polls showed support for the disengagement in the 50 to 60% range and opposition in the 30 to 40% range. The IDF met heavy resistance and riots while conducting evictions throughout the Gaza Strip settlements. Former and future Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu resigned from Sharon's government in protest. Okay. The Gaza Strip disengagement occurred 7 months after the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, which ended the second intifada. As part of this process, 4 Israeli settlements in the West Bank were dismantled as well. Okay, I'm just trying to see what so the Palestinians seem to like that then. 50 to 60% of them supported that. So why then would they have elected Hamas? That's a good question.
Mostly because of corruption, but also because I think they I think after the second intifada or in general, I don't know, we can go for a rewind. If I want to fast forward, just like summarizing the 75 years in a soundbite, the problem, and this is why I don't buy just trying to black and white it into the oppressor oppressed dynamic, because honestly, I think the way I think people use that is they're just using it as a proxy for goodies and baddies. It is way too simplistic. The problem when it comes to Palestinians is, despite the fact that they have always had legitimate grievances and they've always had a just cause, the problem is they've never had good leaders. They've never had good leaders, and internationally, they've never had good allies. They've always had allies who have gassed them up into believing that one day they're going to have enough strength or enough of a war of attrition to get Israel out of that entire area. And when they say Israel, a lot of them do think it means Jews as well. Like any Jew who arrived after 1917 would have to go back to either Europe or North Africa or Ethiopia or wherever else. That's the problem. And I think when people don't address that problem and they only expect all of the good things, your words, and all of the remedies to come from unilateral action from one side, is not a reasonable solution. It's not reasonable for a few reasons. Is that one is putting all of the attack on Israel basically only makes people who live there more susceptible to right-wingers, because there's nothing right-wingers like more in Israel than telling Jewish people that they're on their own, that the whole world is against them, and that if they don't fight, the only alternative is going to be that the surrounding countries and surrounding militias are eventually going to come in and kill them and chase them out into the sea. That's like the general Israeli right-wing position, and it's very easy to sell when this much international weight comes against one side and not on the other. And that's why the problem with, I think, the Palestinian cause, in a way, or the Palestinian leadership, is that they are still ultimately married to this decision. Hamas are still the most popular organization in Palestine. They're still more popular than Fatah. They're still more popular than any of the guys who get like 1 or 2% of the vote who pushed for economic development and reconciliation and things like that. They're obviously way bigger than any one state solution with equal rights group, because they don't want equal rights. They want an Islamic state from the river to the sea. And when you have this dynamic, then the issue is that you have each side has every incentive to keep the conflict going forever. Israel has the incentive to keep it going forever because they can just keep on seizing settlements in the West Bank and encouraging right-wingers and bringing more and more psycho right-wingers into the government and capturing territory there. And then now they've got the IDF in half of Gaza as well. And then on the other side, you've got Palestinians who keep on getting this international backing from people who think that as long as we keep supporting resistance or attacks against Israel and isolating Israel on the world stage, then, this Jewish state, we might not beat them in a all-out war, but over time, they might suffer a death of 1,000 cuts. So why give up? And this is the most toxic incentive on both sides. And the problem is that only one side wins that conflict, and it's Israel.
That's true. Okay. So they pulled out of Gaza in 2005, but Israel was still in Palestine, right? They had still encroached upon quite a bit of land.
Before we go on, what was wrong with what I just said?
Well, I wrote down some notes. I don't think there was anything wrong with it.
Okay. You mentioned that they were still in the West Bank after they pulled out of Gaza, yes?
As far as I'm aware, yes. Right? That's correct. So Gaza, they pull out of Gaza. So Gaza is basically, for all intents and purposes, liberated, right? But the problem becomes they're still in areas around Gaza, and there's still fallout from them being in Gaza and oppressing them. So they're still angry. There's no reparations there, right? There's no, here's some, here's like what we owe you for having done this to you, so that you can so you can go back to the way things were, basically, which you can't really go back to the way things were ever, but for all intents and purposes, you get as close as you can, right? So, like, I look at this the way that I view, like, systemic racism in America. Like, we never gave reparations to black people after slavery, right? So, like, of course they're still upset. Of course they still want, reparations because they never got it. And even like hundreds of years later, we still see the effects of that. So you're talking like they pull out of Gaza in 2005, literally only 2 years later, right? You expect them to be all hunky dory and things are great now and not want any vengeance when Israel never really made up for what it did.
Well, it's not really hunky dory though, is it? It's not hunky dory. It's just expecting them to do things that might, like their leaders, to do things that would help their people, and Hamas didn't. Yes, Israel was still in the West Bank. I think in the Gaza withdrawal, they also destroyed 4 settlements in the West Bank, and then there was initially what was called the Convergence Plan, which was going to be a Gaza-style withdrawal from the West Bank as well, another unilateral one. Most of the international community advised against it because it became very clear after Lebanon and after Gaza that if Israel just does the leaving on one side and doesn't get any agreements or any negotiation with any leaders on the other side, then all you're doing is strengthening the military position of the militia that kicked you out or that chased you out in the first place. So as soon as they leave Lebanon, they get Hezbollah more empowered than ever with arms up the wazoo from Iran. And as soon as they leave Gaza, they get Hamas saying, okay, well, you've given us more breathing space. We're going to use it to just fight harder. Rockets from Gaza did not help the West Bank. There was no argument for that. And I don't think I think people are more intelligent than wanting vengeance. Like, people are not so stupid that Israel pulls out of Gaza, but then they think, oh, well, there was still a lot of violence that was inflicted upon us and occupation from the last few decades. So rather than building up our own lives and moving forward, we're just going to keep on firing rockets at you that do no damage at all, barely, or barely any, and definitely don't give us any gains. No, I don't think Hamas are that stupid. Hamas have a very good logical reason for doing what they're doing by keeping fighting. It's just that it doesn't really gel with like what people like us would want.
What do
They
Hamas
didn't get
want
full
in your
reparations,
eyes?
and
What do
Hamas
they
wants an
want?
Islamic State from the river to the sea.
Okay. Why do they want an Islamic State from the river to the sea?
I don't know, origins in the Muslim Brotherhood, support from countries like the fact that they get given quite a lot of financial and material support from countries like Qatar, long-standing ideological grievances. I know that you're wanting me to say, well, because Israeli occupation made them angry, but that
I
doesn't
don't want
explain
you to
why
say
Yemen
anything.
feels the same way. No, but that's kind of what the answer would be logical in your head, right?
I straight up asked the
If I asked you
question,
that question.
not knowing what your answer would be. I
Yeah, I
had
know,
no
but I'm
idea.
just anticipating that. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that I'm guessing if you were asked that question, it would be that, right? It would be because of Israeli occupation. That's why they want an Islamic State from the river to the sea. No?
Well, I mean, I'm not well versed in like the financial dealings between Hamas and all the other Islamic states. I don't know, but if I had to guess, just from a fundamental level, like, religion is a strong driver of uh, action, right? And if you have a strongly religious group like Hamas, who are Islamic extremists, they're driven by this doctrine to make sure that the doctrine is spread as far and wide as it can be. They have their set rules and they feel like that is the good way to run the world, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so I think that would be like their driving motivator is they were taught by other people that Islam is good and Islamic extremism is good, and we need to make Sharia law everywhere, whatever, because that's what God wants. And so if you just tell enough people this, they're gonna, and and the people who are saying these things are the ones who are at least, visibly protecting you from an invading force such as Israel. They're going to say, yeah, I want the same things they do because they're the ones doing good things for me and protecting me. So that's how I look at it. I don't know about the financial incentives. You know more about the area than I do, for sure. So that's probably part of it, but that's how I look at it, since you turned the question back on me.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see it is that they're propped up. They're propped up, and they're obviously part of a very long-standing ideological tradition in the Arab and Muslim world that extends to parties that are very far away from Israel as well, like Yemen, right? So that's one reason. But also, I think the other thing that I find frustrating is that they're gassed up by large powers in the rest of the world. It's not really surprising that in the past, when say uh, the PLO, who were the leading Palestinian militia groups in the 80s, like when they were fighting a war in Beirut against Israel, there's a reason that they gave up a lot more quickly, and it's because most of the Arab and Western and Soviet world turned their backs on them. They just said, like, they told them to stop. But with Hamas, it feels like Hamas are just getting more and more rewarded. Like, I think this is the thing that people don't really get is that, have you ever wondered, for example, why Hamas has not surrendered in Gaza? They don't think they're going to win, but
Well, if I had to guess, most of the people who comprise Hamas think that they're freedom fighters.
do they
That's why
think
they
that if
haven't
they
given
keep
up.
fighting, they're going to get any more freedom?
They think they
Freedom
will,
fighters give up
yes.
all the time, unfortunately.
Even,
like they,
well, yes, but even if they think they're going to, I mean, you know the trope, right? It doesn't matter if we fail. The 300 Spartans, it goes back to them. Like, they knew they were going to fail. They fought anyway.
I don't think that necessarily works with Hamas because
Why not?
when you listen to the way that they talk and the way that their supporters talk, is they don't think they're losing. Hamas thinks they're winning. Like, they think that because of the amount of destruction that's been brought upon Gaza and the amount of suffering that's resulted in so
Okay.
many international condemnations and turnarounds against Israel,
Well,
they believe that fighting in that way, that Hamas choosing to fight, it basically embedded in the urban landscape and
well, then you
allowing for
just
that
said it.
destruction to happen,
Then you
it's
just
given
said
them
why
a
they keep
boost.
fighting. You just said why they keep fighting then. They think they're winning.
Yeah, they think they're winning in the sense that but it's worth the loss, right? It's worth Gaza being turned into what it is now because it
Okay.
makes Israel look bad enough that it might leave them isolated on the world stage. But to me, the point I'm trying to make is that I don't know why these quote unquote resistance groups or freedom fighters like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, why they get given any sense of charity or even in some cases, like with leftists, it's like it's full out support. But I don't really understand why that happens if you want Palestinians to live peacefully and safely, because these guys have a completely, like, their victory can happen even if all of Gaza gets destroyed. Because that's what they want. They're happy to let that happen so long as it can eventually put Israel in a weaker position that they might fall apart later.
Sure. Let's say that I take a match and I burn my house down, right? And the reason that I burn my house down is because I know that is the easiest way to catch my neighbor's house on fire and make sure that theirs burns down as well. That's my goal, is to burn down their house, right?
Mm-hmm.
I must really fucking hate my neighbor, right? To do that.
Yeah.
My neighbor must have done something pretty fucking shitty to me, right? Or at least I think they did. That's how badly I want to burn their house down, is that I'm willing to sacrifice my own. Right?
Yeah, and I'm guessing if there was anyone out there who was supporting you doing that, you'd probably think that person is a bit weird.
Well, if they support me, then they see things exactly the way I do. If I can see it that way, then so can somebody else. Let's say that my neighbor, like, killed my daughter. You know? Like, this is almost like movie material. Like my neighbor killed my daughter, so I'm going to set my own house on fire so that theirs gets set on fire because fuck my house. My daughter's dead. Right?
But what if there are 2 million other civilians living in your house that are going to burn down with it?
Well, if I'm in an emotional state, the only thing I'm thinking about is my daughter. Right? Like, I'm not making a rational decision.
Okay, I think in terms of a very, very complex film character, that sounds great. But if we're talking about like a political movement that is supposed to be representing its people, I think that's insane.
But this movement is comprised of individuals who all feel that way about Israel. That's how strongly they feel about Israel. Is they are willing to forego their own home in order to get one over on Israel. That's how bad Israel hurt them, right?
To be fair, I think most of Gaza didn't actually want to fight a war with Israel before October 7th. I think the polling on that suggested that most of them were not up for trying to do that.
Okay, well, the people who committed October 7th clearly did, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
those people were willing to fuck the same people who, again,
Hamas.
oppress or oppressed. Hamas oppresses Gazans, right? They oppressed Gazans before October 7th, and they continue to oppress them now. So,
Sure, but again, most people who comprise Hamas don't see them. I mean, they don't. Any of them see themselves as oppressors. They see themselves as freedom fighters.
I know, and I'm just trying to say that they're not. They're not fighting for freedom. They're fighting.
Okay, but they think they are, right?
Okay,
So
and you know the Israelis think of themselves as indigenous refugees returning to their homeland. They think of themselves as
yes,
anti-colonial. Yeah, so
yes. And that's why Israel, like, they basically see Gazans as the invaders, right? They see Palestinians as the invaders, right? So then how do we resolve
some of
this?
them do,
Like,
yeah.
yeah, so
Well, first of all, you have
Israel,
to argue about what's correct and what's actually compatible with things that we would actually consider to be a good outcome.
okay, but the first thing you have to do is lay all the cards on the table. Hamas sees themselves as freedom fighters, and Israel and Israelis, frankly, as an invading force. Israel sees themselves as, people of the homeland of Israel, and they're taking their land back from foreign invaders, right? So then we need
Yes.
to figure. So then, if Israel are the ones with more power, and they're the ones doing more damage, then priority number one is to, you know, what's the word? This I can't think of the word. Priority number one is to make sure that Israel stops doing that, right? Because they're like, both sides see themselves as the good guy, but Israel has more power and they're doing more damage. So we need to convince Israel first and foremost. They need to stop what they're doing and pull out of Israel, right? That's step number one.
Pull out of Israel? You mean pull out of Gaza?
Because we're not going to get Hamas to stop first. We're not.
Why? Okay. I feel like in the past the groups like Hamas have stopped first, but
When was that?
when the PLO left Beirut, 80s.
Okay. Well, then maybe I misspoke. But okay, let's say this then. Hamas stopped first, right? And what did Israel do? They kept going, right?
What did they?
Well,
When?
if Hamas stopped, unless Hamas stopped and then resumed again, I don't know the sequence of events here. But if Hamas stopped, I assume that Israel is the one who kept perpetuating this, right?
Depending on which ceasefire you're talking about the breaking ceasefire. Is that what you're talking about? January?
Who broke the ceasefire?
That's very disputable. You can probably say Israel, but again, that was because the stages of the ceasefire were not being upheld by Hamas. Hamas were not willing to go to the stage of disarming, which was part of what was expected of them.
Okay.
And they're still not
Why?
doing that. They're still
So,
basically
right,
saying that they don't want to disarm. Like, yeah.
right. Because they don't trust Israel, right?
No, it's not because they don't trust Israel.
Come on, man. What do you mean it's not because they don't
No,
trust Israel?
what do you mean? Come on, Israel. No, what do you mean they don't trust? Yeah, yeah. Why is that? Why is that a weird thing to say? Do you think Hamas genuinely believes that their weapons are helping their own people, are defending their people?
Yes, that's why they want them. What are you talking about?
You think Hamas,
Of
after
course they
what's
believe
happened in
that.
the last 2 years, think that their weapons defend Gazans?
Either defend Gazans or destroy Israel, right?
No, it's one or the other. Actually, what do you?
They
How
probably
can you
see it
tell
as
me how that happens?
both.
Like
They
dramatically?
probably see it as both, don't you think?
No, I don't think they give a
No,
fuck about. I don't think they give a fuck about what happens to Gaza. No, they
really?
clearly
Come
don't.
on.
Like,
No,
I mean,
yes, they do.
we can look at Sinwar's, communication describing the losses as necessary sacrifices, or people going onto Al Jazeera from the Hamas leadership and talking about how these are tactical losses, and they're talking about the entire strip getting flattened. Yeah, I don't think they care. They don't.
Okay, necessary
Why do you think they built
sacrifices.
all their infrastructure in
So,
civilian areas?
but they're not out here saying, well, they're just fodder. We don't care about them. We don't care about
No,
them at all.
they call them martyrs, I guess. I mean, I suppose they
Sure,
appreciate them and they
martyrs.
revere them in the sense that they're martyrs for the cause.
Martyrs for the cause. They martyr them, right? They say, look at these beautiful, brave people who helped our cause, right?
Like civilians who got killed in an
Yeah.
airstrike. Yeah.
So they at least have to put on a show, right? They know that they at
Wait,
least have to appear as though they are fighting for the defense of Gazans, right?
What's the difference between them being martyrs and fodder, actually?
Well, it's the presentation. If you're just fodder, then nobody gives a shit about you. If you're a martyr, then everybody gives a shit about you.
Isn't that still? Yeah, but I'm talking about to someone who's not religious. Like, what's the difference between what's the meaningful difference
We're
between not being
talking
a
about,
martyr and being fodder?
this is about Hamas's framework of the situation. They are framing the situation such that the people who died in Gaza are worthy, necessary sacrifices for the end goal of destroying Israel, because Israel is the primary oppressor and they're the ones who are going to destroy everybody in Palestine if they don't put a stop to it. That's Hamas's framework, right?
Yeah. If that was you as one of those civilians, would you feel like a martyr or fodder out of interest?
I don't know. There are plenty of Palestinians and Gazans who think, okay, you know what? Fair. Israel is the one doing more damage. I see it all the time, maybe in my real personal life. So if Hamas is telling me, and Hamas is at least treating me with some dignity and respect, it's not like Israel's out here calling their victims martyrs, right? Just shit on all the Palestinians they kill, right? So if I'm going to get killed, I can at least be martyred by Hamas and revered, rather than have my corpse shit on by Israel. Yes, I might very well grow up in Gaza and say, you know what? It's a worthy sacrifice if I die. Because fuck Israel.
I pretty sure most people in Gaza, maybe there's polling that you've seen that I haven't. I'm pretty sure most people in Gaza don't want to die. I think that's kind of, that was like the whole essence of the
Did I say
anti-Hamas
want to
protest.
die? Did I say that? Or are you putting words in mouths again?
It sounded like you implied it, no?
No.
You said like, oh,
no.
Yeah, because at least I can do this to be a martyr to fuck Israel, no?
If I'm going to die anyway, that doesn't mean I want to. It means if I'm going to, then I may as well be a martyr and not have my corpse shit on by Israel, right?
So they think it's unconditional. Okay, so they think their death's unconditional. Okay, I understand what you're saying now. Okay.
Their deaths are, say that again?
Like their deaths are, like, it's unconditional. They're going to die anyway, regardless of what Hamas does, or?
No, listen very carefully. I'm saying if I understand my life to be at risk of dying, of losing my life, I would rather lose my life to Hamas, who are going to martyr me, right? Because of their actions, I'd rather lose my life that way and be a martyr than I would be a victim of Israeli invasion, right? Like just have my corpse shit on by Israel. I respect Hamas more because at least they're going to martyr me and call me a worthy sacrifice. At least my death means something. So that's not me wanting to die. That's me saying if I'm going to die, at least my death will mean something.
Okay. And I'm guessing this is a perspective you're characterizing. Like, you don't agree with this yourself, right?
This is what you asked me, would I want that? And my answer is, I'm not saying I would want to die if I were a Palestinian. I'm saying if I understand my life to be at risk anyway, that's how I would want to go out, is as a martyr and a necessary sacrifice to destroy the greater evil. I think that's completely reasonable.
Gotcha. I'm just going to put a statement for you, and you can just see what you want to make of it. Right. I'm guessing like you probably believe the general demand now, which is for Israel to just kind of like pack up and leave Gaza, and then Gaza just kind of is left to whoever's left there in charge or whatever else, right? Like just stop and leave.
I think that's a good start. I think that if the outside world could give reparations to Gaza and help them rebuild, I think that would be a better start, like a next step, right? Because I don't just want Israel to fuck off and leave Gazans on their lonesome. I would like the rest of the world to step in and help them rebuild.
Okay. Yeah. I agree with that second half.
Yeah.
I'm also going to pose to you though, and see what you think of this. Is that I don't think, and a pretty good reason to believe, there is not going to be any future in Gaza so long as Hamas can stay in power. As long as Hamas still have control over the levers of power in Gaza, they will use any breathing space, like a Israeli withdrawal, to basically just pursue the same strategy again. as far as they're concerned, it worked. They just need to do it more and more effectively.
Okay.
They've said as much on TV. They're pretty unshy about it, which is just leaving the question again, is that what would be the point in leaving things back in their hands if all they want to do is rebuild all those tunnels and fire rockets again and invite airstrikes into their area? Like,
Okay. Hamas's mission, as we've agreed, is destroy Israel. 2 words, destroy Israel, correct? We can sum it up as that. So they want to destroy Israel because they see Israel as a dangerous invading force that is killing their people, right? So if Israel withdraws completely and says, we will stop destroying your people, openly, publicly apologize even, bow their heads or whatever, just in theory, what would Hamas have to stand on then? Like, what would they actually be able to say and be like, no, we still got to destroy Israel, guys. I swear, bro, I swear, right? They have nothing. That's why it's so imperative that Israel makes the first move, because until they do, Hamas has grounds to stand on to say, we are going to destroy Israel. They're justified.
okay, I'm trying to not bombard you with a bunch of historical claims, but it's kind of it's just. But I'll keep it brief. You're describing Israel's withdrawal from 2005, and you're describing their withdrawal from Lebanon in 2000.
From Gaza, not from Palestine, not the West Bank, from Gaza only, right?
Yeah. You're just. What about Lebanon then? They left Lebanon, right? The UN drew a line, and Israel went all the way back to the line. They went at every point. They went past the blue line that the UN told them to leave at, and they said to Hezbollah, "Yeah, we're done here. If you fire at us, we're gonna like come back with brutal force, whatever the fuck." And Hezbollah just kept on. They kept on getting rockets, and they kept on firing them, and they kept on kidnapping soldiers, and they kept on crossing the border. So no, I don't think it's asking for unilateral disengagement from a group that doesn't think in the same way that you do. Hamas can very easily manufacture consent from their own people to keep up the fight. All they would have to do is do what Hezbollah did. They'll invent another reason. Hezbollah invented other reasons, and they just went with it. Like or they just attack them because the reprisal will make people angry, and then they'll just recruit from that.
What you just said was interesting, because basically what you said was they pulled out of Lebanon and they said, don't invade us, right? Don't come over here. So they never actually apologized. They never actually took accountability for what they did in Lebanon. Like, nothing. They just pulled out and said, leave us alone, right? They didn't even give them any reparations, nothing, right? They just came into the house, fucked it up, and left. And you just expect the people in Lebanon to sit back and do nothing about that.
Why would they expect reparations why would they give reparations to Hezbollah?
If you go in somewhere and you fuck up the place and you leave, whoever owns that place or resides there is going to be very upset at you for good reason, and they might come back and take vengeance. Unless
does it not matter why you went in there?
Does it matter? Okay, why did they go in there then?
Because of the PLO? Because the PLO were in Beirut? Because they were launching attacks into Israel?
Okay, why were the PLO launching attacks?
Because that was the leader of the Palestinian movement at the time, and they'd been kicked out of Jordan. So they were in Beirut, and they were in Lebanon, and then they were still wanting to keep up the fight against Israel. So, and then you're going to say, and then I guess what, like, again, because like these groups they don't want Israel to exist. It's like Hezbollah made a few demands of Israel after Israel pulled off in 2000. They made demands. I don't recall an apology ever being one of them.
Okay, what were the demands?
So they tried to claim the Sheba farms, which is a small territory that is actually legally part of Syria. Very small. It's not even really farmland, most of it, just in the north of Israel and Lebanon. So the UN draws this blue line, and the blue line is decided to be the international border between Israel and Lebanon. Israel pulls back to that blue line. They go so far that actually there's one like small town that has a fence around it that's been there for decades, and they just pull the fence back a few meters just to stay within the blue line. So they pull back to exactly where the UN tells them to. Hezbollah says, well, actually, there's this place called the Sheba Farms, and we had a border dispute with Syria decades ago. And because they decided that maybe the Sheba farms could be Lebanese, and there is an argument for that, Hezbollah kept on firing because Israel was in the Sheba farms, even though Syria has never
Who
legally
was in the
handed it
Sheba
over to Lebanon.
farms?
They've
Who was in the
never.
Sheba farms?
Hmm?
Who was in the
Israel.
Sheba farms? Israel?
Mhm.
Okay. Got it. Keep going.
Except from the fact that barely anyone, well, yeah, I don't even know if any Lebanese people even lived there. Yes, they just decided that out of nowhere they were going to bring up this claim to the Sheba farms that hadn't even existed in Lebanese politics for the preceding decades. And then they decided that was going to be their cause. And then I think the last claim that they had was that they wanted to get Lebanese prisoners freed from Israeli jails, of whom there were two, both of whom had gone into Israel, one of whom had committed a mass murder in Israel, and the other one I think was like a double intel agent who was serving only a few months left. So they will conjure up any excuse. Like these aren't reasonable demands. These are just things for the national story because the ultimate goal doesn't go away. They just use these proxy demands and then use that as the excuse to just keep on the ultimate goal, which is to destroy Israel.
Okay, so they made these demands. What was the response to these demands?
They're not reasonable.
Okay, they said these demands aren't reasonable, and then when the PLO heard the demands weren't reasonable, they fired on Israel, right?
Well, this is
looking for a
Hezbollah.
fight. Huh? Hezbollah.
Hezbollah
Sorry.
kidnapped. Yeah, they kidnapped Israeli soldiers and tried to do prisoner swaps. That was their whole goal. That was their whole little strategy.
Hezbollah. I have no idea if I'm spelling this right. Kidnapped Israeli soldiers, tried to do prisoner swap. So I'm a little confused. So PLO and Hezbollah. What? So the PLO is in charge of. Like I said, I'm an idiot when it comes to that area. So PLO is in charge of Lebanon, right?
No, the PLO had they built kind of like what you call like a non-state group. They were a state within a state, but the PLO were gone from Lebanon by this point. The
Okay, they
PLO
were
left
gone from
Lebanon in the 80s. Yeah,
in the 80s, and then Hezbollah took over
Hezbollah took over the south of Lebanon
the south of Lebanon.
and South Beirut. Yeah,
Okay, so Hezbollah is in charge of. Hold on. Hezbollah in charge of South Lebanon in the 80s. Okay, so Hezbollah is making these demands after Israel had already pulled out of Lebanon, right? So what they wanted was Lebanese prisoners freed, of which there were two. One was a mass murderer. The other only had a few months left. And the other thing they wanted was territory. They tried to take advantage of the fact that Israel was occupying these Sheba farms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fair. If everything you're telling me is factual, I don't agree with them doing that. I think that they were taking advantage of a situation very unfairly. Okay, so then they fire, rockets into Israel, you said?
It was more border crossings. The rockets came after Israel was retaliating.
Okay,
they
border
amassed
crossings.
a lot of rockets, though.
Okay, they amassed a lot of rockets. They had border crossings. So what happened in these border crossings?
They would try to kidnap soldiers sometime, and there was one event where they ended up killing 8 of them.
Kidnapped soldiers, massacred 8 of them. One incident. Okay. So they're doing things that aren't good to do. Obviously. We both agree on that. So I guess my best pushback to this would be none of that would have happened if Israel had not been there in the first place, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That is quite true. What would have happened if... Okay, sorry, go on. You were going to say something else.
No, I'm just saying that Israel, is the root of all of this. So even if you have other parties who are involved that are doing bad things, and we should stop them from doing those bad things, ultimately, the first problem that needs to be solved is Israel's involvement in Palestine, period. Okay? Now, once they did that, crossed the border, and took soldiers, what happened after that? What was Israel's response?
Well, they tolerated it for a few years because it happened a few times. In 2006 was the one where 8 soldiers died, and then they launched a 34-day war against Hezbollah, carried out airstrikes. It was a pretty bad war. Israel did terribly. They lost a lot of guys and were very bad at their targeting.
Okay, so Israel launched that war, right?
Mm. Well, I don't know if you count crossing the border and killing people as launching the war or not, but yeah, they escalated it for sure.
Well, it was so basically what you have here is in a vacuum, like it was uh, Lebanon crossing the border into Israel, kind of like an invading force, taking over soldiers, killing them, and then Israel's response was to launch strikes into the, across the border into uh, Lebanon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what did these strikes look like? Were they targeted? Were they like very, uh, like what was their goal with these strikes? What was the goal?
Their goal was to dismantle or severely weaken Hezbollah's infrastructure, possibly kill their leader. They failed at that. He survived. And I mean, they stated the goal was to get the kidnapped soldiers back, but I think at the time it was also quite well understood that they were probably dead or had gone to Iran or some shit. So, as far
Or
as
at
the
least
strikes
recover their
go,
bodies?
yeah. As far as the strikes go, initially they were quite targeted. The initial campaign was quite confident. Later on, they basically had a really fucking brain dead chief of staff who believed that everything could be won from the air. So they uh, emphasized airstrikes way too much, and they started later on trying to find targets with much weaker intel, like circumstantial intel, that once at least resulted in a strike that killed a house that just had a family of like 50 people in it. At other points, they sent their ground troops in, but the ground troops were very, very ill prepared. Quite a few of them died, and they only managed to raid a few Hezbollah villages or towns and then just left shortly afterwards. They found out that quite a lot of Hezbollah's infrastructure was in the rural nature sites, which was never seen before. So, yeah, they just got kind of a little bit, they got quite overwhelmed, I think. They generally won most of the battles, but they came out of it not really having gained that much.
Okay, so then so Israel had a leader at some point that made really dumb decisions and killed innocent people in Lebanon again, right? So we're just going in a circle here, is what it looks like. Where like you got Israel invades Lebanon and whatever other area, and then they pull out, and then the people that they pulled out from are making unreasonable demands, trying to take advantage of the situation, and when they don't get what they want, they go and invade Israel. With much less power, mind you. I don't think that Lebanon has nearly the power and backing that Israel does, but they're trying, right? And then Israel comes back over again, and but Israel once again is the group of people with the most power. So I have more issue with Israel retaliating in a unjustified and overwhelming way and killing innocent people than I do with the inverse, because they simply have more power, more backing. They're largely the ones responsible for all of this in the first place. So my point is, Israel right now is in Gaza. Israel is in Palestine. They are invading their space, period. And so that is the problem that I want to, it's the problem you have to tackle first. You have to get them out first. Now, if we could rewind back to 2006 in Lebanon, then, and I saw what was going on back then. I was only like 11 back then. But if I saw what was going on back then, and I was paying attention to it, I would have said, you know what? Lebanon is making some really shitty decisions here. This is stupid. They got what they wanted. Israel's out of their territory, right? So they need to just stop taking advantage of the situation and accept that. And then if they want to make more demands, those demands ought to be reasonable, right? So, like, I would have been against Lebanon doing that. But the bottom line is we can only tackle that part once Israel's out, right? Like Israel has to leave first. So Israel needs to get out of Palestine, period. And that's why people like Hasan get so uppity when somebody asks the question, do you condemn Hamas? Because this isn't currently about Hamas. It's about Israel invading Palestine. Hamas is just the resistance force.
Okay, let's go. So you keep on bringing up this theme, and maybe it gets to the root of the whole issue. Is that like, yeah, none of this would have happened had Israel not been a thing in the first place. That's kind of like the root, isn't it? Because we talk about cycle of violence. You ever heard the theory of like it's not really a cycle; it's more of a spiral of violence. And the spiral has a center. that gets to you the center is Israel existing, like Israel
Yeah,
being
well,
there
it's
and the
not
way that it got there.
necessarily Israel existing. It's Israel imposing itself onto Palestine.
Okay, so that's a good question. I think that's probably the important thing to look at. Um, I don't know. Do you want me to ask you or tell you? I don't really need to be like afraid of giving a wrong answer or anything, but
Sure.
like why is Israel there? Like why did at some point a bunch of Jews go there and decide that that's going to be a country?
My understanding is that it has roots in World War II, where Jews were kind of making a large, like a mass exodus from very anti-Semitic areas. Is that correct? Like they were looking for a place in, you know, that area of the world where they could be safe, right? Like that was their goal.
Almost. It has roots in 1881 more than World War II. It was after the death of I think it's Alexander the second or third, but yeah, Russian pogroms basically. Pogroms in the Russian Empire. That's roughly when the Zionist movement was formed. That's when the first few thousand people started moving to Ottoman Palestine back then and establishing a presence. And it carried on after World War One. They got the British and the League of Nations giving them consent to have a national home there. World War II was obviously the kind of thing that made the rest of the world join in on deciding that this was probably a good idea to have a state there. So yeah, the roots go way back before World War II, but more or less. So summarizing that, a lot of Jews fleeing anti-Semitic places decide that they want to have a home in somewhere, and they choose Palestine. Um, do we know how they decided to go about that? Like, what did they do when they got there?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. So, like back in 1881, what did they do? Did they just find open land where nobody was and settle there? Because I think that's fine.
Most of that was what they did in the beginning. Some of the land had people living on it, and there's a whole ethical dispute about whether or not, like, a lot of the land was owned by absentee landlords, and then the people living there were tenant farmers. So, by Ottoman law or British later on, they were able to buy the land and evict the tenant farmers and have Jews there. But for the most part, the earliest land that they bought was malaria-infested swampland that they drained. Tel Aviv was built in a sand dune right next to the city of Jaffa. So it varies. I think evictions became a bit more prominent in the 20s, but yeah, before that it was a combination of empty and inhabited land.
And they felt justified in these convictions because the evictions, because these evictions were largely absentee landlords at first, right? Like people who didn't even like live in the land or work it. It was literally just people who had bought up, owned the land, and sit on it and do nothing with it.
No, the landlords weren't evicted. It was the tenants that were evicted. So there were tenant farmers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there were
So
tenants
people who
living
worked
there.
the land
Okay.
and they also, yes, in some cases there were tenants living there. I'm guessing they found that justified because it was just normal to do back then. Like sometimes the land that they bought was it evicted tenant farmers, but those tenant farmers were only there because the previous dwellers were Bedouins who had been evicted by the Arab landowner. So yeah.
So this is just a cycle of eviction then.
Part of it is, yeah.
Okay. Which, you know, Israel is the latest perpetrator of, right? Like, they're the ones doing the evictions right now, unjustified evictions, in order to make, like, whatever reason you want to give, you know, in order to make homes for themselves at the expense of other people who already live there, right? That's how this all started.
I mean, I would say the evictions of now are probably a bit different from the ones in the 1800s. In the 1800s, they were acting within the law of the land, and it mostly, I think, before the British were there, it mostly involved compensation as well. So
Sure.
I don't think the roots of the conflict are in buying land in the 1800s and evicting tenant farmers sometimes, but not
Well,
even always. Most of the land was empty.
did these tenant farmers want to leave? Did they want to accept the money and go, or was this not their choice?
Some of them wanted to leave, some of them didn't.
Okay, so then there are at least like some who did not want to leave. They were forced out of their home, even if they were paid for it. They were forced out of their home, right? By people who called themselves Israel. I don't know if they called it that back then, but they would become Israel, right? And they were forcing people out of their homes to take it over. So it seems to me that that's what Israel has its roots in, is evicting people against their will and taking their homes over, right?
Well, majority of the land that they bought was still empty and swampland, but the
Sure.
Arab nationalists of the time wanted that for themselves as well. So yeah, there's a bit of push and pull. Out of interest, these Jews are doing this, and obviously they're leaving countries where anti-Semitism and modern nationalism is obviously threatening their life. They go to this one place where it seems like there is a small movement emerging where they can maybe have their own way of doing things, and like they can have protection from like local security, and they can have funding from charitable donators around the world. They've got this option. I'm just wondering, like, what do you think they should have done?
Not taking over other people's homes, for one. I mean, like, frankly, like, if you want to go way back, then people shouldn't have been anti-Semitic, right? Like, that's step one, is people should have not been anti-Semitic. But why were they anti-Semitic? Like, what happened that made them anti-Semitic? I don't know. Like, we could go farther and farther and farther back to the root of, like, human conflict. But we can only work with what we have right now. So, you have a group of people who have nowhere to live, nowhere to go, and to sustain themselves, they decide to kick other people out of their homes and take them over, because that's the option that they're left with, right? We agree on
Yeah.
that? Yeah,
Yeah.
because of anti-Semitism. So you could maybe forgive them for that, sure, but the people who live there, if they don't forgive them for that, then I would say that that they're justified in not forgiving them, because that's their home that got taken. Why do they give a fuck where those people came from or why they did that? Like, they just want their homes back. So
Okay, so
go on.
you're going. Okay, yeah, fine. Out of interest, how long should a tenant farmer be allowed to uphold a grievance over an eviction? Often, when compensation is, let's say, compensation is even offered here, uh, how long do they have the right to keep that claim solidified and to make it even by force?
It just depends on what they want. Like, if there's a farmer who gets evicted, like if there's a farmer in Palestine in the 1800s who gets evicted by a Jewish family that is seeking an anti-Semite free home away from anti-Semitism, whatever, right? And 20 years later, that farmer is like, well, that happened to me 20 years ago. I would like that farm back. Like, there's still stuff there that was there for me. I planned to raise my family there. Like, that was my ancestral home. That's where I grew up. So I want it back. I think that's a fair claim to make, don't you?
What if they find out that, again, because one of the biggest, and this is, I'm not making this up. This is a true story about one of the
Sure.
biggest land evictions of the 1900s, was where the land that was owned by this wealthy family in Lebanon was previously lived on by Bedouin farmers, by like Arab travelers, basically. So what if the tenant farmer that gets evicted when the Zionists buy the land starts fighting for it, but then they get it. Let's say they get it back, but then the Bedouin comes and says, "Well, actually, 20 years before you were evicted, I was evicted. I want it back. That's my ancestral land."
Okay, so just to make sure I have this clear. So you have land that was owned. So, okay. I'm sorry. I wasn't quite following. Can you explain it one more time? I'm sorry.
Right. One of the biggest land purchases, there's 1920s, it's called the Sursuk purchases.
Okay.
Big, wealthy Lebanese family owns this land in what is now Israel. The Zionists want to buy it. There are tenants living there. The tenants actually protest this. They don't want to leave, even with compensation. But they eventually do. The landlord, the Arab landlord, evicts them. The Jews come in and it's like, oh, it's empty. Let's buy it now. Okay. And then let's say those Arab tenant farmers, those Palestinian tenant farmers, get their land back. They fight for it. They chase the Zionist owners away. But then they've got the land. But then the Bedouins who lived there before them, before they were evicted, come to their door and say, actually, that's my ancestral land. We were there before you. Is that okay? Is that acceptable?
Well, we have to sit them down at the table. We have land in between these two groups that they're in dispute over, and we have to decide who has the greater claim, right? So on one hand, you have the Palestinian tenant farmers who, lived there and grew up there their entire lives, and they're still alive and they still have personal attachments to this land. And then they got the boot from, from Israelis who moved in, right? and then they get their land back. This is the hypothetical, right? They get the land back. The Palestinian tenant farmers get the land back, but then how do you pronounce it? Bedouin or Bedouin?
Bedouin. Yeah, Bedouin, or both is fine.
Bedouin? Okay. So the Bedouins come back and they say, well, actually, this is our land, you see, because we owned it. This is our ancestral home. Okay. So there's a couple things to consider here. The Bedouins sold them out, did they not?
No, the Bedouins were evicted when the wealthy Arab owners bought the land.
Okay, I got it. So wealthy Arab owners bought the land. The Bedouins were already there. Okay. So yeah, this is a difficult conflict. I think so. If the Bedouins, they need to somehow compromise, right? There's needs to be a compromise here. So the Bedouins want the land back. I mean, what do the Bedouins want with the land? Do they just want to live there and work it and
does it matter? It's their ancestral homeland, same as the Arabs.
It just would depend on their case. What's their case? So it's their ancestral homeland. What do they want to do with the land? Like this basically comes down to a court case. Like it's an ownership court case.
Okay, just one. First of all, I really appreciate you being like a cool guy and everything, because this conversation is actually really interesting to me now. Thank you.
Yeah,
okay.
Me too.
I mean that honestly. Okay, shit. Okay, I'm curious.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm curious though. Why did you not ask that question for the Palestinians? You only asked it for the Bedouins.
Okay, good point. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the Palestinians versus the Israelis. Is that what you mean? Like the Israelis are claiming that this is their ancestral homeland, right?
No. I'm talking about the Arab farmers who get booted out so the Zionists can buy the land, and they deserve that land back. It's their ancestral land. Who cares if it was owned by someone else? Okay, fair point. And then the Bedouins come when the Arabs get the land back, hypothetically, and the Bedouins say it's ours. But then suddenly you start asking questions like, well, it depends. Well, what do they want to do with the land? What's their claim? What it's their ancestral homeland? Like, what's their intentions with it? But you ask those questions about the Bedouins wanting their land back, but not about the Arab farmers. To them, it was more just like it's their ancestral homeland, therefore.
But no, so I said that about the Bedouins, but not who? I missed that part.
The Arabs, the Palestinians.
The Arabs.
Who wanted the land back. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well...
Do you see what I'm saying?
I think I do. I don't think it changes my point, though. Like, if you feel like... So you feel like I'm being inconsistent.
Yeah, I think you were much more willing to be unconditional when it was Palestinian tenant farmers taking their land back from Zionists. But when it was Bedouins taking their land back from the Arabs, then suddenly we're like, well,
sure.
why? Maybe that's complicated.
I can explain this. So the Zionists come in and take the land by force, right?
No, they buy it.
They buy it. Well, but the people who were living there didn't agree to the buy. They didn't agree to the purchase. They took the money because that's all they could do, and they left. Like they didn't have a choice.
Yeah, same with the Bedouins. Bedouins didn't have a choice when they were evicted. That's why they're coming back.
Okay, so fair point. So then let's talk about first of all, the people coming back to this place, are they the ones who are still alive? Because my understanding was that this was maybe 20, 30 years later. These are people coming back for the homes that they actually grew up and lived in. I think that if you grew up in a place, you have a strong claim to that place, in my opinion. That's a very strong claim.
So for you, because obviously I think Palestinian nationalists or Palestinians in general would definitely take issue with you holding that position. But you're saying that if it's you, you keep the claim, but your descendants don't, right?
I mean, kind of like my ancestors grew up in Germany, but if I went over to Germany right now and tried to kick somebody out of one of my ancestral houses, then of course people are going to be like, "What are you talking about? That family's lived there for decades now."
Yeah. I understand. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But if I grew up in that house, and then that family came in and kicked me out, then of course I would go back. Like if I go back and say, "You guys kicked me out of this house. I want it back." That's a much stronger claim, don't you think?
So it's not. So I think we were using the term ancestral land up until now, but I'm guessing that's kind of redundant since it's not about being ancestral land. It's just that's where I used to live.
I think that's part of it. I think that if you have ancestral claims to a land, you can work that into your argument. I just don't think it's as strong a point or conviction as I have a personal attachment to this land. I grew up in it. I was born in it. It raised me. The land raised me. That's a pretty visceral emotional attachment.
For the sake of argument, this whole thing happened in the space of about 30 or 40 years, so it can quite easily
Sure.
assume that some of these Bedouins trying to get their land back are still alive.
Okay, great. So then we have Bedouins coming back to try to take their land back from the Palestinians who took it from them first, right?
Hmm.
Okay.
Well, they didn't even
Well,
take it. The landlord took it and then rented it out to them, but yeah.
well, yeah, sure, but okay, so then it wasn't even these Palestinians' fault then, right?
Well, yeah, but that's the point of them being tenant farmers. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So they just literally, like, due to circumstances, happened to be on stolen land and grew up in it and was raised by this land and worked the land and whatever. But they weren't consciously thinking, oh, we stole this land. Like, they weren't participants in that. So, I mean, there's a very difficult case to be made here for both sides. Like, you know, you're a tenant farmer whose landlord stole this land and rented it out to you without really explaining the full context of what he did. So both of these groups have pretty fair claims to this land. And frankly, like, I don't know. I don't know the answer. It would have to
Isn't
literally be a court case.
Yeah, and often it was, but obviously with court cases, this was Ottoman rules or later British rules in the 1800s and 1900s. If you were the property owner, that was your decision, right? Like that was generally how that went.
Sure, back then.
But if we're talking about, yeah, but if we're saying, yeah, some of it, pretty much all of us, incidentally, probably live on some stolen land. You're an American, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. That's also true of Israelis, though, right? Most Israeli Jews didn't actually do the purchasing and the evicting themselves. Most of them didn't do that at all. Most Israelis today are born there. Um, the majority of Israeli Jews weren't even involved in the Nakba, right? They came after from
Hmm.
the Middle East and North Africa.
That's
So,
true.
uh, yeah, that's why I think calling Israel like the root of the issue is I'm struggling to see what Jewish refugees who are fleeing the rise of anti-Semitism in the 20th century uh, should feel culpable for starting a conflict that's gone on almost 100 years later because some of them happened to find themselves renting a flat or renting a house in a stolen village.
This is how the
Stolen,
cycle of
stolen being
violence.
purchased, right?
Yeah. This is the cycle of violence we're talking about. It goes back and back and back and back and back and back and back. And, you know, you can go as far back as you want to when we were still fucking animals. And people have just always been in this cycle of, I'm going to take what's yours. And then somebody else comes in and takes what's theirs. And then somebody else. And maybe some groups will return and take it back. And then some other group will come and take it back. And like nobody's sitting down and trying to hash this shit out and just figure out, okay, you see it as your home. I see it as my home. Why can't we just say it's our home and just live here and coexist peacefully because we both love this land. We both lived in it and grew up in it and know it very well. I think we can get along. You know, maybe we'll just build a house like some way down the road and we just coexist and get along peacefully.
Yeah,
What's wrong
and
with that?
you know, believe it or not, that did happen very, very early on.
Yeah.
Very early on, there was this whole cycle where Zionists, very small Zionist group, this was mostly when it was empty land. They would buy a bit of farmland or a
Hmm.
swamp and drain it and make it farmland, and then they would have an Arab village neighboring them, like a couple of miles away. And the initial response from the Arab villages was sometimes they would be indifferent to them. Sometimes maybe they just didn't like the look of them because they were foreign and all that. Sometimes they would laugh at them because these Jewish people were not like farmers when in the countries they came from. So there's one story about like Arab villagers just coming and helping some Jews when they're trying to they were trying to herd camels, but like they were horses, which you can't do. So they thought it was funny. But anyway, but there was a problem where sometimes there would be very loose Ottoman land codes where no one knew who owned what bit of land, or because now this was another big tension was that a lot of these Palestinian Arabs believed that land was sometimes communal. So even though no one owned it and then it was bought by Zionists and treated like a private property because of new Ottoman laws, they sometimes would send their animals in there to graze, even though it wasn't their land that they owned, because that was like their custom. And then the Jews would put up fences, and then that would cause resentment. And then sometimes there'd be attacks and like robberies, and then there would be like Arab raids on the town. But eventually, some of these Zionists decided that one of the ways around it was to be quite defensive and quite strict with the border of your village, but being very olive branchy, like beyond. So there would be a period of fighting, and then later on they would become more friendly and they would engage in mutually beneficial trade. And sometimes the Jews would hire Arab security guards, and they would buy their produce, and they would sell stuff that they had, or like share European farming techniques with them and shit like that. So that did happen a bit. The problem is that for the most part, and maybe we can go into the broader issue here, is that you're right. When you have this issue, it makes a lot of sense for people like us to look at that and say, this is ridiculous. Like, most of this is, the Israelis and Palestinians live so close together. Like, you can't really feel it unless you've actually been there as well, I think. Like, to think that you can go from a West Bank town where Hamas are the most popular group and there are their flags everywhere, and people who will interview you will just happily tell you that all the Jews over there should go and get thrown out into Poland or whatever. And then 10 minutes down the road, you go into another Palestinian town, but it's in Israel, and it's just very quiet, and they have the same flag as Hamas, like an Islamic flag, but it's for the Islamic party in Israel, Ram, which preaches coexistence, and it's very quiet, and there are Jews shopping for Shabbat because they can't shop in their own areas on the weekend. And looking at that conflict and looking at what it's over, to us, seems insane. It seems so stupid. The problem is trying to go to one side or the other in this endless conflict and saying, you need to make all the moves here. It's up to you. Whereas when I see the way that Zionism started and the way that they started to get that land in Palestine, the problem is that the appetite to try and make this work was not there. It just wasn't, for two reasons. One, Jews didn't really want to become a minority in another blooming nation, because to them, nation states were the opposite of safety for Jews. You understand that, right? Like the whole thing of nationalism is, it's good for the in-group, it's really bad for the out-group, and especially bad for Jews. So whether it's the French Revolution and then following the Dreyfus Affair, or the Russian Empire, like, nationalism is shit if you're a Jew. So they don't really want to be a minority in this country of Palestine, because they're not really sure, and they've not really given any good reason to think that Arab nationalism is going to be any different. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that different. Palestinians don't really want to concede anything either and learn to live with these new people, because they're not learning the language. They're just weird Europeans doing their little weird European thing. Occasionally they're evicting people. And also they're, later on in the 1900s, they're expecting some of this land to be carved out for them. And like, why? That's been Arab since the 8th century or 7th century. So why the fuck were we going to hand it over to these guys? So the problem is that neither side is really in a position, or for a long time has not been in a position where making a concession makes any sense to them. Do you know what I mean? So when you talk about Zionism being kind of like the root of the issue, then the problem I run into with that is, I don't think at the time Jews who went to Palestine, whether they were the person who bought land to get tenants evicted, or whether they were a refugee who arrived and happened to take a house in that land, or whether they had empty land or previously swamp land, or whether they built a city in Tel Aviv, they were not welcome. They were not welcome, and they were told to leave, or at best become minority citizens in a nation that we have no guarantee will protect you. Like, we have no guarantee this won't just be another Russia. And for the Jews, they were like, okay, well, we've already fled Russia. We've already fled Eastern Europe. We've already fled France or Germany. Later on, we've already fled the Middle East. Like, we're not going to, like, this is the end of the road. We're staying here. We're putting our feet down. And if they want to come and stop us, we're gonna fight, because that's it. So that's the problem there is, I don't think when we talk about Zionism being the root, is I don't know what else Zionists really could have done against, or should have done, broadly speaking. Obviously, there were small, like, war crimes and shit should never do. But broadly speaking, in terms of actually forming that country of Israel, I don't think they had any reasonable alternative offered to them.
Okay. I do have to wrap this up in a second, but I want to address your points. You said, 1, Jews don't want to become a minority in another blooming nation. 2, Palestinians don't want to concede anything because there are foreigners coming in and unfairly evicting them, right? I think both of those are fair, because if you look at history, you know, Jewish people have been an oppressed minority in pretty much every place that they go. And so they decided, you know what? It's going to be different this time. This time we're going to be the big bad guy in charge, right? And we're not going to be a minority. And so we're not going to get duped. They're afraid of getting duped. They're traumatized. They're a traumatized group of people, right? Like, and rightfully so. They have every reason to be traumatized, especially in the post World War II era, right? And so this is how this cycle keeps proliferating, right? Somebody has to stop the cycle. Somebody does. Okay? And my argument is it needs to be Israel, not Hamas, because Hamas is not nearly as powerful. They don't have nearly the tools at their disposal to fend off an Israeli attack, clearly, because Israel keeps expanding while Palestine keeps shrinking. And so Israel, in my opinion, needs to be the first to back off. And then when there's inevitable fallout from Hamas, which there will be, there's going to be some growing pains, they simply defend. They defend, and they say, and they don't push back unnecessarily. They just defend, right? And because they have the capability to do that. They have the Iron freaking Dome, okay? And I'm not saying that it's going to be like all sunshine and rainbows and lollipops, but like they have a greater capacity to defend themselves than Palestine does, right? And frankly, guess what? I think Israel does have a right to defend itself. But defense is the key. Right now, everybody's calling the IDF the IOF because they're in Palestine's house. So that's not defense, that's offense. So Israel needs to be the first people to pull out and say, we are the invading force right now, right? And we need to stop doing that and put an end to this cycle, right? Because they're the ones with the power. So the person currently with the most power are the people responsible for ending the cycle. That's the way that I view it. I think that this conversation has been very enlightening because I didn't really consider that, like, Zionists are largely comprised of, if you're not talking about like ideologically driven Protestants in the United States, Zionism is largely driven by trauma from Jewish history, right? Like they're terrified of becoming a minority in yet another place that's going to subjectify them or like brutally torture them, even like in World War II. So I guess that I have a little bit more empathy for Zionists after this conversation as a result of that. At the same time, I don't think that takes away the responsibility of Israel to be the ones to pull out and put an end, like once and for all, say, we're putting an end to this, and if they try to retaliate, we are simply going to defend and not push back. To wrap this all back around to Hasan, I think that that's what he wants too. I think that that's what any reasonable person would want. They just want the violence over there to stop, right? And so I am trying to get to the most realistic and reasonable conclusion that there is to make this violence stop. And I think it has to start with Israel. And I think Hasan thinks the same thing. And so I don't think that what he's doing or saying is directed at anything besides getting the violence over there to stop. I think that's what he wants. And I think that's what you want and what I want too. We should all be on the same page in that regard.
Do you want me to, sorry, you said you had to go. Do you want me to do a response to that and then we
real quick response, and then I gotta hop off. Somebody else is waiting.
That word quick's doing heavy lifting. Okay, shit. If we're going to talk about Hasan, listen, okay, that's a separate conversation. Hasan supports Houthis and Hezbollah, okay? He supports the organization that Hezbollah helped Assad literally kill more Arabs than Israel has ever done in their entire history combined. So even if you include Gaza, actually. No, fuck that guy. Anyway, that's not, if you want peace, that's a really stupid way to pursue peace. As for you, I'll give you one big olive branch, and then I'll tell you why I disagree with everything else.
Sure.
I completely agree that people overstate Israel's willingness and appetite for a peaceful solution, even if I think two states, to be clear, two states to me is the only, if you want Palestinians to have a state tomorrow and not in 50 years, it's two states or nothing. That's it. That's the only feasible one. I think people overstate Israel's willingness and appetite for that. I think in the entire 100-odd years of Zionism, they've basically been willing to accept two states maybe 3 times, and every other period they've just been like, no, fuck that. We're taking all of it, or we're just status quo, like Netanyahu. They do have a responsibility, and they should get Netanyahu out and thrown into jail for the rest of his life. He should fuck off. But I don't believe that this idea of putting the entire responsibility for change or the first move from Israel just because they have more power. I don't think that makes sense. The problem is that for one, Israel has done unilateral withdrawals in the past. They have not worked. Even they haven't worked in Lebanon. They haven't worked in Gaza. And I don't think it's just because I have a lot of problems with Israeli politics and the way Israelis view the conflict. I don't think I can expect Israel to vote in someone who is going to just leave the West Bank the same way they did Gaza, unilaterally, no talks, nothing. And for that person to ever get in power in elections. Because if you are an Israeli, you are never going to expect anything different from unilaterally leaving the West Bank than another Hamas. Hamas are more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza. They have been for a long time now. If Israel leaves the West Bank, it will go to Hamas, and there is literally nothing that will convince an Israeli that they won't just do the same thing with the West Bank, only it's larger territory, it's more strategically placed, they can have hilltops, they can overlook all of Israel's major cities. The Iron Dome can stop most of the rockets. It can't stop the psychological impact of rockets or the few deaths that get caused by it or the destruction. It definitely couldn't stop on October 7th, and it seems that Israel's policy of we just defend completely failed. It completely failed. Israel spent quite a long time with Hamas basically doing the thing where our response is going to be mow the lawn. We're going to take out a few key targets. It'll last a few days. Maybe we'll send some troops in, but then we'll leave and we'll say we've deterred them. Good job, guys. They never deterred them. Hamas were always planning on something that for the last 10 years, it seems they've been planning something like October 7th in some form or another. It's always been in the works according to their own internal talks, and now it seems. But I don't think you're ever going to get that without another leader on the other side. The fact is that Palestinians, they got fucked. They did. Lots of groups get fucked in history, unfortunately. And the way that Palestinians can move forward is if they have a leader. They've had people like it in the past. People like Barghouti, I think, were really good examples. They need a leader that is going to stop this fantasy of trying to destroy Israel either through international opinion or through conflict or through international law. I don't think that is a reasonable goal. I don't think it's going to help any Palestinian. It only hurts them. They need a leader that is willing to compromise with Israel and to accept Israel's existence and to accept that they can have their country in the West Bank and Gaza and Israel can have their country in Israel and they can live side by side. They don't need to like each other. They don't need to forgive each other. They don't need anything. They just need to have a state where they don't have IDF soldiers and crazy settlers running around and fucking killing them, and so that they can build their own economy and pursue whichever direction or kind of society that they want to. But it's not happening. You're never getting Israel to concede to it without a Palestinian leader who is there on the other end, who's willing to sit down and talk.
Okay, I'll extend an olive branch to you as well real quick. I think that there are people on the Palestinian side who are going to need to suck it up a little bit. You know, like, I agree with that. So hopefully one day we can reach that point. I'm just, you know, I'm doing my best to sort through these conflicts as best I can and just understand that no individual thinks that they're the bad guy in these scenarios. And if that's the case, then these groups of people don't think they're the bad guy and so on and so forth. And if none of us are the bad guy, we should all be on the same page. So that's all I'm trying to do is reach that point. And I think that's what we're all trying to do. So that's why I'm not like coming at you or nothing, call you a filthy Zionist, whatever. Because like, I don't think you're a bad person. Like I said, I think most of what you do is very good. I saw that Twitter post you did about, who was it, Piers Morgan on Surrounded?
Yeah, one day you'll get
they,
there.
them thing. The singular they, and then he proceeds to use the singular they, which is very funny. You know, like I said, like we agree on most things, so I'm not out to get you or nothing, but I really appreciate the conversation, and you know, you taught me a lot of stuff. I got a lot of studying to do about Israel and Palestine. I am not nearly as knowledgeable about it as I should be, so I really appreciate you being patient and taking the time to tell me about all this stuff. It means a lot.
Yeah, and also I don't doubt there will be plenty of people in your chat who are going to tell me that I'm wrong about this or that. They're more than welcome to come and tell me why on their own. Or if you have anything you want to bring up later on, you can come and say hi whenever you like, okay?
Absolutely, and I want to do a quick show for Platinum Politics. Is that okay?
Sure.
I appreciate it. Platinum Politics is where the current discussion's taking place. We have a Discord server. I will link it in my chat right now, in all three chats. So if you want to come join, you know, you can talk to me about anything, anytime. We can set up a discussion, or I sometimes do 15-minute like flash debates. I'm doing a lot of talks with people. So if you have any kind of disagreements with anything that's been talked about today, you want to come yell at me, you can do that. Platinum Politics is the place to do it. So come join. It's a fun place. Anyway, Thanks again, Lonerbox. I really appreciate you having me on. It means a lot.
Yeah, nice talking. Take care, man.
Yeah, you as well. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I thought that was pretty good. If all of Hamas were Thanos snapped out of existence today, Israel would not agree to even a two-state solution tomorrow. I don't know. I truly don't know if that's the case. Good job. Thank you. See, like, I don't know that much about Israel and Palestine or, like, the history thereof, but I'm not afraid of going into these conversations without that knowledge because we can just figure it out together, you know? And if he's trying to lie to me, Lonerbox wasn't live for this, was he not? I thought he was. He's not live on Twitch. He's live on YouTube.
That's 3 of them, God. Even a gentle giant can destroy a town or a Vosh fan. It feels like being mansplained or left-splained a subject you know as well as some scholars. Whoa. Don't tell me what to do, Toby. Oh. The Rashi, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I'll sacrifice my son alive to avenge my daughter. Whoa! Saigon, thanks for the 11.99 euros. Appreciate that. ZJM, thanks for the gifted memberships.
Anyway, he's probably ending. Okay. I have been leaving Di Corbin waiting very rudely. Thank you for being patient, Dir Corbin. I will pull you in just a minute. Let me take a 5-minute break and then we can get started, okay? Be right back. All right, I return. Set up again. There we go. That was a much longer discussion than I thought it was going to be. Apologies again, Dirk Corbin. Alrighty, let's do this thing. Dirk Corbin, hello, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
A little too well. Hold on one second. Alrighty, try again.
Hello? How's it going? How's it sounding?
Say that again. How's it going? What?
How's the mic sounding?
Oh, how does it sound? I thought you said how's Hasan. I'm like, I wouldn't have the faintest idea. No, sorry, we were just talking about Hasan in the last conversation, so my brain's still there apparently.
I know.
It sounds fine. It sounds great. What's going on? What brings you here today?
I'm not sure. I just wanted to see where the conversation would go. I'm not sure where it's gonna go, but
okay.
Welcome to going anywhere.
Were you one of the people who was DMing? Like, I know I DM'd somebody about coming on at 1 p.m. That was you?
That was me, yes.
Okay. And you are... Oh, yeah, you're the guy that I said I would interview. That's
yes.
Right. Okay, let me pull up your YouTube channel.
Welcome to the Pillar Podcast.
Okay, so we got... Dear... Is it Dur? Is that how I pronounce it, or is it Director Corbin?
Well, okay, so it's Dur Corbin is how it's spelled, right? But Dur, D-I-R, is like the abbreviated version of director. So that's why it's Dur Corbin, but it is Dur Corbin.
Okay, I thought it may be... Yeah, I figured it was an abbreviation for, like, director. Okay. Driven by coinophobia. What does that mean?
Yeah. Yeah, so coinophobia is a word I figured learned about recently, relatively recently. It's a fear of living an ordinary or unexceptional life.
Ah, okay. I don't really fear that. I just don't do it personally.
Right.
Excuse me.
I don't fear either. I fear in the sense that it allows me to go forward and it pushes me forward, but it doesn't hold me back. It's not a fear that keeps me down. It's a fear that keeps me going in life. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think it does. I think that you can be driven by things besides fear personally. I think that fear as a motivator is... No, what's the saying? Oh, hello there. What a finely dressed gentleman. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Just making sure people can see you on my screen, because for some reason you turn on your camera when the thing flipped over. All right.
Okay. So what were we saying?
There we go. Okay, so I tend to live my life without fear. I like living boldly. I don't fear living a mundane life because the way that I live would precede that it's not mundane. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But that's just me. I'm just nitpicking. Rooted in gratefulness. And I teach how to live exceptional, kill the ordinary. Alrighty.
Yeah.
So, what does it mean to live in gratefulness to you?
It means even when life is, going terrible, there's never a reason to just not look at what's good in your life, because I think people can have really terrible lives, but I think even when their lives are extremely terrible, there are still so many good things in their life that they should focus on more so than the bad things. Even with the bad things, I think in a lot of ways you can see it as a blessing in a way. Like, that might sound really messed up, but you can create a positive. You can make a negative experience become a positive, have a positive outcome in your life if you choose to do so. And I think that can only really happen if you look at life from a grateful way, which is just seeing everything as it is and still choosing to be grateful for it, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I think that's a good answer. Okay, let's move on. So, you are a YouTuber. When did you start your YouTube channel?
Oh, man. relatively recently, maybe like 2024, or I'm not sure actually. Can you see in the description there? Are you on the page? I don't
Yes.
remember. It was like a couple years ago, maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah, so it looks like the oldest video you have uploaded is from 8 months ago.
Oh, really?
Yes. It,
Oh,
it
yeah.
might have felt
No,
like
that makes
longer. um,
Yeah, it did.
okay, what kind of
I've been on
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I upload more so on Instagram, so my long form videos go on YouTube, but I don't make long form videos as much as I'd like to. So it's all over the place.
Gotcha.
Or how long I've been on there at least.
Okay. Um, so what's the goal of your YouTube channel? What are you trying to do?
Um, well, I want to so right now actually, there's much different goals I would like to have, but right now with my YouTube channel, I'm doing a series of the Pillars podcast, is what I call it. It's where I basically sit here and I just do a long, continuous, kind of like a live stream, except it's not live because I have a very specific way I want to like edit it. But anyway, basically, there's no cuts, no music, no nothing, and I basically just sit for as long as possible and talk on one certain topic. So right now, while I'm doing that series, I'm basically trying to better my speaking and become just a better overall speaker and better at articulating my thoughts without a script and without thinking about it beforehand. Because there's no scripts to my videos or anything.
That's great. There's no script to what I do either. You will definitely just get better with practice for sure. It sounds
Yeah.
like already you're doing a pretty solid job, so I commend you for
Oh,
that.
thank you.
Yeah, of course. Okay. So, I gotta ask this. What's this red hat? Like, it seems very prominent in your thumbnails. Everything else is grayed out except for this hat. What's the significance?
Yeah. So the hat says, I found it at the thrift store. It says visionary on it. And I just think I would. So actually, I'm a firm believer in before you are something, if you believe you are that before you're that, it comes a lot quicker. So I wanted to be a visionary. I wanted to be a director. And instead of waiting until I put the title on. I wear the hat of a visionary. And my Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, all my social media platforms are under the name Dur Corbin, which is the director, which I wasn't a director yet, but I'm calling myself something before I am so that I can forge myself into it.
Hey, so you're
And
lying.
I just think sorry, what? I'm lying?
Yeah.
Well, those titles a lot of time, yes, you could lie, but I don't think it's necessarily lying because
But
being a
you're not a
visionary, what
director
is it?
yet.
Well, I am. I direct my videos.
Okay, so you are a director.
I am. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. You're
But I
not
wouldn't
lying.
No, I'm not lying. You're right. I'm not lying.
There you go.
But you can be lying. I'm saying you could lie by putting a title on yourself that you're not yet, right? But I mean, the only way to become something is to become it.
Mhm.
And I put the title of a director on, I became a director. I'm not gonna wait until I'm a good director because I can't be unless I try.
Yeah. It's like
But
yeah. Go ahead.
with the red hat thing, I just with some of my first videos or some of my first shorts in particular, I was practicing with different editing styles. I mean, different color grading, and I just stumbled upon like taking away all the colors except my hat. I think it's a cool look for the brand, and it really shows like urgency. The color red is like urgency and it's bold. And also visionary, who I want to be, and it's plastered on the hat. So I use it for my brand, for my image.
Cool. Now, I'm sure you're aware the red baseball cap, right? What
Yeah.
most people are going to associate that with. So, is that on purpose?
It wasn't at first. It's not really on purpose. I'm not really a pro-Trump guy. I used to be, relatively recently too, but I'm not really pro-Trump just simply because of some of just since his term here. I probably wouldn't have been either if I paid attention more to 2016, but I was way younger then. I just knew what I knew what I heard.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, basically, I'm not very much a pro-Trump guy, but I do understand that people will think that I'm associated with the right wing. But I feel like the right and the left are two wings of the same bird. That's like a really overused metaphor, but that's kind of how I see it now.
Okay.
But I would say that my beliefs probably do associate with the conservative values more so, but I haven't challenged that a lot or too much.
Okay, sure. Oh, hold on. Too many tabs. Okay, so you lean conservative. You did support Trump at one point. Why did you say you don't support him now? What's keeping you from saying I'm a Trumper?
Okay, so I don't support him really for his support of Israel and their decisions right now. That's pretty much
Okay.
it.
But everything else.
I mean, there are other decisions. That's the biggest one.
Okay, got it. Okay, so is your channel a political one? Would you describe it as such?
Um, I wouldn't describe it, but it's interesting because let's say someone's not a political channel, all doesn't say any political stuff, but all of their beliefs align with a certain political agenda, then they are a political channel. So
Okay.
that's what I mean is like I don't know, I don't see it as a political channel. I just speak on what I want to speak about, and I don't know if that associates with a certain political people or not. I would say it probably my content probably associates with the right wing conservative more so than the left, but I'm not too sure. It's not a political channel though. I'm not putting out stuff talking about Trump or anyone. No politics really.
Okay. So you have your political beliefs. These videos that you're putting out stem from stem from those political beliefs, but you're not trying to tell people to believe in any sort of policy or any sort of politician or vote for anybody. That's what you mean when you say your channel is sort of political but not really, right?
Yeah, I'm not for any organization and I'm not telling anyone to vote for any particular individual, but maybe and definitely everyone's beliefs will associate with some sort of a political thing, at least in some way.
Mhm.
Because there's so many different types of political beliefs. But I'm not disputing that. I'm not like a capitalist talking or a communist talking, or I'm not talking to vote for Trump or vote for Biden, whatever it is, right? I'm not talking about politics in that sense, but I may associate with political beliefs.
Okay. Give me a strong political conviction of yours, and then give me a video topic that you have or would possibly make out of that. I'm just curious.
Yeah. Man.
Or you can go the other direction. You can give me a video that you are wanting to or have made, and then work backwards from there. Whatever's easier.
Oh yeah. Well, what's a political thing that like a political belief that I guess is kind of controversial to some people?
Mhm. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter. It
okay.
can be just a strongly held political conviction you have. It can be controversial. It doesn't matter.
Well, I think maybe the country should be run by Christian leaders. I
Okay.
think that's I have, yeah.
Okay. Country
Yeah.
should be run by Christian leaders. So not like me. Like you would say if I tried to run for office, I should not be allowed, correct?
Well, no, I actually think it's everyone should try it. Everyone should be able to run. And everyone should
Okay.
become leader if they get voted in, I guess. But I just think that in general terms, the country would do better if it was run by a Christian.
Okay, I believe the same thing about like socialists. I understand what you're getting at. Like I wouldn't prevent a non-socialist from running, but I would prefer the country were run by socialists because I think that socialists would just do a better job. That's what you're getting at with
Yeah,
Christians? Okay, cool. So everyone can run, but the best outcome would be if it were Christians who made the rules. Okay, so going off of this, right? And I can question that and tear into it and whatever, and we can do that in a minute. But I'm just curious, what kind of non-political video would stem from this?
right. Okay. I would say the importance of Christian values or something like that. That would probably be a video I would make. Or Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
Okay, the importance of personal values. Give me a pitch.
Sorry, what was that?
Give me a pitch. What's the importance of personal values? Sell me. Act like I've never heard of
I'd say,
this concept before.
yeah, no. The importance of Christian values, I would say, is
Personal values, right? Not Christian, unless you want to say Christian.
well, I was saying that the video I'd make would probably be the importance of Christian values.
Oh, I thought I heard personal. Sorry. Okay, so the importance of Christian
Oh,
values. My bad.
yeah, no, it's all good. I think that Christian values are pretty important, just because, like, as doing like the littlest research that I've done, I've just figured out that like Christian, I don't know, everything about all these different political, like the Christian religion is all about love, forgiveness, and I am a Christian. I've been convinced that Christianity is the best religion, and like you're convinced that socialism or oh my goodness, you're convinced in communism, right? So you agree that communism would be better for a country to be run because you're a communist. I believe that a Christian country would do better and be more prosperous because it would more align with my beliefs, and I think my beliefs are the right beliefs. I think that's a valid thing to say. I don't know if I answered your question or not, but
Okay, so I think it did. The importance of Christian values is that Christianity is all about love and forgiveness, and everything else stems from that, right?
uh, yes, that's part of what they believe in. Yeah,
Part of. So,
that's
is
a
there
big.
anything crucial missing here besides love and forgiveness? What else is missing here?
What else? Well, I think just the way, like all good morals, good and bad morals, and all of the morality aspects of everything. It's like Christianity. I think I have a belief that everything stems from that, and like atheists or agnostic people, when they choose what's good or what's evil or what's this, it's really just based off of what Christian teaches, what the Bible teaches, it's all based off of the Bible. And I think that it would be better if someone was in office and in power that instead of trying to do things from the discernment of someone that isn't religious, just better to do it from totally aligned from the source of where everything is taught.
Okay,
I don't know if that makes sense.
I think it does. So, love and forgiveness are very important elements, but there seems to be this sort of morality element as well. So,
Yes.
go into that. So, what is it that love and forgiveness cover that morality does not? Like, or sorry, what does morality cover that love and forgiveness do not? My bad.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that humans are innately inherently sinful, and that if we connect with God, then we can do good in this world. And I think the connection with God is a spiritual, I mean, God is all of the positive stuff. Like he is love. That's what Christians believe. God is love. God is the fruits of the spirit is God. And I think that those aren't natural human things, natural human traits. And when we connect ourselves with God, we work through we work through stuff in a Christian way with God. And I think that that's just way better for society, because an atheist or agnostic, I believe, they can still connect with God, they just don't believe they are, and they can still do loving things and they can still do good stuff. But that doesn't that's just it's so much easier and so much better when someone puts a title on it. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like I
So,
know that I'm connecting with God. I know I'm doing this for God. I know I'm doing it for his glory. But an atheist agnostic has to discern it on their own because they reject God as someone they can connect with.
it sounds to me what you're describing is if two people are walking through a tunnel, one of them has 20/20 vision and the other is kind of stumbling around. And while the
Mhm.
one stumbling around is doing their best to make their way to the end of the tunnel, they would do much better if only they had glasses, right? and glasses are like the Christianity here. So you're trying to basically give proper vision to these atheists and agnostics who are stumbling their way through this tunnel, trying to reach the light, but making their way there very slowly and clumsily, right? Whereas you can see it clearly. You're right on it. You're like, oh, I know exactly where I'm going and what I'm doing because I got 20/20 vision. And basically what you're trying to do is give that same thing to atheists and agnostics, right? Like you can tell that they're trying to do good. They're trying to make their way to the same point you are. It's just they're unclear of where they're going and what they're doing. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, partially. Yeah,
Partially.
I think
Is there
so.
anything I missed?
Well, no, you hit it pretty much on the head, but I think that yeah, no, I guess that makes sense. I guess you hit it pretty much on the head, but I just don't
Cool.
think atheists a lot of the time fully understand. Like you say that they're doing well. Yeah, no, I think you hit it on the head. I'm
All
trying
right,
to.
perfect. If you have nothing more to add, that's fine. That is a valid answer, a valid response. That means that I am paying attention and absorbing what you're trying to say, right? So
Yeah,
I feel like I'm being pretty charitable. Like you can disagree. So I feel like that's a good analogy. Like you're trying to bring proper vision to the atheists and agnostics because you can tell they're trying to do the right thing. They just don't see clearly, right? So so in any other world, or if somebody else were like, let's put it this way: if you had talked to me a year ago, you would have said the words, "This country should be run by Christian leaders," and I would have immediately went, "You're a fascist theocrat. You want like
yeah.
Christians to run this world, and like you want to do basically Christian Sharia law, right?" Which is
Mhm.
insanely uncharitable. What you want is you want people who clearly see where the good is and the direction that it takes to get there to be in charge, right?
Yeah,
And I think we all want that. So you want the same thing everybody else does. You just think that the route to get there is Christianity. Is that right?
yeah, I think so for the most part. But it's also hard to answer this because, like, we can all we can talk about this and all, but it's hard for me to even think like part of me feels like it's all a game, the political, it's all a show, it's all a play, and like if a Christian was in power, they're still going to be controlled by Netanyahu. They're still going to be doing all this. They're not going to be a perfect Christian. They're not going to be whatever it is that I want. And it just a lot of it just makes me wonder like it's like trying to say like I want this actor in this movie rather than this actor, but at the end of the day the movie's going to be exactly the same. Right? So I just don't know if the political government everything that's going on how much of it is actually our choice, how much of it is actually something that we can choose to make happen, and how much is just a play put on for us to keep
Right.
us distracted.
Well, to go back to the cave analogy, let's say that you have a map, right? The Christians have
Yeah.
the map, and atheists and agnostics don't. And if you elect somebody into power who has the map, and they say, "Look, guys, I have the map. It's right here," and then they proceed to never follow it, and they keep veering off, right? What good is it? Like you call yourself a Christian, you're trying to give us this presentation of being Christian, but you're not actually following the roadmap laid out by Christianity, right?
Yeah, I think yeah, I think that's what happens with I think that's what happened with Trump, kind of. A lot of Christians voted for him thinking that he's like a Christian guy, but I think he's very far from that.
Yeah,
My
he's
I
dangling that
personally
roadmap
believe
in front of you. He's like, "Look, I got the map.
that.
This
He's
is the
not
key."
following it.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw that in Trump, and that's why you're no longer a Trump guy, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. How could anyone think Trump is Christian? He calls himself one, and he does a lot of things
He
that
has
appeal to a
said
lot of Christians.
he says no one loves the Bible more than I do. So
Yeah, there you go. He like took a nice little picture of himself holding a Bible upside down after clearing an entire group of people out of the area with, I'm pretty sure violent means to take that photo. So,
yeah. I mean
he's
I
yeah,
think a lot of people think he's a Christian because he says he's a Christian, but when you really look at what he does, there's nothing Christian-like about him. Um,
mhm.
that's why I think a lot of Christians voted for him because they thought that's what he was, but I don't think that is what he is.
Gotcha. What do you think he is? Just out of curiosity.
Um,
First of all, do
what
you
do I?
think that he believes in the Christian God? Like, how deep does this song and dance go?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't think that's really too relevant. But I
Oh,
just
well,
don't
then we
think
can talk about
he's.
something else.
No, no, no. I mean, I don't think he's enacting like the morality and teachings of the Bible, whether or not he believes in Jesus Christ or not. He might, but I think it's hard to know because either he's still a person, he's just being manipulated, and he still believes in Jesus Christ, or he's totally someone else now. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. But I do think
Okay.
that someone can be a Christian or claim to be a Christian, believe in Jesus Christ, and not follow any of the teachings, not read the Bible, not do any of the Christian things.
Why do you,
Make
okay,
someone a
so
Christian.
let's assume for all intents and purposes that Trump is Christian. Why do you
Mhm.
think he's not following this roadmap? Like, what's stopping him?
Because
Is he gone?
yeah, I understand the question. Well, I think him supporting genocide is one of the biggest things that makes him not a Christian. That goes against the Christian religion, I think.
Okay.
And yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, there are other decisions that he's made, like well, I guess I don't know if those really stem from Christian beliefs, but that's pretty much the biggest Christian one is that he supports genocide.
Okay. So, and that's fundamentally anti-Christian to you.
Yeah,
So
I
why
think
do
so.
you so he supports genocide. Why do you think he does that? Do you think he just likes killing?
I don't think he just likes killing. That's so the motives is what's hard to tell. You can just look at what they're doing and know what they're doing, and that can still tell you who they are. But it's hard to know why he's doing it. Maybe he thinks it's good real estate. It is, right? I think it's a beautiful land there. I'm not sure what it looks like there, but I mean, I think I've seen what really made me lose like respect for him is when he posted like an AI video of Gaza, like a paradise get together land. And I'm either wondering if he thinks if that's why he's supporting a genocide because he likes the land there, or if it's just the forces of everything are too great for him to combat. Like he can't fight back, so he's just not fighting
Just
back
kind of
because it'll wreck
coasting,
his
right?
community. Yeah.
Right. He can't fight back, but instead of vocalizing that, like it's one or the other. Either he likes the real estate or he literally can't do anything, and so rather than demonstrate that he's powerless, he just kind of goes with it, right? Like he's like, no, no, no,
Exactly.
this is my idea. I swear, this is my idea. Okay, got it. Okay, interesting. So that's why you were a Trump guy and no longer are. I'd like to try to get back to you and circle back around if we can. So,
Oh, yeah.
I just thought that was interesting. I'm kind of getting a feel for like your politics, right? So I presume, right, that you wanted to talk to me because you're looking to, build your channel a little bit, get more clout,
Yeah.
all that good stuff. Spread your message, if you will. It looks like you're doing decently. I mean, 100, 200 people, right, per video. It's not, I mean, honestly, I'm not doing that much
Yeah,
terribly
no.
better than you right now. My views have been shit. But it looks like on a good day,
Yeah,
you're getting, you know, 3 digits, right? That's good. All right. So sell me on your channel then. Why should I watch you? What do you bring to the table that others don't?
yeah, yeah. Let me think for a second. I think that I think actually one of the best benefits to watching my channel is to see me personally grow and change. Like because I'm so small, it's just cool to see me grow. But the value that I provide beyond that is probably um I think I teach you how to be I think my channel the biggest enemy of my channel, sorry, I'm stumbling over my words, but the
No,
biggest
please.
enemy of my channel is the victim mentality. And I think that my channel destroys it. So I think, or my teachings destroy it more so. And I think that if you watch and consume my content, I will maybe shape you into becoming a better, stronger man, more, maybe adopt more Christian values, um, be more grateful, and but live an excellent life.
Okay. What if I already like my life? What if I like my life? I'm not Christian. I think that I'm
Yeah.
doing pretty good things. I see this runty little, like, you know, whatever 1,000 subscribers you have. How many subscribers?
I think I have
53. So I was way off. So 53
Yeah.
subscribers. You just like pop up on my feed, right? And you're wearing this red hat that I immediately associate with Donald Trump. I can't read it. So like that's the first thing I see is the red hat, right? And me being a leftist, I'm going to be like, well, okay, so we got engineer your pain or stay soft forever. Organic, which I can barely read this, organic pain versus manufactured pain.
Oh yeah, I gotta change that thumbnail. It's hard to read.
It's a little hard to read. I like using the big bold. It's called American Captain font. But that's just me.
Yeah.
It's not my font, so you're more than welcome to steal it. But okay, so what's making me want to click this? Like, because like, first of all, let me ask you this. I should ask, who's your intended audience?
That's a good one. I think my intended audience is people that want either people that feel discontent with today's world, like young people that feel discontent with the norms of Gen Z, and people that want to live an exceptional life, a life of exceptionalness, right? And they feel like, I don't know, they feel like this generation is lost, or it's not as direction, they don't have much drive, and they're not as ambitious as they are, and they feel left out. They feel abandoned. You know, they don't feel like this generation has dreams, has goals. I feel like the school systems teach us to think small, to get a job, stay mediocre, don't dream big. And I think that my channel teaches people, I guess, stoicism in a way, partially, teaches people to be strong, teaches people to be ambitious. Sorry, I'll answer the question. My target audience
No, this is
is
great.
young Gen Z that are ambitious and feel like the world around them is just ambitiousless people.
So are you
People that
trying,
want to
let,
grow.
let me ask you this, and it could be
Yeah.
both, but are you trying more to take people whose ambition has been crushed and revive it? Or are you trying to take people who are ambitious and keep them from having their ambition killed?
I think I'm probably trying to help people that have ambition and want to continue having it, I would imagine. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm writing a book right now. It's The Burden of Gratitude, and that's a big thing that I'm rooted in too. I think I don't know why I brought that up, but that's
No, please.
I feel like the target audience of this book is I'm trying to teach the importance of gratitude to people. And if you are an ambitious person that wants to do great things in this world, this book will be appealing to you because it'll teach you why your gratitude will help you achieve great things.
I know exactly why you brought that up. Like, there was no question in my mind why you brought that up. You got to be more confident. Like, if you feel like something is worth bringing up, just bring it up and don't apologize for it.
All right, yes.
Yeah, so you're writing a book called The Burden of Gratitude. The target audience is a group of people who are ambitious. And you said, why will the book be appealing to you if you are?
Yeah, the book will be appealing to you if you are if you want to do great things in this world or you're lacking gratitude. The book teaches the importance of gratitude, and it shows how everyone that wants to achieve something great, or no matter where you are, anyone that wants to do something amazing in the world is will be drawn to the book because the book teaches how gratitude will get you there, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what you're doing is you're taking a young person. So, like, if we could sculpt an audience member of yours, right, from the ground up, we have a young Gen Z, presumably a guy. I have been picking up from this, a man.
Yes.
So you have a young Gen Z man who's like in his 20s, maybe 21, whatever, who is very ambitious and driven and wants to succeed and do great things in this world, right? But college has crushed him. Maybe high school crushed him before that. Susie broke up with him. mom and dad are telling him to, lay the dreams down and go get a real job. Like he's being told by every direction, like what you're doing is not worth it. You need to suck it up and go be a normal person, right? Go be average. And we're being inundated with this mediocrity all the time in this world. Like we're just told you need to be mediocre. You need to just get through it, suck it up, deal with the pain, and go to work the next day and do it again, right?
Yeah.
And you're trying to break this cycle. So, and your argument is that the way to break this cycle is with gratitude, right?
Partially, yeah. That's one step in it, I think.
Okay,
that's
let's
a big
talk
step.
about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Would you say that it's the first step?
Yeah. And it's kind of, it may be the only step, and now that I think about it, not the only step, of course. Action is a big one. You got to take action on things, but I mean, gratitude just changes your frequency of things around you, changes the way the world works to you, and it shapes the world to act in a way that causes you to become great in this world.
So you're reframing your vision of the world first. Because right now what people see, if you're like a young man who's being inundated with you need to be mediocre, you need to whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, they're not very thankful. They're not very grateful for the things they've been given because what they see right now is dog shit. I live in a world of shit, right? Everything sucks. Everything's mediocre. I have a mediocre job. Maybe I have no relationship or a mediocre one, if any. Like, mediocre parents, mediocre people around me, like who are all just like living mediocre lives themselves. What do I have to be grateful for? Convince me that I should be grateful.
Yep. So there's an argument when it comes to why gratefulness isn't important, and that's because it causes you not to grow, because it'll just cause you to settle for what you have. Well, basically, I don't know how to fully explain what gratefulness is. I should be able to, but gratefulness is basically seeing good that is going on in your life and being appreciative of it, being like happy that it's there, being thankful and feeling joy because of it. And gratitude, that's just what gratitude is. And a lot of people will say that, my life is so terrible, I can't be grateful. It's too bad, everything's going terrible. I would say gratefulness is like a radio station. Man, well, how does this metaphor thing go again? There's a radio station, and there's different songs on a radio station, and it's a genre, country music. You may be on this radio station for this one country song, but it's a country radio station, so every song after is going to be a country song. You can guarantee that. So gratitude is on the positive emotion radio station, and that's a song in it, gratitude. When you're listening to gratitude on the positive emotion song, radio station, after that song is done, there's all of the other positive emotions. And positive emotions cannot cause a negative impact on your life. Your life, I'm not saying your life will be perfect if you're gratitude, but I'm saying it will not cause anything negative. It's not stagnation, it's not staying where you are. And if anything, being grateful just accepts what you have and takes joy and is thankful for what you have, which causes you to continue going forward because it's a positive state of mind. And a positive state of mind causes positive changes in your life. So I would say if you want to have positive changes in your life, work towards being grateful 24/7. And first, just be grateful in little things. If you're extremely ungrateful, it's harder to be grateful. It's harder to be if you're extremely ungrateful, but just work to it. Try to see little things. There is good in your life. Everyone has good in their life. No matter how bad your life is, there's going to be positive things, there's going to be negative things. Just look at the positive things more than the negative. You can look at the negatives and you can be grateful for them, that you have the challenge of trying to make them a positive impact on your life. And the positive mindset, just having a positive outlook on life and being overall in that positive frequency of living causes you to propel forward in a positive manner.
Okay. I like this radio analogy, and I want to go back to it and hit it over the head with a hammer and see
Yeah.
how well it holds up. Okay?
Yeah.
So you're saying that gratefulness is one song on the station, on the positivity station?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we're looking at this like an analogy, I like this analogy, and that's why I'm kind of bashing it. I like, what if I tune it? Like, so you're telling me, listen, you need to be grateful first and foremost, right?
Mhm.
But if this is a radio station that I need to just sit and wait for the gratefulness song to play, right? What's making me go to the positivity station at all? Like, why be positive in the first place? I feel like that should be the starting point, is want to make people listen to the positivity genre.
Yeah, well, I think, well, with the metaphor, the posit gratitude or gratefulness is just a song in the positive radio station. It's on that radio station. So if I become grateful, I will I will reap all the benefits of a positive state of mind because I'm in the positive radio station. You know what I mean? Like all of the other positive emotions
Right.
and all the other positive ways of living will be brought up because I am grateful.
Right, but you're saying I need to be grateful first. So if gratefulness is a song on this positivity station, right?
Yeah.
How am I finding the gratefulness song and saying, you know what, I like this song, let me go listen to the entire positivity station? Are you, so you're trying to show me the song first, right? Like you're showing me how the song goes, you're explaining the intricacies of the song, and you're convincing me, well, this is just like the reason that I'm showing you this is because this is where the entire rest of the genre of positivity stems from, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So
Yeah.
then, so positivity, right, starts with gratefulness, and every other, like this is basically the proto song, and every other positivity song stems from this one song, right?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Like you can't have the other songs without this element of gratefulness. It's like saying, it's like having a rock song without a guitar, right? In
I
fact,
guess you might be able to, like, you might be able to have other positive emotions without being grateful. But the thing is, gratefulness doesn't combat that. It doesn't push it away. And gratefulness is the easiest thing to have out of, well, is it? Like, because gratefulness needs like a cause. You need something good to happen in your life in order for you to be grateful for it. Not always, but for a lot of people, especially people who are ungrateful, I would say just look at the good things in your life. And if you have, like, you can probably agree, if you're happy, it's almost like your life, everything around you is so much better, right? Everything you enjoy so much things so much more because you're happy. Versus if you're angry, you're inherently everything is going to have you're going to have a negative experience around everything. So being grateful doesn't necessarily need to be the only, or it doesn't necessarily need to be the only. Oh man, you don't have to only have gratitude, and it's not like you can attack other emotions first. Sure, you can be positive in other emotions before gratitude, but I think gratitude is the easiest one to start with, at least. And when you are grateful, all of the other emotions and all the other positive emotions just come through with that.
it sounds like step one then is recognizing positivity in your life, not being grateful for it, just seeing that it's there, right? That's
That's
step one.
probably that's probably an accurate, yeah, probably, because yeah, if you struggle to, yeah, just point out, you're right. That's probably the first step. Notice
Hmm.
what is there that is positive in your life.
Yeah, and
But
you see what?
inherently,
Yeah, go ahead.
if I notice all these good things in my life, inherently that's going to make, because I can't think of good things
It's going to make you what?
enough.
You cut out a little bit. Inherently, it's going to make you what?
If I'm focusing on all the good things in my life, or I'm counting all my blessings, you could say, inherently that's going to make me grateful. I can't be
Yes. Okay.
grateful and looking at the good things in my life. I can't be ungrateful, sorry, while looking at the good things in my life.
So then it sounds like, right, what you're trying to do is you're trying to convince me to tune into a radio station because the Gratefulness song plays sometimes and you really like that song, right?
Yeah.
Or sorry, the positivity station, and the gratefulness song plays, and you're like, just stay in that station and wait for the gratefulness song to play. But like, I'm sitting here listening to all these positivity songs, and I'm like, I don't fucking feel positive. Like, I don't. There's nothing positive in my life. Why would I sit here and wait for the gratefulness song to play? Or like, why would I want to listen to the gratefulness song at all? It's a positive genre. I hate positivity. Right? So like, what we're doing here is, what I like the direction that your channel's going. I think that, fundamentally speaking, rather than just telling people to be grateful or why gratefulness is good, they're not interested in that. You're talking about a single song and breaking it down when I don't even like the genre of the song. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like it. So you have to convince me to like the genre first. Or to care about it at least.
Yeah.
And the genre is positivity. You have to, so as psych professionals in the field, what we do is sometimes we'll just tell people, like, if they're hopeless and they're like spiraling, a good question to ask is just like, what's the last good thing that happened to you? When's the last time you felt some shimmer of happiness, right? And sometimes it's as simple as, you go ahead.
That creates gratefulness, though, does it not?
It can, but not always. I mean, you can have good things happen to you and not be grateful for a single bit of it.
Right. That's kind of like a victim, is it not?
Not necessarily. You just don't recognize it. It could just be like the norm. It's like almost you're addicted to the positivity. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you recognize when it's gone, but you don't recognize necessarily when it's there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think that's kind of just a lack of awareness too then. Like, I can be so privileged, I can live in some upper class household. Because it's my norm, I will never know that I have a Lamborghini on the front driveway, or I have 10-foot tall ceilings, or have 20-foot tall ceilings, or whatever, right? I won't know because, or I'll know that it's there, but I won't know that that's something that I can be grateful for because it's so normal to me, right? And I think
Right.
the way to become grateful then through that is to realize what you have, to see what other people don't, and to just see yourself, in like a video game, you're first person where you see what your character sees, and there's third person where you're walking and you see your character. I think it's better for us to look at our life like we're looking at our life, not through it as ourselves, not with the emotions, not with exactly what we're going through, but rather look at our life as like an overarching story arc and look at it all, right? Look at everyone else in our life, look at the highs in our life, the lows in our life, and realize I'm in a high right now. I'm in a good part of my life right now. I have a Lamborghini on the I don't have a Lamborghini, but that's just part of the metaphor. But like, just understand what you actually have. People are so oblivious to the blessings in their life. And someone may say, like, well, why would I want to be? Right? That's what you were saying. Why would I want to be positive? Why would I want to? I hate that. Well, I would just say, do you want to live a good life? Do you want, not a good life, do you want to achieve things in your life? Do you want to do great things? Whatever that idea is to you, do you want to do that? And if you, I think most of the time people can agree, people want to get out of the terrible spot of their life that they're in, whether that's a small bad thing in their life or a big, terrible catastrophe happening in their life. Whatever it is, I think people want to get out of it. And the way to get out of that is to realize what you already do have, because it's tuning into that station. When you tune into that station, you reap the benefits of all of the songs. That's what I think.
Okay. I'm on the same page as you. I just think that step one is recognizing positivity where it's at. I think we agree on that, right?
I think I agree on that too. I think that is a good first step.
So what do you think about like making a video that you tell people how to do that? Because so far what I've heard is you should be grateful, you should be grateful, you should be grateful. Well, if somebody is blind to the things that they have, right? They don't know what to be grateful for. So like how do I recognize the positive things in my life? What would you say to that? You're so convinced that they're there, but like let's say my dog died, my cat died, my dad died, my mom died, my sister is a piece of shit, my wife is berating me all the time, my job sucks, I work 60 hours, all this crap. So convince me, the person with the worst life in the first world, to be grateful.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Or sorry, to recognize positivity. So show me where the positivity's at.
yeah. Well,
Guide me there.
yeah. I would say I would tell them to just know. Well, first, I think the way to really fix that is to tell them why they should be grateful and why they should understand stuff. Like understand what you're saying, where you're saying
Okay.
life is so terrible, there is nothing to be grateful for. I would first try to convince them why it's important to be positive and grateful. And I think when you do that, people will find stuff to be grateful for. Because
Okay.
I don't think anyone should be ungrateful. I think everyone could be ungrateful, and that may sound harsh because of the terrible lives some people live, but I actually argue the people that live in the worst areas are oftentimes way more grateful than the people that live in such a privileged place like North America. Like I think that like starving kids in Africa, I think a lot of time they are most likely probably more grateful than the people here. If you look at videos of them, they're always smiling, right? There are terrible things to happen, but I think when your life is really terrible, it becomes more clear what there is that actually is grateful because it's right there. That's all that's good in my life. I can be grateful for that. Whereas someone
But
that
there's
lives in
nothing
some
good in my
upper
life.
class household has too much good, right? I don't know if that answered your question. I think
There's
it did,
nothing good in
but
my life, though. Like in this hypothetical, there's nothing good there.
yeah, no, I understand the hypothetical.
I have the worst
Um,
life in the first world.
I don't think that's. I think that could be true. There's
You get
got to
my
be
point.
someone with the worst life, right? I get your point. Yeah. What would I tell someone like this? I feel like when you get there, you're kind of lost because like that's gonna sound terrible. Just let me finish. Um, they're lost because they think there's nothing good. There is. I don't know what to tell people. There is positive stuff in their life, and I believe there always is. I believe there always is. Like maybe the good outweighs, maybe the bad outweighs the good. Sorry, maybe the bad outweighs the good, but still, I feel like it almost becomes more clear. Because let's say a hurricane came, destroyed everything. My whole family's dead. Everyone's dead. Everything important in my life is destroyed. What else is there to be grateful for? Well, I don't know. I can talk. I can walk. I can create new relationships. I can talk. I don't know. I have a bed to sleep on. Things like that. It becomes a lot smaller, but it almost becomes more clear because of how little there is. And I don't know what to tell those people where they just think there's nothing positive in their life. I would just tell them to be aware. Try to see good things in your life because it's there. There are good things.
If you stay, I'm just going to be very blunt with you. If you stay
Yeah.
on that track, your channel is doomed to a dead end. Just so you know. I don't think that you can properly run a channel where the entire message is being grateful and you don't know how to take somebody who thinks they have nothing to be grateful for and show them where to be grateful. You need to figure that out.
Yeah.
So I can help you with
No.
that if you'd like, but like as again as a psych professional, or getting my psych NP license next year, what I would say is the only reason that you feel as negative as you do is because you know what it feels like to be positive. You know what that feels like, and you can't
That
tell
makes
me
sense,
that you
yeah.
don't. There is
Yeah.
something that has happened in your life where you felt good. You cannot convince me that there has never been a point in your life that you have not felt good. It could have been even today. You could have felt good after you had a nice hearty breakfast. Okay? Made yourself some eggs, threw some cheese on it, right? Just like I did. Tasted good, right? You got a nice little hit of dopamine from that and it felt good. So let's start there. Can you be grateful for your egg sandwich? Right? Like that's the approach that I would take. You need to
I mean,
you need to make these people understand that even if they can't see it, the positivity is there and has always been there and will always be there. no matter the situation. There is
Yeah, well,
always if there was good before, there is potential for good later. And the only way that the best way to proceed forward in your life is to be grateful for those positive things and focus. So in order to keep that positive mentality, right, you need to focus on the positive things that have happened. And the best way to focus on the positive things that have happened is to be grateful for those things, right? Because that's the healthiest relationship with positive things. Otherwise, what else are you going to do? You're going to say, well, that was a good, nice, random thing that happened for no reason, and I wish more of those things would happen for whatever. Gratefulness is just like the logical conclusion of positive things happening to you. You're grateful for that those things happened, right? And you want more of those things.
Yeah.
So that's how I look at it anyway. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but
I don't think that was much different than what I was saying. I think you just
Sure.
executed saying it more properly. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, that's totally fine. So I think that a good direction to take your channel just from one content creator to another, based upon your goals, is help people find the positivity in their lives. Start there. Because you will not get people to be grateful for things that they don't even know are there. It just is not going to happen. Sense. So that would be my personal advice to you.
Yeah.
Let me read the chat real quick. Comparison is the thief of joy, so why compare it to others? I get the message.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I would say that comparison, like envy, is the thief of joy. But when you look at someone that has a better life than you, that can, for some people, drive them to achieve a better life. So in a lot of ways, comparison can cause you to live a better life. And it allows you to see what your life is in this world when you look at other people. But if you're comparing other people to you in a negative way and an envious way, in a way that shuts you down, then that will steal your joy.
Okay. I get the message, but the way you are sending it might be misconstrued. I just think it needs to be more focused, personally, written.
Yeah.
Like I said, find out, guide people, and I have to end in a minute because I had another conversation scheduled for 2 p.m. and it's past that. But guide people, in my opinion, right? Guide people toward the positivity in their lives and point at it, and then say, the best relationship to have with these good things that have happened to you is to be grateful for them, rather than focusing on the other negative things that have happened to you. Because if you just focus on those, your life's going to suck. And you only have 80 to 100 years max on this planet, and I know you don't want those years to suck, so you may as well just focus on the good things and be grateful for them. And then you'll notice more when good things happen to you, and you'll be happier. And that's why people who are starving in Africa are very happy sometimes. They focus exclusively on the good things that happen to them, because even they have good things happen to them. And if they have good things happen to them, I guarantee you do. So you got to break these things down and kind of look at it as objectively as possible, and just try to jive with people and guide them in the right direction. Alec is the king of talking over the allotted time. Shush. Quiet.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think that makes a lot of sense. But I would like to point out that my whole channel purpose isn't just focus on gratitude, but that is a big part of it. But yes, I definitely need to do some work when it comes to that. Thank you.
Absolutely. And like I said, we're over time. So is there anything else that you wanted to add before I let you go?
Man, what do I want to add?
Even if it's
Not
just showing
really.
yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a good conversation. Not what I thought it would go, but I mean, I didn't really have any expectations, but it went good. Went good. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Well, everybody, this is Director Corbin. He's on YouTube. You can go find his channel right here. I'll link it in the chat.
I'll put my link to my socials in the chat. I'll do that right after I'm done here.
Absolutely, and I'll put it in my chat as well. All right, in here. And
Thank you.
yeah, of course, no worries. And on the site chat.
Nice.
Perfect. Alrighty. Only comparison to your former self is healthy, not to others. It depends. It depends. We can talk about that
Yeah, it
later.
depends.
Anyway, Director Corbin, thank you very much for coming on. Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
And hopefully
yeah.
more people find your channel and you help change some people's lives for the better.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. You take care, man.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, well, that was interesting. Juno is scheduled to come up next. Give me just a minute, Juno. I do need to take another $5. And then after that, I'll pull you in. Thank you, by the way, for rescheduling the discussion. Appreciate that. Sweet guy, but horribly misguided. I don't think misguided's the right word. I think he's guided properly. I think that he... Well, I think he's misguided once you reach a certain level. Right? But that's kind of how being misguided works. So, you know, you're right. You're correct. Okay, so Juno, you wanted to talk about Hamas being the bad guys. Cool. So we'll do that in just a second. Let me run to the bathroom. As soon as I come back, I'll pull you in and we can get started. Okay, I am back. Let's pull in our next guest. And then after that, who knows? I'm probably going to stay live. But this is our last scheduled discussion for today. Okay, Juno's coming up. And there
Howdy.
Juno is. Hello, Juno. How are you?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, good, good. That was some debate you had with the loaner box. How do you think you did?
I think that I spoke my mind. I think we had a
Did your
good
mind
discussion.
change? Did your mind change a little bit about at all about Hasan?
Not about Hasan, no. I think that my mind changed about Zionists in general because I guess I wasn't fully appreciative of the group PTSD that Zionists have, right? Because if you think about it, if you have a Jewish Zionist, right, and you're taught, well, Jews have been the Jewish homeland has been ravaged over and over, and everywhere Jews go, they're discriminated against and made to suffer horrific atrocities. Just look at World War II, you know, people are still alive, technically, that were alive back then. You know, like that wasn't that long ago. So it just seems to keep happening. And if we don't do something like, you know, create a Zionist state that's safe for Jews and then drive everybody else out of it if they try to become a majority, like this is just going to keep happening. So I think that I appreciate more what drives Zionism, if that makes sense. I get it now. You know what I mean? Like I get it a lot better.
Does that at all like cause any sort of I guess mental differentiation? The fact that Hasan believes that there is no justification for Zionism?
That's fair. I think that Hasan could do to think a little bit more deeply about it, for sure. Hasan is a deeply flawed person, as we all are. But I think that Hasan has a lot of, and he'll admit this too, he has a lot of weak points in like advocacy and in his rhetoric. And I think that's one of them. I think that he could do a better job of, you know, understand. And I think that most leftists, the overwhelming majority of leftists, to be honest with you, could do a better job of understanding where Zionists are coming from and what drives Zionism. And that includes me.
Do you think that like Zionism in of itself is at all justifiable?
No. Not in
No.
its current, not in its present state, no. I think that it's explainable. I just don't think it's justifiable.
You don't believe that Jewish people have had a meaningfully different, and not only in that area, but in the world, due to the
Meaningfully
fact
different.
that they're
Hold
not
on one sec.
included in
Hold on one
any
sec.
form of
Hold on
national,
one sec. A meaningfully different what?
a meaningfully different experience.
Okay.
Like the Jewish experience has always been that of the outsider. For years, they've been denied a homeland, denied a state that could protect them. There have been not countries or nations kind to them, but that usually doesn't last. The story of the Jewish existence as a minority in every country prior to the founding of Israel has been the Jews go to a land, they exist there in peace for a while, tides turn, the people get angry, try and kick them out. That's happened time and time again. And the major reason is that they didn't have anything to advocate for them. They didn't have a nation that they can go to.
I don't think it's that they didn't have a nation they could go to. I think that it's that, you know, they've historically just been ravaged over and over, and people need to stop doing that. And, you know, I don't think that starting their own nation state is going to help that. I mean, just look at Israel, right? Like, Israel is talking about all the time how people are trying to attack them. They have the Israeli Defense Force, so they have the Iron Dome, you know, like we're talking about how everybody's after Israel. They're trying to get Israel. It doesn't seem to have worked then, right? Having their own state.
I would disagree with that.
Okay, how?
Because the existential threat to Israel is a bit different than the existential threat to Jewish people in a country in which they're a minority in.
The existential, say that one more time. Sorry.
The threats to Israel are a bit different than the threat to a Jewish minority within a country.
How so? Is Israel not a Jewish state?
It is a Jewish state, but I'm
Okay.
telling you that I think there's a meaningful difference between the threat to the Jewish lives in Israel than to the threat of Jewish lives in a place like, I don't know, uh, let's say the ran Yemen.
Okay, but people are killed in Israel as a result of outside invading forces, right? And kidnapped and
Yeah,
raped and everything else. Like it happens, right?
but at least there they have the national backbone to protect themselves. If they're a minority in a country that already exists and that country decides to eliminate them, there's not much they can do because any sort of reaction will elicit a larger response from the powers that be.
So it's sort of like a Jewish union where like you may try to pick off the outside, like some people on the outer skirts, but ultimately apes together strong, right? Like we're
Well, do you reckon that like the Israeli government is less likely to genocide all the Jews than the Irani
okay.
government?
I see. So there's no internal threat, you're arguing.
I'm
So
arguing that there's no sort of institutional threat to the Jewish people because of the Jewish state. Like they didn't have during the pogroms, the only place they could have gone was to a neighboring country, and the neighboring countries didn't really like the Jews as much as the Russians did. In fact, years later, there was still a lot of anti-Semitic violence in those neighboring countries. If they had a place to go in which they were in charge, the Jewish people of the Russian Jews would just go there because, again, the Jewish state will help the Jewish people. They'll protect them.
right. So you're arguing that nowhere else they could go is as safe as Israel for them.
Well, the whole concept of Israel is to have a place to go
Okay.
that won't
So
turn them back because, again, not very many countries really want refugees not of their own.
okay. But Jews can come to the United States and pretty much be equally as safe here as they are in Israel, no?
Well, the issue with that is historically, especially during the time of Israel's founding, the United States had set massive limits on the Jewish immigration. Infamously, Theodore Roosevelt, sorry, not Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt turned back entire boats of Jewish people trying to flee the Holocaust, sent them right back to Germany where, they got killed. And again, if you had a state that advocated for Jewish people and would accept immigrants or refugees, this wouldn't be a problem.
But you recognize the capacity for the United States to be that state, even though we're not a Jewish ethno state, correct? Like we could do that.
But we didn't,
But we
especially
could.
during the time of Israel's founding.
But we
That's the
could.
issue. So the reason why Israel was founded was to have a place for Jewish people to go.
What if we elected a Jewish president?
I don't see how that the United States is very much this is irrelevant to what I'm saying.
Why?
It's irrelevant to what I'm saying because the whole reason of the founding of Israel was specifically to have guarantees that there is a place to go.
Um, the United
You're
States could be that
arguing with
place.
like historical fact here. I'm
Okay,
not talking
but
about right now. The Jewish people are in Israel right now. They're not going anywhere. But the whole purpose of Zionism was to have a place to go so that if a country did turning on the Jews, they'd have a safe place to go. They'd have that backup. Because prior to Israel's existence,
sure,
they didn't.
sure.
They just
But
got killed or pushed to another place.
but does it need to be a Jewish ethno state? Is my question. Does it have to be
Well, I think that calling it an ethno state is a wee bit you're ascribing a certain
a
weight
moral
to it,
weight to
which
it? Fine,
you
a
probably
Jewish state
shouldn't.
then. A Jewish state. Does it
A
have
Jewish
to be a
state.
purely Jewish state?
Well, my question is, what alternative do you think could have been done? Because
The
right
United
now, Jewish state has been founded. It's not going anywhere.
for now. I mean,
Zionism won.
all countries
They
eventually go
exist.
somewhere. You know, like they build up, they collapse, they sometimes take the same name, but Rome is no longer
Oh
present.
yeah, no, no,
So
no. The Jewish state, if it crumbles, it would probably lead to mass killings, but that's besides the point.
Maybe.
It's right as we are now. The Jewish state's there. It's not going anywhere.
See, you say that, but I disagree. I think
Fairly
that it could go
relevant.
somewhere. And also, I just don't think that a Jewish state is required. We don't need a Muslim state. We don't need a Christian state. We don't need a Buddhist state.
That's what I'm saying. That you're actually going on to a point of mine. Is
Okay.
that there are Christian states, there are Muslim states,
What's
there
a
are
Christian
states that will
state?
take these people in. A Christian state, I don't know. Let's say Ireland. Look at the mass population of white Christians there.
Okay, Ireland is a Christian state. So, like, what does that mean? So so Israel's a Jewish state, Ireland's a Christian state. How are these two?
Also, you're denying the Jewish ethnicity. It's not Israel has a is the Judaism is both a religion and an ethnicity.
You're right. That's why I called it an ethno-state. You don't like that term.
Yes, but by your logic, wouldn't Palestine also be an
Wouldn't Ireland also be an ethno-state? No, because people are free to
Yes.
immigrate and leave, to come and go as they please, provided regardless of their religion or their race.
Because the Irish are at no risk. The Irish don't have that history of being persecuted in other countries and they've historically had, they've only ever been occupied by Britain. I think that there's like a meaningful difference between the Irish existence and the Jewish existence historically.
Okay. But then what's
Again, I
so
think
so how
you're not really seeing writing on the wall about Jewish existence as like a minority. Historically,
It's
every
called
single
trauma.
thing we've tried has always been led to being kicked out, to be ethnically cleansed, or even genocided.
It's called trauma. Zionists have group trauma. They have a collective
Group trauma from some, but like there's no mystery as to why the founding of Israel was in 1948. It wasn't trauma. It was in direct reaction to like the worst atrocity. You say this
That's
like
called
it's
a trauma
irrational.
response. That's called
You
a
say
trauma
this like
response.
irrational.
I didn't
You
say
say this like-
irrational. No, I said a trauma response. Right? The
Well,
Jews
if you're
in...
you
Go on.
would see that there's a bit of a pattern.
Mhm.
Fine, let's call it trauma. I'll concede on that.
Sure. Great. So it's a trauma response. So the Jews started a Jewish ethno-state as a trauma response to World War II and everything that preceded that, right? It was the I hesitate to say straw. It was like a bale of straw that broke the Jewish camel's back, and they decided, you know what, that's it. We are doing whatever we got to do to start a Jewish ethno-state for Jews, by Jews, in favor of Jews, period. We are not going to be run out of this land, correct? It's not happening again. Not again.
Yes, however, there are more details that you're missing on here.
Okay, which crucial details am I missing? Go on. Let's paint this picture properly.
Prior to the founding of Israel, there were multiple competing ideas as to how Jewish people can coexist in Europe and in the East. And one of the major ideas up to World War II was the whole what is it called? Assimilation. And assimilation was the more prominent idea. They thought that the Zionists were nuts, hey, founding your own state is just going to cause more problems. Well, those people were subsequently killed by the Holocaust.
Okay.
It sort of was like a wake-up call. No one's going to protect the Jews other than the Jews. We initially thought that, hey, Britain will protect us. We're friends with Britain. Maybe they'll accept immigrants. They capped immigration. Maybe the Americans will help us. America capped immigration from Jews. Maybe Ireland actually wanted to deport Jewish people. All around Europe, there was really no one protecting Jewish people other than Jewish people.
Sure. What about people who hid Jewish people during Nazi Germany, like non-Jews? What about them?
Don't you think that's meaningfully different than like a nation coming in
Nope.
to accept refugees?
Nope. Those people were non-Jews who accepted Jewish refugees into their territory.
That was the exception.
But it happened.
Additionally,
You agree that it can happen.
It can happen, but those are
Right.
minority cases.
Okay,
Like, you
but
think that if it was like such an impactful thing, so many Jews wouldn't have died. Like, the
I
Jewish
understand that,
population
but
has yet to recover from the Holocaust. Like
okay.
that is.
If I'm a Christian, let's say I'm a
Mm-hmm.
German Catholic, and I live in
A
Nazi
German.
Germany, right?
Yes.
And I understand that they're rounding up Jews, and my Jewish neighbor is like, "Hey, listen, man, this is getting bad. Like, they're gonna come after me." And I say to my Jewish neighbor, "That's, you know what? You're right, because I know this guy and we're friends." And I say, "You know what? Come into my house, pretend like you left, pretend like you've already left for the camps, right? Just come into my house. You can live with me. We'll pretend that your house is just there, sitting there empty, right? Take your family too. Bring your family. We'll protect you guys as long as it takes, right?" And so, throughout Nazi Germany, and as it proceeds, you know, I have SS officers show up, knock on my door, they hide in the floorboards or whatever, and this family is kept safe by me, correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you agree that this happened?
Yes, but I don't see how that's
Okay.
relevant.
It's relevant because we're now building a reality whereby non-Jews are perfectly capable and willing to protect Jews, right?
Yes, but again,
It's
it's the
possible.
minority.
But it's
I don't.
possible.
I
Doesn't
don't
matter.
think that like. This is
See, we've all
historic.
but no, it's not.
Those
No.
people
Okay, what's a
existed.
historic?
Other
What's a historic?
countries wouldn't take in mass amounts of Jews because they didn't care. My point isn't that there are like people on an individual level who had sympathy for Jewish people. Those people existed.
Okay,
I'm
great.
talking about nations that are willing to take on Jewish refugees, or at least advocate for the Jewish people in other countries. Back then, those countries didn't exist.
How many people do you suppose? Just take a ballpark guess. How many people during Nazi Germany helped shelter Jews? Just give me like a ballpark estimate. A dozen, 1,000. What do you think? Doesn't matter. Give me a number.
I don't see how this is relevant.
Just trust me. Give me a number.
Let's just say around, let's say 10,000.
10,000. Perfect.
10,000.
10,000. Let's say that we took 10,000 people, all 10,000 of these people, and we set up a Christian state because they were all Christians, right? And this Christian state, comprised of these 10,000 Christians who all helped Jews during the Holocaust, would probably take these Jews in and protect them, right?
Yes.
It's possible, right? So then so then you're understanding then countries are built by individuals. They're comprised of individuals. So
why
if you
didn't
have
this
a
happen?
whole
You're talking in hypotheticals. Why didn't this happen?
No, I'm talking reality. Countries
Why
are
didn't it happen then? Why
Okay.
didn't a country of Samaritans help the Jews?
There were Samaritans within the country who didn't have the same
Within the
power that
country.
the anti-Semites and the people who didn't want to help them had.
I
That's
agree
why.
with you completely. This
Okay.
is the point. If there was a country, maybe it had the Jewish majority that had the sole purpose of advocating for the Jewish people and being the protector of the Jewish people, that country would take all of those immigrants.
But we just demonstrated it doesn't have to be a Jewish majority. It can just be a country like the United States.
But again, that didn't exist then, and that
Okay.
never happened. And the reason why that never materialized is because back then, no one wanted to advocate for the Jews.
You remember when Donald Trump brought Jewish people from Israel into the United States? Or was it out South Africa? South Africa. Sorry, that's a different thing. That's a bad example. Sorry, I was thinking South Africa. So do you think that right now, if the Holocaust were to happen again, let's just say it happens again and we all know about it, do you think the United States would be, like Donald Trump, for instance, would be inclined to take in Jewish refugees?
That depends. Did it happen already?
Well, according to you, it's impossible. Only Israel can do that.
What? No, in another world, did the Holocaust already happen? In this world, this fictional world in which you're describing.
Okay, but it's interesting to me that you didn't just immediately say no.
No, because there needs to be more details. The world in which you're describing is crazy because it just never happened. And
Okay, so then
partially
you
because
agree, though, we can stop here because you agree that there are circumstances in which that's possible. You agreed that by asking a clarifying question, right?
okay,
Yes, so there is a world in which it's possible to have a non-Jewish ethnostate take in Jewish refugees. That's possible, right?
all right, but prior to the existence of
Okay.
Israel, just name me a nation prior to the existence of Israel that had done this.
It doesn't matter. You agree that it's
It
possible.
does matter.
We
It
don't need a Jewish
100% does
ethnostate.
matter. If
Okay.
the idea of Zionism is to create this nation, you have to describe an alternative to say that Zionism was probably not good or not at
Okay.
all like a reasonable belief to have.
Israel falls apart tomorrow. Gone. Let's say that. Let's just say that that happens, right?
How? How does it fall apart?
It doesn't matter how it falls apart. This is the hypothetical. Israel falls
Okay.
apart, right?
Israel falls apart. Holocaust 2.0.
Yes, it falls apart. Is the United States going to take in Jewish refugees under the current administration? Do you think that they are inclined to do that?
I haven't the foggiest idea.
But the answer is not no, is it? Because it doesn't have to be a Jewish ethno-state.
Because, well, the world in which you're describing is a world that doesn't exist. A world that
That's what a
probably won't
hypothetical is.
exist. Yeah, but it's not all hypotheticals are made equal. Like, this is not a good hypothetical.
Okay, stop. It's time for a reality check. You are engaging in severe cognitive dissonance. What I'm trying to explain to you, and what a fact that you have implicitly recognized, is that a Jewish ethno-state is not required to protect Jews, period. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
You know what? I agree with that.
Good.
However, we're not talking about now. We're talking about back in the 1940s. Those countries didn't exist. Those countries were probably more towards the exterminationist policy towards Jews. So let's talk about let's talk about how we would in 1945. Hey, do you think that a country would accept the Jewish people? Or do you think that Jewish people should create their own country to protect themselves? Because we're not talking about now. Now we have Israel. Now the whole purpose of Zionism has been fulfilled. We have a Jewish state.
And if we ceased having a Jewish state, it's possible that those Jews could find protection elsewhere, in non-Jewish states, correct?
This is not the point I'm making. I want you to
Okay, fine. What point are you making? Go on.
So let's go back to the year 1945. Let's talk as if the moon landing had never happened. World War II is just over. I want you to make the anti-Zionist argument from that perspective, because that's when Zionism was like nearing to completion. That's when they were nearly to successfully achieve a state, which is the end point of Zionism. That's what the whole purpose of Zionism is to have the Jewish state. I want you to argue against that from the perspective in the 1940s.
Okay, well, let's talk about this Jewish state. Who's allowed in? Just Jews?
That depends, as long as there's a Jewish majority.
Can I come and go as I please, as long as I'm not doing anything wrong, even if I'm not Jewish?
Yeah.
Then fine. Have your Jewish state. I don't care. Can I live there?
Okay, good. Now you agree. Now you're a
Can I live
Zionist.
there? No. Can I live there?
Depends. You have to apply for a citizenship. It's the same with every other country.
Then how is this state, this Jewish ethno-state, meaningfully different from any other state? What's the difference? I can come and go as I please. Like, what if enough people come in that the Jews become a minority again?
Well, that's the thing. Countries dictate. Every country in the world does this. They dictate how many immigrants can come in
so then
in
there are
order to
limits.
achieve a certain majority. Germany does this. Ireland does this. It's.
And I disagree with all of them. People should be allowed to come and go as they please and live there as long as they're not doing anything wrong.
Do you think that Israel's neighbors do this?
Probably, to some extent, sure. But they're not
Really?
also bombarding Palestine, to my knowledge.
Do you think that if Israel ceases to have a majority Jewish population, that it won't just end up being an Arab ethno-state?
Again, this is a trauma response. You're
No, it's
terrified.
I'm looking at its neighbors, which are Arab ethno-states. Your definition, not mine. If Israel ceases to
I
have
never
a
said they were
Jewish,
Arab ethno-states.
okay, then what are they? They have a
They're
majority Arab
states. I don't
population.
know. They're just.
They
They
have
might be.
they
I
have
don't know.
laws.
You're just putting words
Oh,
in my mouth.
okay, fine then. Sorry, I thought
Okay,
that
I don't know
I
if
thought
they're
that was.
ethno-states. They could be. I mean, you could prove they're
Let's compare
ethno-states.
and
Like that's.
contrast. How is Israel an ethno-state and a place like, let's say, Syria not, or Jordan, or
I don't know. Like,
Arabia?
okay, so can I come and go into Syria as I please and live there if I want to and do what I want?
Yes, just like Israel.
Okay, and what if a majority population comes in who's not, let's say, Arab and settles there, but they're not doing anything wrong? Is that allowed?
No.
Okay, well then I disagree with that. Like that's my problem with Israel is it seems as though like once again you said it, it's this fear that like Arabs are going to come in and take over. Like once it's a majority Arab population, it's over. It's all over. Because Arabs, once they reach 51% of the population, they'll just go haywire and start killing Jews, right?
That's not what I said.
Okay, well that's what I'm getting. So what's the point? What's the purpose of keeping the Arab population below 51%?
It's not keeping the air population below 51%.
Yes,
It's
it
just
is.
can you recognize that the neighboring countries have like no Jews in them, and there's a very good reason for that.
Trauma response.
No,
This is your trauma response. Yes.
Either you don't
You
know
are
your
scared.
history,
You are terrified out of your mind. Yes.
either you don't know your history of that area,
Okay,
or
I recognize, listen, there's a reason that Jews are scared in Israel. I get that. It is not entirely illogical or irrational. Okay? There is a
yes,
history that the Jewish people have that has led them to this point. This is what I said earlier in the conversation when I said, I have a better understanding of Zionism and why people are Zionists, especially Jews. It's this fear of becoming the minority yet again and being subjugated yet again. I get that.
do you have any like counterpoint to to why that wouldn't happen if Israel suddenly was dissolved and it became a Arab majority state? Do you have any sort of counterpoint as to if the Israelis or the former Israelis, the Jewish people of that country, would just not be oppressed?
Do you believe that there are any Arabs that exist that don't oppress Jews?
Arabs that don't oppress Jews? I'm talking Arab nations. There's a difference between Arabs on an individual level and Arabs on a national level.
I'm asking you, individual Arabs. Do you think that they exist and they just don't oppress Jews? They get along with Jews even. Do you think there's even one?
I believe they exist, but they're inconsequential to the point.
No, they're
Or
not.
inconsequential to what happened.
No, they're not. You
Really?
believe that
So
they
prior to the
exist.
founding of Israel, why did all these countries with a burgeoning Jewish society suddenly
Stay on
the
one
Jewish
point.
population of those
No, we're
countries
staying.
disappear?
Nope. We're staying on this point. You agree that they exist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, what if a whole lot of them exist?
Yeah, what if a whole lot of them existed? Sure, go ahead.
Yes, because you agree that it's possible to be Arab and not subjugate Jews, right?
Yes.
It's possible. Okay, great.
Why
So
hasn't
then,
that materialized? Why hasn't
so
it
then,
materialized?
why hasn't it materialized? Probably because of a lot of history that I'm not entirely aware of. Okay, but it's
Oh, so
possible.
then you're telling me the Jewish belief is justified then? Because it hasn't materialized.
It's
You
explainable.
understand.
It's explainable. Okay, let me put it this way. If you have somebody who's like a rape victim, right? Let's take a rape victim. And let's say that this rape victim goes around stabbing men. Okay? Because it was a man that raped her. So she just starts, like, she just has a breakdown in the middle of the fucking mall and just starts stabbing men. Okay? Is she justified?
No. But
Okay.
I think there's a bit of a
But it's
difference.
explainable, right? That's an explainable behavior, right?
Okay, can I give you a similar analogy then?
Sure.
So let's say there's this woman that for whatever reason, every single place she's been in, she has been raped by a man. Every man she knew, no matter what language they spoke, how their upbringing was, she was raped. Every single one of them. Wouldn't you then say that perhaps she was justified in just going away to a place far away from those men and essentially fortifying herself to keep them out?
Well, that's an explainable behavior, for sure. But again, that's a trauma response. Because the number of men who actually took advantage of her is actually quite small in comparison to how many men exist. So, but the problem is she can't see that. Because
there must be some sort of explanation for why every man she's ever met, no matter who they were, has raped her.
There is.
What's the explanation?
This is an extreme example, and I don't think that like anybody actually exists who every single man that they've met has raped.
They're also a metaphor for the Jewish people. I
understand.
Yes.
Once again, this metaphor is extreme.
What about the Jewish people have made them so oppressible, so genocidable? Every single country they've been a minority in has been a horrible experience.
I haven't the faintest clue. I'm not a historian. I don't know. But they exist in the United States right now, and they're doing quite well for the most part. So I just don't think that
you're still talking about a post-Israel world. We don't know what happens. Jewish people do good until they don't. Well,
we can't rewind time and stop World War II from happening. So, and we can't stop Israel from forming. It already has. So moving forward, we have to decide the best path from here. Okay? And I don't think that an ethno-state is that path. I simply don't.
So you want Israel to dissolve?
I want Israel to not be an ethno-state. I want that landmass to be open.
Israel to dissolve. Like, what would it take for Israel to not be an ethno-state? I want you to tell me that.
They let people come and go as they please and live there if they want, as long as they're not doing anything wrong.
Yes, they do that.
They do? Okay,
but
so
they have to
then
keep
what?
in mind.
Okay, but you're saying there's a limit, right? We can't have too many Arabs
come in. There's a limit for every country in the world, even the country in which you live in.
They're terrified of having too many Arabs come in and replacing the population. It's great replacement theory, right?
It's a bit different than that.
Is it?
They have the world in which Israel, the Arab world, is very different from the Western world, and I think
no, it's not.
Do you understand?
We live on the same planet.
Yes, it is. Okay, why is it? Point out an Arab democracy that has naturally formed.
An Arab democracy that is naturally formed. Let's see.
That exists right now.
That exists right now.
Arab democracy exists right now.
Sure. Democracy in the Middle East and North Africa. The state of democracy, this is from Wikipedia, in the Middle East and North Africa can be comparatively assessed according to various definitions of democracy. De jure democracies in the Middle East and North Africa are according to system of government. Parliamentary republic. Iraq, Israel, Lebanon. There you go. They have a parliamentary republic.
Iraq, Israel, and Lebanon. Is that it?
That's 3 examples. Would you like more? I mean, Israel obviously is not one. Iraq and Lebanon. We can have more. There's a presidential
Iraq is a golden example of democracy.
I don't know. They just call it a democracy.
It's loosely defined as a democracy.
Okay, I don't think the United States is fully a democracy. Like, it is, but it's not. Like, we don't have majority rule.
We're a democratic republic, but it's usually what do you call it? A figure of speech. We usually describe that as like a sort of.
In some sense of the word, we have a democracy, but in another sense of the word, we don't in the United States, right? So when you say democracy, what do you mean?
What they have in Gaza to be a democracy because they do votes. It's not a good democracy. The votes don't mean anything.
Okay. Does my vote mean something in the United States?
Are you going to compare your vote to a vote a Gazan would have?
That's literally what we're doing.
Okay. I don't even know how to respond to that. Okay, fine. When you go to vote, how many parties are there? Who do you have to vote for?
There are many parties, but typically there are 2 that take
precedence. Are
there
people at the voting booths holding guns, trying to push you to vote in a specific way?
Is this what happens in Gaza? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, well then I wouldn't consider that a very good democracy, no.
Yes.
Okay.
Does a single party do the counting of the votes?
No, I believe they don't take party into consideration.
Well, I guess that's a bit of a difference than what we have and what Gaza has. Does our
So
party, does the party that wins in our country systematically kill the other party
does that
because of a fear
happen?
of
Where's
gaining
that
power?
happened?
It happened in Gaza. You were in
Well, I will
Letterboxd and
say
talked.
right now, we're certainly deporting a lot of them, but you know,
Yeah, and you would
another
agree that's not very
conversation.
good.
No, it's
Yeah,
not. But in
it's not
that
very
sense,
democratic.
like the United States is also quite, not good in the democracy department, I would say, right?
Yeah, we're struggling right now.
Yeah. So then, like, it seems that everywhere there, even where there is a democracy, there's some kind of problem with it. So, what do you mean by democracy?
Whatever the opposite they have in Israel's neighboring countries. You have monarchies, you have dictatorships, you have theocracies, you have all sorts of things, all sorts of Arab nations, none of which have really manifested in some form of government similar to what we have in Israel.
What does Israel have? What makes it so special?
Israel gives every member of its population the right to vote and choose the direction of the government. Are you aware that Israel has more Arabs, a 20% population of Arabs, than any Arab state has Jewish people? And all those Arabs have the right to vote,
Okay.
which is more than any Arab has in any of the Arab countries,
Okay, but the Palestinians don't, right?
because they're an occupied territory. That's a bit different.
Yeah, that's bad, right? Like occupied
Yeah,
territories should
the
still the
solution
people
to the
there.
occupied territory is for Israel to help form a Palestinian state. But the issue is not that, it's deciding how the state will go. But that's irrelevant. I'm talking about the idea of Zionism. And I think that it was successful in what it tried doing, which is form a Jewish state.
Okay. So there are currently people living within Israeli territory who do not have the right to vote. They are considered
They're
Palestinian
not
or Hamas or
within
what have you.
Israeli territory.
It is
They're in territory
Israeli
occupied.
occupied. Gaza is currently being occupied by
Yes, I
Israel.
agree.
Okay.
Yes,
So then it's Israeli territory for all intents and
it is
purposes,
not
right?
Israeli territory. That's not how that works.
Okay, they're trying to make it their territory, right?
They're not. I don't
Huh?
think any surrounding nation actually wants control of Gaza.
Then why is Israel there taking control of it?
Because, I don't know, it might have something to do with the massive terrorist attack that occurred, or them being at war with the current
Okay,
governing
so
body
then
of
I would
Gaza.
say at least one country wants control of Gaza, right?
No, they
But
want to achieve, they want to cripple the Hamas, which is what they did.
by
It might
taking
not be
control of
good.
it, you're just mincing
No,
words here. Like you're so
no.
oppositional to me at every point, at every word I say. Like we can't agree on anything. What's going on? I'm
Yeah,
trying really hard
we
here.
live in two very different worlds.
And we must be, because I feel like I'm speaking very plain English here. I asked for a good example.
Okay,
Like,
fine. Let's stop talking about this. Let's talk about the topic that I came here to discuss. I apologize
sure,
for
that's
sidetracking.
fine.
Hamas. Do you think Hamas are the good guys?
I think they're the less bad guys.
The less bad guys. What do you mean by that?
They don't have as much power, and they're largely looked at as a defense force and a revolutionary force by the people. So, in the narrative sense of what's happening over there, Hamas are, to many people, the heroes. I'm not saying
I'm
in
sure the
my view
same
they
could be
are.
said
I'm just
about the
saying,
Nazi Party in
huh?
Germany. I'm sure the same could be said about the Nazis in Germany by the German people at the time. How is this any different?
Perhaps. I can't say if that's wrong or not. But for all intents and purposes right now, Israel is cracking down hard on Palestine, invading them, removing people from their houses, dismembering children, starving them out. And Hamas is saying, you can't do that. And so that's why many people look at Hamas as the
Wait.
liberators.
What were children being dismembered before Hamas attacked? Like October 6th. How many can you name me like a case of a child being dismembered? People,
Okay,
Gazans
let's
being
say
removed
there weren't.
by Israel?
Let's say there weren't. Let's grant you that. There were no child dismemberments before October 7th. Now what?
Why do they invade?
October
Because
7th,
if
I
I remember
presume.
correctly, Israel didn't invade Gaza on October 7th. I think it was the other way around.
Okay. Now sell me on why we needed child dismemberment after October 7th. Sell me.
It was you talk about the child dismemberment as if it's intentional, as if it's
You're
if
the
it's as if it's
one.
not a byproduct of a war being held in a civilian area.
There's
Like,
just an awful lot of it. I feel like we should be
yeah,
more
well,
targeted in
there's
that.
a large population of children in Gaza. Why
Oh,
isn't
well then,
Hamas
maybe we should be less
civilian?
forceful with them and be more careful. Like, I feel like hurting
Just
children.
commit war crimes, rape women, take a bunch of hostages, kill a bunch of people. That's perfectly fine. But as long as Israel doesn't invade
I
them,
never said
they can
that,
hide.
man. I never
They can
said
hide
that.
behind the tents. Oh, so
I,
then
I
what would it?
go on.
What a massive terrorist attack?
You cut out for a minute. What'd you say?
Sorry. What response could Israel have done that wouldn't fall through with your what would you accept? What would an acceptable response of Israel be?
They should skin children alive. The younger, the better. They should do it with 1-year-olds and then throw them into furnaces and make
You're
sure they
telling
die
me
as
what
slowly as
isn't
possible. I think that's the only
damage.
response. That's the only
Okay, my
possible
question.
measured response.
Okay, my question for you: why aren't there any bunkers in Gaza? Why are all the civilians in buildings and not in like raid shelters?
Living their lives?
Israel has bomb shelters. Israel.
I know, because they're traumatized. They're terrified. Of course they have fucking bomb shelters. They're terrified because they're... Where's the disconnect here? You're just drowning it in and drowning it in. Yes, I get it. Israel's terrified of being attacked because they're comprised of largely...
been attacked, and they're willing to protect their own citizens. Unlike Hamas in Gaza, they want to maximize civilian deaths. That's literally a part of their whole. That's a part of their strategy. They want to make international pressure as on Israel as hard as humanly possible. And the way in which they
Why?
What?
Why? Why do they do this? For what purpose?
A purpose, so we can get another condemnation of Israel in their
Why?
battle
Why
tactics.
Why do we want to condemn Israel so badly? If we're like Arab people trying to invade or destroy Israel, why do we want that?
Because we want to have one more Arab nation.
Why?
I don't know. Ask
you don't know.
John
You
Arab
don't care
himself.
to know, do you? You don't care.
Well, do you know?
I can guess.
Okay, guess. Tell me.
Okay. I think that I mean, you're not going to like my response. I think that the reason that they want to build an Arab nation is because they have been taken over by Hamas, who are Islamic extremists, and they've been seen as the liberators. And as the liberators, Hamas has also been able to sneak in this religious messaging saying, look, the Jews are doing bad things over in Israel, okay? And they're doing bad things over here in our homeland as well. So the only way forward is to dismantle the Jewish state and institute an Arab one, and then you can live in paradise because we won't be oppressed by Israel anymore. I think that's their logic.
Okay. I kind of agree with that.
Okay. They're traumatized.
So back to the whole maximizing of civilian deaths. Do you think that Hamas holds at least a little teensy tiny bit of responsibility for the massive amounts of civilian death?
I think that Hamas is a very imperfect group. If that's
they're imperfect.
Yes.
Well, there's a difference between being imperfect and actively encouraging death among your civilians. Again, where are all the bomb shelters? Where are all the bomb shelters?
With what are they building these bomb shelters? With what time?
I don't know.
With what resources? With what money? They're destitute. Israel has taken everything from them.
Large amounts of aid. All that aid goes somewhere.
Okay, so you're telling me. So you're telling me.
How are they building all these tunnels?
So you're telling me if there are no bomb shelters, they are not at risk of being bombed, correct? And
No,
in fact, never have been bombed. It just haven't happened. I mean, if it
no.
has, where's the
What
bomb
I'm
shelter
telling
then?
you,
I mean,
what I'm telling
okay,
you,
then what's the point of this line of dialogue then? Why the bomb shelters? I don't give a
the
fuck.
line of dialogue is that Hamas does not care about their own
Maybe
civilian
not.
population.
Maybe
Why
not.
do they
Maybe
hide
you're
under
right.
civilian? Why do they hide under civilian infrastructure?
Okay, maybe they don't give a fuck about their citizens. Maybe you're
No.
right. But you know what?
Do you agree that they don't give a fuck? I want you to say that.
Let's cede the argument and say yes, they don't give a fuck. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Now what?
They don't give a fuck. Now let's go on to them actively trying to maximize civilians, because that's what they're doing. They even say that they're doing that.
Why would they do this?
Because it makes Israel look bad on the international community, and that's the best kind of pressure they can inflict.
Here we go, round again. Why do they want Israel to look bad? Remember?
They want Israel to look bad because they have it in their head that if enough countries condemn Israel, Israel will cease to be.
And why do they want Israel to cease to be?
Because they're a bunch of religious fanatics.
Oh, they're just religious fanatics. They're like animals. Right?
Yeah, Hamas literally is religious fanatics. I want you to read their constitution and tell me that.
We should put them down like dogs because they're like rabid dogs, right? They're just animals. They have no deeper logic to what they're doing. They're just.
Okay, why haven't
we
they
should put them
surrendered
down
then?
like rabid dogs, right?
Why haven't they surrendered?
Well, should we? Should we put them down like rabid dogs?
Should they surrender?
I'll answer your question. Answer mine. What do you think ought to be done with Hamas?
You know, what I think should be done by Hamas is that we should just, like, I don't know, reward their terrorist attack by doing nothing.
You're trying to do the thing I did. That's cute.
Yeah, exactly.
No, what ought to be done with Hamas, okay? First of all, Israel needs to pull the fuck out of the home that's not theirs. Okay, it's not theirs. They're in somebody else's house.
They went in there. They weren't in there when Hamas attacked. Why'd Hamas attack? Israel wasn't in Gaza before that. Gaza was
not about Gaza. Okay, Palestine, the West Bank. Okay,
the West Bank.
Yes, Palestine. Right.
In order to do that, there needs to be two parties to make an agreement as to what should be done with the land. The reason why Palestinian state hasn't coalesced was because there's never been a sort of agreement and never been a sort of push for that.
A sort of push for what? Sorry, my brain.
Push for a Palestinian state in that area, at least one that recognizes Israel as existing.
That's because Israel has been encroaching and encroaching and encroaching. So, of course, they're not going to be very open to the idea of a two-state solution with Palestine and Israel together.
Okay, like then.
Well, you're
explaining why they haven't done that, and that sort of describes why it
trauma.
Is that there is no independence.
Why there's what? No independence?
Like you're trying to make a very complicated situation seem very simple, but it
is. It's very
really
simple.
Isn't. There are many different details.
It is.
You believe it's very simple?
Yes, I do. I believe that this can be explained at the individual level. Everything can, because we're all individuals and we comprise society and as such.
Israel does that. Israel pulls out of Palestine or Gaza and the West Bank.
Yes.
To Israel borders, right? What happens? Do you think that like the West Bank has like any sort of governmental infrastructure to last or to build its own? Or do you think that what's going to happen is the same thing that happened in Gaza, which is the most radical party gets pushed in and they just become another front for terrorism attacks against Israel?
Well, maybe that's why they need reparations, right? They need a helping hand. So that
do you believe that if you throw enough money at a group of people, they will de-radicalize?
I think that throwing money at people is better than not throwing money at them, especially if they need the money, right? We can agree on that.
That's not answering my question.
But you say that as though like, you just throw money at poor people and then they'll be better, right? Yes! Yes, actually.
Okay, so you think that throwing money at a
Mm-hmm. Are you cutting out again? I can't hear you.
Sorry. Do you think that throwing money, like, giving them reparations, money, will de-radicalize the population?
I think that's a good start. Okay, because if they see
will it de-radicalize them?
It's a good start. I don't think that alone will de-radicalize them. I think that there's a lot of mending that needs to happen because there's a very deep wound, okay? And that wound doesn't heal overnight. You don't just throw some money at somebody who has a very deep wound that needs treatment. You and frankly, even with that money, they may not have the guidance to know what to do about such a wound. They may have no medical knowledge. So what you need to do is guide them toward the hospital, pay the bills, get the treatment.
Who's guiding these people? Who's guiding these people? Israel pulled out. Who's guiding these people?
Well, it could be Israel if they have such.
Oh, so you're.
Hold on.
Well, how would they be able to do that as a neighbor? They just pulled out. They have no control over what goes on.
Well, if your neighbor invades your house and decides to ransack the place, and then they pull out and go back to their own house, and they say, "Hey, bro, sorry about that. I was having an episode. Like, here, let me help you clean up." Do you accept their help?
This isn't a very good comparison.
Why not?
Why not? You're reducing the complex nature of Israel and Palestine.
Let's say he kills your daughter. Let's say this guy kills your daughter. He comes into your house, kills your daughter, goes back and says, "Hey, listen."
Kills my daughter.
Huh? Yeah.
Why did he do that?
Yeah. So why did he do that?
Did I do something to him? Did I do something to him? Because
he thinks you did. He's delusional. He thinks you did.
My daughter.
He thinks you did. He didn't. What reason would satisfy you? He comes in and kills your daughter and then leaves. He goes back to. He fucks off to his own house.
Really bad analogy.
Why?
Why is it a really bad analogy? Because again, you're taking a very complicated situation. You're simplifying it down to a neighborly homicide. In this situation, there is a clear bad. There is a clear wrong that's being done. In the Israel-Palestine situation, both sides have done horrible things. Both sides.
Both sides
have their reasons for what they do.
Both sides are comprised of individuals who have reasons for their actions. Okay? So yes, we can in fact reduce this down to single people living next to each other. Because we are all just single people living next to each other and trying our best to coexist. Okay? So yes, you can in fact reduce this down to that.
Let's add more details to make it more similar to the case. All right?
Okay. Sure.
So in my case, I'll be the Gaza. My neighbor coming into my house will be the one who is Israel. So I have my house. In response to me going to his house, killing his daughter and kidnapping his wife, he comes to my house to get them back. All right?
Okay. Fair.
You know, I'm not going to give up his wife without a fight. I'm going to fight back. I'm going to fortify this house. And let's say throughout this, he causes some collateral damage. He kills my son and my dog, and destroys a bunch of the interior of my house.
So wait, hold on. Who started this? You started this, right? Or
no, neither side in this case started this, because I can just keep drawing back the timeline to whatever.
You're right.
Whoever started. There is no side that started this. But in your case, there was a clear start. There's a clear start. The one who came to your house and destroyed it. That's the start. But you're drawing the line at a specific point.
You have to draw the line somewhere. We can go back and back and back as far as we want, but eventually you have to deal with the current reality and stop the process somewhere. You have to stop the cycle of violence. So the people who are going to stop, the most likely people to stop the cycle of violence, is always going to be the people with the most power. I think that it's fair to expect that of them, right? To stop the cycle of violence.
Now you're arguing for the status quo. If Israel pulls out of Gaza, we just have prior to October 7th.
Okay. And then
we have Hamas in control. They will just,
and then,
I don't know, plan another terrorist attack.
If October 7th 2 happens, the
cycle starts again.
There we go. You're right. So Israel pulls out. October 7th 2, Electric Boogaloo happens. Right? We're on board so far? Okay. The response to that then should not be what Israel did in the first place, right?
Go to war with a country that clearly attacked them?
Correct. Don't go to war. Don't invade
Don't
them.
go to war. We're war.
Correct.
Just take it. Just take it on the chin.
Engage in
1,200
defensive.
people killed, kidnapped, raped, murdered. Don't worry about it. You don't want to. You don't want to like play by their game. You don't want to play into their hand by attacking them and try to take out these people who did this attack. Just let it happen. It's perfectly fine.
You done?
Yeah.
Did I say that?
Well, fine. Then tell me what you said. Because I'm pretty sure what you said was.
Do you want to know, or do you want to keep putting words in my mouth? Which one?
No, I want to know. Go tell me. Tell me what you said.
Stick your hand up my ass and puppet my mouth for me.
No. Tell me what you said. I want to hear what you said.
Do you? Because I'm not convinced you do. You seem to just want to sit here and put words in my mouth and think that I'm the bad guy.
No. Go ahead. Tell me. I want you to tell me what you said.
No. Because now no. Stop.
Maybe I misheard you.
Because now I question whether you even think that I am a good faith actor. Do you?
That depends.
You don't. This whole conversation then is fucking pointless. We may as well be talking to brick walls, the both of us, because you don't think that I'm here in good faith.
Tell me, what were you saying? I apologize. I misheard you. Tell me what you were saying.
So, Israel pulls out of Palestine. Yes?
Yes. Israel pulls out of Palestine.
October 7th, 2 happens.
Yes.
Israel does not dismember children this time. How about that? Can we start there?
Okay, so what does that entail? Like, you're telling me
How about
that
not dismembering children?
Saying this sounds like you're saying Israel is intentionally doing this rather than being collateral damage.
Okay.
Do you think Israel is just like, boy, a bunch of babies to dismember?
Do you know what a measured response is? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that what Israel is doing right now is a measured response?
I don't even know how to quantify that.
Figure it out and then answer yes or no.
Okay, so
you know what a measured response is?
Yes,
right?
Let's describe the two features. A group masses on the border intentionally goes out of their way to attack civilian targets, killing as many people as they can. Do you agree?
Say that again.
Hamas amasses on Israel's border. They invade. They kill. They win and destroy as many civilian targets as possible, as much as they can.
Let's say yes. Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did that. Yes, they did. I agree.
Yes.
They did. That was October 7th. Yes. October 7th was a horrific atrocity that Hamas should
Israel's
not have engaged
response, what should it have been?
Okay, good question.
Don't tell me what it should have been. Tell me what it should have been.
Okay, good question. Fine. Let's go down this route. What Israel should have done. First and foremost, neutralize the threat, the immediate threat. If there are still
neutralize
people, the immediate threat. If there are still
people,
so
what does that mean?
I'm explaining. If there are still people in Israel who are members of Hamas and who are actively a danger to the public, restrain them. Restrain them. Or if necessary, kill them. Only if necessary, though. Otherwise, we are restraining.
Really? Only if necessary?
So far. Only if necessary. Yeah. Otherwise, we restrain. Okay. This is the first part of our measured response. Now,
yes,
we take the people who committed this atrocity or were the masterminds behind it to a room and we say, hey, what the fuck?
Whoa. How are we doing that, though? The masterminds are not even in Israel at this point.
Okay,
they're in all these other Arab nations.
But
how are we going to do that?
But if we capture somebody from Hamas, right, who was part of this atrocity, and we question them, we can start to gather a little bit of intel, can't we?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're telling me like Israel didn't do this.
Did they not?
This was the immediate response. Yeah, they
Okay, so they're
captured.
gathering
They
it. Okay,
captured
so they captured. They took. Okay, so we're on board so far. Then what Israel did up to this
Yes,
point
yeah.
is fine. Okay.
So did that. Yeah.
Okay, so they're doing it right so far. So they gather intel. Okay, they try to pinpoint where the leadership of Hamas is at, so that they can infiltrate and capture them. Correct?
So what do you mean by infiltrate and capture? Can you tell me how they would do this in a meaningful, realistic sense? What do they do?
How about what? What is it? SEAL Team 6, right?
You're going to send special forces into enemy territory.
Yes.
I don't think you understand what the purpose of special forces is. Also, sending something like SEAL Team 6 in would also just end up in civilian deaths.
There might be collateral damage. That's true. I'm not saying
there
there's going
will
to be
collateral damage.
You like to interrupt a lot. I'm not saying
No.
that there's.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm not saying that there's going to be zero collateral damage. Okay? What I am. You want to say something?
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm showing him listening. I'm saying,
Okay.
Sorry.
So, I'm not saying there's going to be no collateral damage. What I am saying is you need to minimize it. And sending in a special force team with the primary objective of capturing the leader of Hamas and bringing him in for questioning should be what happens. That is the proper protocol. Don't invade. Don't dismember children. I'm not done, man. You keep interrupting.
No,
you're really good at that.
What you're saying is actually stupid. I'm trying to ask you to look into this. I don't think you know what special forces are used for.
I want them to be used for this. What's wrong with that?
That's not strategically viable.
Why not? What's wrong with my plan?
I suggest you look into it because I can't be the one to.
But you clearly have, right? You clearly have. So I feel like I've been a very good faith actor this entire time. Just explain to me the problem.
Okay. Explain to you the problem. So I want to ask you a question first, just
Sure.
in order to so we're all on the same boat.
Sure.
What do you think the Special Forces unit is?
The Special Forces unit, you cut out a little bit.
What do you think the purpose of a Special Forces unit is?
I don't know the exact purpose. Enlighten me.
Do you think they attack without any sort of support? Do you think that they're supposed to be used outside of military action? Any sort of invasion or as a specific targeting thrust, I guess you could say?
I don't know.
You don't send special forces in to an enemy territory to do a single task like that. They're usually used in collaboration with separate forces of your military to achieve the initial end of invading.
Yes, you might need to clear the way a little bit. Yes, you might need to collaborate.
Okay, so now we're going to clear the way a little bit.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Okay, you take some forces. You say we know that this, and that military outbase is here, and there. And we need to contend with that because if we try to send special forces in, they're going to get caught by these things. So we need to go in, neutralize these areas by the most peaceful means necessary, and pave the way such that we can send the special force squad in and capture the head.
So what do you mean by neutralize these forces in the most peaceful way possible? What are we doing?
The most non-lethal way possible. What you're doing is you're going in with equal or greater amounts of firepower and force. You're telling them, lay down your arms or we'll use lethal force on you. And then if the response is no, you start using lethal force until you can stop. Because that's what you have to do to capture the head. You do what you have to do to capture the head. But you don't kill civilians. You can do this without large collateral damage like what's happening right now. It is at best, the most charitable I can be to Israel. The most charitable I can be to Israel. This is the most charitable ability I can ever give them is that they are doing a horrendously sloppy job. Horrendously sloppy. Even if I were to agree with what they're doing, which I don't. But let's say that I did. It's horrendously sloppy.
Okay. My question is, do you believe that Hamas, part of their strategy, is to put as many civilians between them and Israel's forces as humanly possible?
Maybe it is.
Maybe it is. Do you think it is?
It could be. I don't know. But let's say that it is. Let's say that it is. Let's say that Hamas is not simply using military outposts. They are specifically putting their outposts in the way of civilian targets. Right?
They are. This is
okay.
this
fine.
is explicitly true. No one denies this, not even Hamas.
Fine.
Yes.
We recognize this. What do we do now? What do you think?
Well, Israel has to do the calculations to determine how can we exercise our right of they have the right to defend themselves. They have the right to go to war with Gaza and Hamas. But they also have to follow proportionality. So they have to do calculations to determine, hey, how can we minimize civilian death while gaining a certain military advantage? Now, those equations, those calculations are kept private for a good reason. We don't know what goes into that. But they still have to follow that law.
So here's what you can do. They're hiding among civilian population, right?
Yes.
So you take the civilian population and you say, hey, we're not here to hurt you guys, but we understand that there is somebody or some bodies living among you who are, committing acts of terror on our country. And so we don't want to do this, but we need to take you guys in and interrogate some of you, if not all of you. Okay? And we're going to do this as peacefully as possible. We're going to be as reasonable as possible about this as we can. And we are going to see if we can find out who it is that is part of Hamas and capture them and take them as a prisoner of war. Okay? And try to get information out of them. Okay? And maybe you take this entire group of people and frankly, the more that you inconvenience these people, the more that they are going to help you find the rat. Does that make sense? Like if they can tell that you're not trying to hurt them, the inconveniencing factor is not Israel at this point, it's Hamas, right? Hamas is the reason that this is happening.
Hamas is the reason the war started. But
okay,
I agree.
But you get what I'm saying, right? They'll cooperate.
No, I understand. Can you describe any other war that you would have to solve like this?
Every war.
Really? So
yes.
Storming the beaches of Normandy, we have to ask who are the Nazis and then take them in and interrogate them.
The Nazis had an entire outpost set up at Normandy. They were shot in the fucking ocean.
Oh, okay. So the Nazis, you're telling me the Nazis did better at differentiating themselves from civilians?
No, listen.
So you're telling me that...
Okay, what you described to me, okay, maybe we're talking about different things then. Are you describing a literal military outpost that is interspersed with civilian populations? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay, so they have guns. They just go guns blazing whenever somebody shows up to take them over, right?
Yeah. Wait, you think that Israel wasn't just sitting at that hospital fragging it for no reason? You don't think that they were fighting for like 7 days, just shooting at the hospital?
I think they're doing it because they want the land. They want the land. They're trying to settle. Yes, they are trying to settle there. Right?
They want the land of Gaza.
If they were just trying to, yes, they want that land. Trump has said as much. He wants to set up resorts.
Why did they pull out of it?
Why they pull out of it?
In
In 2005, you mean?
In 2005? You're telling me that they're like bipolar? They're like, oh, we don't want it now?
That's a good question. Let's look it up. Why did Israel pull out of Gaza in 2005? From Al Jazeera. Do we trust Al Jazeera or should I find a different source?
I wouldn't trust Al Jazeera on this subject.
Fine. How about Wikipedia? Maybe we can find it on there. They disengaged from the Gaza Strip.
The same exact thing for Wikipedia on this specific subject.
Okay, you don't like Wikipedia. Which source do you like?
No. You know what? No, go with Wikipedia. I'm just telling you in general, I wouldn't trust Wikipedia on this subject. But just do it. I want to know
what that tells me is I'm going to read until you hear something that you don't like, and you're going to say, well, I don't trust that part. So do we trust it or not?
There's more complexity to it.
Because you've been, I'm going to be honest with you, you've been very, hold on. Fine. You've been very bad faith this entire conversation, so I don't trust you. So tell me if this is a good source or not.
Yeah, it's a good source. Go with Wikipedia.
Good, great.
There you go.
You're very frustrating to talk to. I just want you to know that. In 2005, Israel disengaged from the Gaza Strip. We read all this earlier in the loaner box debate. Give me a second. Hold on, I'm trying to... You do the... Are you kidding me? Are you fucking me? Are you fucking me right now? Are you...
You all right?
Windows, for the love of fuck. Thank you. Christ almighty. I hate Windows so much. Okay. So, the Gaza Strip disengagement occurred 7 months after the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, which ended the Second Intifada. Okay, so we have the Second Intifada, a major uprising by Palestinians against Israel and its occupation from 2000. Starting as a civilian uprising in Jerusalem and Israel proper, Israeli security responded with extreme violence, killing over 100 Palestinian protesters within the first few weeks. This led to the uprising devolving into a period of heightened violence in Palestine and Israel. The violence, including shooting attacks, suicide bombings, and military operations, continued until the Sharm el-Sheikh summit of 2005, which ended hostilities. Okay, so we have the background for why there was violence in this area to begin with. So, why did they end it?
Why they end the occupation of Gaza?
Sharon suggested his disengagement plan for the first time on December 18, 2003, at the 4th Herzliya Conference. In his address to the conference, Sharon stated that, quote, is it Sharon or Sharon? I don't know. Sharon? Sharon, thank you. That settlements which will be relocated are those which will not be included in the territory of the State of Israel in the... hold on, there's a lot of words. Which will not be included in the territory of the state of... So, okay, so relocated are the ones that are not in Israel in the framework of any possible future permanent agreement. At the same time, in the framework of the disengagement plan, Israel will strengthen its control over those same areas in the land of Israel, which will constitute an inseparable part of the state of Israel in any future agreement. So it looks like they were pulling out forces to recoup and distribute those forces in areas that they felt were more worthwhile to control. That's what it looks like to me. Like, that's why they pulled out of Gaza. And that's why they pulled out of Gaza, and they didn't pull out of everywhere else.
Yeah, they pulled out. So you agree? They pulled out of Gaza. They don't want Gaza. Why would they pull
out?
They want
all of it.
If they want
Gaza? They want all of it. They were just strategically pulling out for a brief period of time to reconvene and come back later, which they did. They came back later. They're there now, right?
They're there now because the Palestinian Hamas attacked them.
But they're there like seeking to take over the land. They want Gaza. They want to control Gaza, yes?
I don't think so.
Okay. I think that's ridiculous.
You think that's ridiculous? Okay, where's like a... You're telling me that they intentionally pulled out so they can invade again later?
Yes. Sometimes you need to retreat. That's called a... Do you know what a strategic...
You're making that claim. I want you to prove that claim.
They're back. They're back, and they won it again. Like, what do you... They were there in the first place. Okay. They were there in the first place, right? Clearly, they wanted it in the first place. And then they decided, okay...
Why they were there in the first place? You want me to tell you?
Sure.
They were there in the first place because during the 1970s, when Israel gave the Sinai to Egypt in a peace plan, Egypt did not want control over Gaza. They offered Gaza.
So Egypt gave... Was that within Egypt's jurisdiction to do?
Yes. It was a part of the peace plan. They didn't want the responsibility over Gaza, so they denied.
Okay, so Egypt controlled Gaza. People living
Egypt did not control Gaza at that time.
So then it wasn't theirs to give.
No, Israel occupied Gaza at that time, and Israel offered to give it to return control of it to Egypt because Egypt initially had control over it. Egypt did not want to control Gaza.
Okay, Israel controlled Gaza, and then they offered to turn it over to Egypt because they didn't want control over it. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, because...
Okay, but that doesn't tell me why...
Gaza is like
But that doesn't tell me why they were there to begin with.
The reason why they're there to begin with is because after Israel's founding, the Arab nations declared war on them. They held off. The second time, Israel led a preemptive strike against Arab aggression against Egypt. Ended up in that war, they ended up with a lot of additional land, which included the West Bank, the West Bank, Gaza, and Golan Heights. That's why Israel had all that land. That's why they were able to expand.
So they acquired territory.
They acquired territory through wars. Yeah.
Okay, that's called why can't I think of it? I can't think of the word. Oh fuck. Imperialism. It's imperialism.
Do you know
right?
why Israel grabbed the land? Israel did not, even though Israel did the preemptive strike, it wasn't like Israel was not a threat. Egypt was mobilizing its forces at Israel's border. They shut down the Suez Canal to Israeli ships. That is literally a means for war.
What's it means for war? I'm sorry, I got distracted by a notification.
Sorry. Prior to Israel doing a preemptive strike, Egypt was mobilizing its forces at the Egypt-Israeli border. Their leader, Nasser, was talking about invading Israel and saying that he would. He had closed the whatchamacallit, Suez Canal to Israeli ships and trades, and he had expel the UN peacekeeping forces in Egypt. That is cause for war for Israel. Israel had the right to attack because Egypt was clearly aggressing on them.
Israel had the right to stop them because there was a threat of violence. And what you do with a threat of violence is you stop that person from being able to commit it using the least violent means possible. Okay? You don't start a war. You go in, you restrain, and you remove. Okay?
I'm sorry, but
you can do all of that without killing.
Really? So
yes,
Egypt.
Ideally.
So you're telling me that the Egyptians or Egypt itself did not have any sort of sway in this? That them increasing the amount of
Are you telling me this?
forces?
Are you telling me that? Are you telling me this?
Yeah, I'm asking you because you're giving a.
How about you just ask a question? Just ask a question instead of saying.
Okay.
Are you telling me? Are you?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Stop that!
The standard in which you're holding Israel in is a standard in which no other country would be held to.
Okay, do you think that I hold no other country to that standard?
Yes.
Have we talked about any other country that I have not held to the same standard?
Okay, so you're telling me that
You're telling me
that in World War II that Israel, that America should have should have made as much effort as they could to kill as little amount of forces as humanly possible.
You're telling me. You're telling me. Yeah.
I'm sure
Sorry,
you feel
go ahead.
good.
No, go ahead. Repeat it, because I wasn't listening. I was having fun.
Okay. We're all having fun here. I don't even know, like, the way in which you see war and how it's supposed to be how it should be done is very different from how war is and how it is done.
Do you want to kill me?
You're telling me what?
Do you want to kill me?
No.
Do you see any world in which you want to kill me?
Yes.
Like what?
Like if we were in opposing nations and both of our nations were at war.
You would want to kill me, Alec Gunter, specifically.
Not specifically, but if you
so
were a
you don't want to
soldier
kill me.
and we had a fight, I would have to, if you and I were soldiers in that war and we were face to face and we had our bayonets, yeah, I'd want to kill you.
Okay.
Because again, that's how.
You are depersonalizing. That is how you can see yourself killing somebody, is by depersonalizing. You're not killing Alec Gunter. You're killing a member of the opposing nation state, right? That's how wars happen.
But in
They
that, I am killing
depersonalize.
Alec Gunter.
So that's why I'm trying to bring this back down to the human level and make people understand that we are all individuals. I'm not the United States. Even if I put on the uniform of the United States and go to war for the United States, I am still Alec Gunter, okay? And my name will be written on a wall somewhere if I perish as Alec Gunter, not as a random member of the United States military, as Alec Gunter. How do you feel? So let's say that you're the one that kills Alec Gunter. How do you feel about the fact that you killed Alec Gunter? How does that make you feel?
You know what? I feel pretty bad because I'm a pacifist.
Okay. So then maybe this is a good thing to do. Personalize people again, right? Humanize them. This is why I reduce everything down to single people, because
I do agree with you.
We've lost that.
I agree with what you're saying 100%. But the issue is that this is not how the world works. No nation thinks like this. No nation operates like this.
It's got to start somewhere.
I think it'd be a bit psychopathic for a nation to operate like this, because the moment a nation that doesn't operate like this, that nation will cease to be. You can't have a nation of pacifists to a fault.
I personally operate like this, and I own a pistol.
You're gonna tell me that you're gonna do everything you can prior to shooting a person who is threatening your life before shooting them?
You're telling me. I'm not responding to any more sentences that start with "you're telling me," so try again.
Okay, fine. What you are saying is that you will exhaust every single option to a fault before shooting someone with that pistol.
Yes, correct.
To a fault.
To a fault? No, obviously. No, if I feel like my wife and I are at risk, if there's even a modicum of a chance that person is here to kill me, I will put several caps in their head.
Okay, so let's say I come invading your house and saying, hey, I'm going to kill you and your wife. But before I do this, I strap a bunch of babies to myself. So in order for you to kill me with your gun, you have to shoot through a few babies. What are you going to do?
Is he going to let the babies go?
What?
After he's done killing me and my wife, is he going to let the babies go? Do I have any reassurance that he's going to do that?
No.
Okay, then I might just shoot through a baby.
You might just shoot through a baby. Okay. Yeah. You're mutilating a baby just so you can defend your wife. Is that really worth it? Is that really what you want to do? Is that really the best solution?
It's not what I want to do.
Is that the best solution? Is there a better solution than shooting through a baby?
I see what you're getting at, man. I do. Okay?
Yeah.
I get it. What I'm telling you is that that's not what's happening.
Really? So what is happening?
Israel is needlessly killing and dismembering and starving people. Needlessly. They're doing it for the land. Needlessly. They want that land for themselves. Yes, needlessly, yes. Not always. I'm sure there are some instances. I'm sure there...
Prove it. You have yet to prove that they really want control of Gaza.
There's video evidence everywhere of starving children and dismembered children and phone bombs being detonated.
Like I'm disputing right now is that Israel wants to control Gaza, and I don't think that's true.
Then I don't think you're paying attention. Now I'm getting tired of this conversation. So what would you like to wrap up with?
Show me some of your evidence.
I'm getting tired of this conversation. How would you like to wrap this up?
Certainly. You want to go first, or should I go first?
Go ahead.
All right. I like you. I apologize if I've been rude to you. I
appreciate
don't
that.
like to be like this. But I do. But on the other hand, I do believe that you need to. I want you to do research streams. I want you to read into a lot of this stuff so you can argue about it better. Lonerbox went in there, and you didn't know a single thing, despite the fact that you had such conviction that you wanted to argue with him about it. You didn't have the information at all. He had to teach you all this stuff. I just think that
He didn't seem to mind. Right?
Yeah, he didn't seem. I just think I felt secondhand embarrassment. If I went into that situation, if I challenged someone online to a debate, I'd at least have a little bit of knowledge, or at least like not have them like to stop and teach me about all this stuff.
I will admit that it accelerates the conversation if two people are aware of all of the knowledge necessary to have it. Okay? Knowledge is a conversation accelerant. That's all it is. Two people are on the same page, they can get to the point faster. I don't have that knowledge. I didn't do the work required to get that knowledge. Okay? That's on me. But at the same time, I still end up I have it now. I know a lot more now than I did before I conversed with Lonerbox, so that's good, right?
Yeah, but it sort of defies the whole purpose of you challenging him to a debate.
I wanted to talk to him.
Okay.
And we talked, and it was a good talk. Okay. I had somebody in my audience say they dropped a dono to Lonerbox, and Lonerbox said, yeah, I'm chill and I'm cool. So he'll talk to me again, which is great. I'm trying to build connections. That's all I'm trying to do. And I'm trying to make people...
Well, that's good. I want you to do more research. I think that'd be better.
That's
better for your
critique.
community. I'd feel better. I'd feel better because I like you. I don't want to. I don't like being rude, or I don't like being mean.
Then don't. Simply don't. Okay.
1 hour every day.
Huh? I didn't catch that. What'd you say?
Never mind. Just
okay.
Happy December.
Happy December, sir. Good talk.
Yeah.
You take care, okay?
You too.
All right. What an interesting lad. All right, well, Lisa wants to speak next. I didn't have Lisa scheduled. Can we make it quick? Like 20 minutes or less. Okay, great. Very well. Hello.
Hi.
What's on your mind, Lisa?
Hi, how are I think I wanted to talk about like how I feel about the left and the right. I feel like it's been so much that like I don't feel like I belong to one of those anymore. Like I feel like both of them are not good.
Both?
You know?
Both of what? Sorry.
Both the left and the right.
Okay.
I even made a video script about that. I sent it to you, I remember. Right?
Yeah, I skimmed through it. I'm sorry. It's just like... I feel like I'm debasing myself when I read ChatGPT slop. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get on your case or anything. Just, it does not interest me.
I see. That's fine.
So, I'd be much more inclined to like read a sloppy script that you wrote.
I mean, I have it over here, but it's really unorganized.
Okay, we can organize it. But anyway,
yeah,
that's beside the point. So you're not a leftist or a conservative, right?
No, I am an outside leftist because I don't like being associated with the left nor the right.
Okay, what do you... So I'm a leftist. I'm a communist. What do you... What's like your major disagreement with me as a leftist?
As a leftist, with you as of right now, I don't have the core disagreement that makes me want to leave the left and the right, like, because I feel like you have the empathy to understand other political opponents, because like my problem was always being like the left really does really just like sometimes really calls people fascists and all that stuff without a reason. I mean, there are people who are certainly fascists, but like I've seen some self-proclaimed fascists. But I feel like not everyone who's a conservative is fascist, you know?
I agree. I have conservative family members, and they're not fascists. I think they uphold a system of fascism.
Hmm. I think that also the turning point for me was when Charlie Kirk got shot. I first celebrated it, but after that, I just felt so numb and I felt so bad for celebrating the death of someone that I noticed I was too far into the left. You know, I just kind of left it, you know.
I, on Charlie Kirk, I owe the rest of my life to Charlie Kirk. And I mean that with
Mm,
full sincerity. Because had that not happened the way that it did, and had Charlie Kirk not said what he did about empathy, I wouldn't be here. Like I not as I currently am, at least. I would be like the person that I used to be, which I don't like. Like just a few months prior to this, like back in October or earlier than that, it was like August. I was a very angry, bitter, resentful person, and then the whole thing with Charlie Kirk happened, and I had a lot of like there was a lot of pain and a lot of like coping that I had to do, but I came out the other side with a better understanding of myself and a much, much better understanding of the world and of people. Um, and I wish that I could get other leftists to do the same thing. Because what's so funny to me, and I know I'm on a tangent, I'll wrap this up, but what's so funny to me is like what started as a spiteful journey to prove that Charlie Kirk was wrong ended up like about empathy ended up being like what made me empathize and feel bad for Charlie Kirk in a way. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And I really do wish that I could get other leftists to see that because I think there's a lot of what you're looking at on the left is the bitterness, is the hurt, right? Like you see that and it puts you off of it. It stinks.
yeah,
And quite literally stinks. Like it reeks of it.
and there's a reason why I didn't join the ride afterwards. It's because, like, first, I'm ideological leftist. I'm a trans woman, so yeah, I wouldn't like that much. But I have sympathy for them. I have a little bit of sympathy. I've joined some conservative Discord servers, and I've been having friends, and I've been agreeing with them on a lot of trans issues and all that stuff, you know. So I feel like I've been my problem with the right, my most problem with the right is ideological, and also because like the thing is that they operate through funny things. They operate through memes, they operate through joking, mocking people, and that makes me feel like it's not a serious environment, and I feel like it's pretty bad. And they're not being as good as they could be because I feel like that's a response to the left, the cancel culture, and all that thing. I feel like it's more of a rebel thing. It's like they're being rebellious against the left, despite the fact they're working towards a non-rebellious state. You know,
There's an element of
they
rebellion there.
yeah, they kind of see the left as a status quo, which I don't see it. I feel like the Democrats kidnapped the leftist movement after Bernie Sanders and made it so it chilled out a little bit on the economic policies and they started focus on the progressive policies and then it made the right mad. So after it made the right mad, the right made the left mad, so everyone got mad and every guy got angrier. So yeah.
Why do you think they want to be rebels so bad?
Because I feel like they want to be able to speak their mind. They want to be able to say what they want to say. I've talked to them a lot, and like, if they don't want to call me out and see me as a woman, that's fine for me. But like, they at least gotta respect that, you know?
Yeah, I
They
would just
just want
push. Go ahead.
They just want to be free. They want to say things they want to say. Like Asmongold, for example, wants to say the things he wants to say. He doesn't want any cancel culture. He doesn't want any of that. So after he got like called out by many people, he got bitter from the left. So he started making anti-left content. So that made him a big political streamer that way. And now his his main point is going against the left and being that rebel guy who thinks that like how the things that the left praise is bad, I would say.
I think the left has a problem with telling people to sit down and shut up. I think that the
Yeah.
left could do a lot more listening themselves, and that's what I'm trying to do. I still call myself a
Yeah.
leftist. I still call myself a conservative, not conservative, a communist, a progressive, whatever. Like, I still call myself all these things because I believe in the ideology of the left, right? But I don't agree with their methodology. I think that we need to do more listening, and we need to be the ones to sit down and shut up and listen to what they have to say. And once we listen to that, that's free knowledge they're feeding us. We would be fools to reject that. So once we get that, then we can start the process of deprogramming and figuring out why they think right is left and left is right, and vaccines are bad and trans people are out to get them. And, we need to understand them better. And the left doesn't want to do that because they think that's capitulation. And so they're telling conservatives, sit down and shut up. And the conservatives are like, no, we're not going to do that. And they rebel, right?
Yeah, I see that. And I see that many conservatives from the spaces I've been openly transgender to conservatives, they were always like, "Hey, I don't think that I agree with this. I think this is an ideology and people like actually just like enforce it onto us, and I don't want that." That's what they say most of the times. I met a really nice conservative. He's a Christian and he lives in Poland, and he's like, "Hey, I cannot, I cannot, I don't understand this." Then I explained to him that I don't think he really thought, well, we trans women think we are genuine cis women. But I told them in their language, of course, with biological male, biological female, that
Right.
we don't think we're cis women. We think we are trans women. But
Yeah.
remembering that we are biologically male hurts us. So I'm just telling them that. So they don't think we are delusional or anything like that.
Yeah, of course. I think you see, you're unique among trans people because you're able to meet them at that level. You're very good at putting your own personal grievances and gripes aside and hearing out the other person. And that's why I respect you, and that's why I talk to you a lot. And that's why I think you have a lot of potential to be an instrumental person when it comes, because like I've talked to other trans people and none of them have like the grace that you do when it comes to being called like not a biological female, like the bullshit that they spew. I think that's very good. And that's why I'm even though it wasn't a scheduled conversation, I'm more than willing to talk to you about like whatever grievances or gripes you have and figure out what the problem is. I think that when it comes to conservatives, they're like what you said was like they don't want to be. They feel like they're being told what to do, right? Nobody
Yeah.
likes being told what to do. And frankly, like leftists kind of are guilty of that. So, like, or at least they're guilty of coming off that way, right? So like they're telling the main thing that conservatives I've noticed like to gripe about is that they can't say what they want to say. They can't speak their minds, right? Because every time they do, what happens? Somebody comes out of the woodworks and calls them a bigot. They get fired. They get canceled. What have you? Like people get mad at them, and they don't like people being mad at them. So they, instead of changing their view, they push back because they don't want to be told what to do, right?
Yeah. I feel like we gotta start new progressism. New progressism, I would define it's not a used term, but in new progressism, I would say it's like
How do you spell it?
I'm giving new
Neo. Oh, Neo. Okay, Neo. What?
new progressism.
Neo progressivism.
Yeah, progressivism.
Okay, got it. Neo progressivism. Got it.
I feel like we need new progressivism in which we can shape this new ideology to be like, okay, we gotta understand how this works. We gotta understand how conservatives work, and we gotta understand how to talk to them. We gotta make friends with them, and we gotta finally try to make it so in this new ideology we are able to talk with each other.
Sure. I think that one of the problems you're going to run into, leftists, once you're a leftist, good luck getting somebody to not be a leftist anymore. Like, it's very, very, very hard to convince a leftist out of whatever terminology they've chosen for themselves. Like, you look at communists, right? And how do you know somebody's a communist? They will tell you. They will tell you over and over and over again that they are a communist, period, end of story. And if you disagree with them, you're a bigot. You just want homeless people to keep existing, right? The labels are very important to leftists, and I think that's a big problem on the left. So I think that calling us ourselves neo-progressives, while it could work, I feel like that's an extra hurdle. We just need to call ourselves progressives, leftists, communists, whatever, and go from there, because otherwise we're not going to reach them.
I see what you mean.
That's just me,
to be
though.
100%, yeah, to be 100% honest, as a Brazilian, I run into homeless people all the time, and most of the times they're drugged, and that makes me scared for my life. Once a drug woman was in a bus with me carrying a black bag, a trash bag or something, because she was probably gonna sell it to get more drugs. And she was looking at me, and then she was pointing at me and like throwing a plague at me or something like that. And I felt so fucking scared for my life. I just wanted to please no, you know?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out why you brought that up exactly.
Oh, because you mentioned homeless people and all that stuff.
Oh, sorry, right, homeless people. Yeah, so like you were scared of that homeless person. So like, I'm so sorry. How does that relate back to what we were talking about? My brain is starting to fry a little bit.
I don't think it does, but I feel like there can be a connection. I am autistic. I say a lot of random shit.
No, it's fine.
Sorry.
No, there was a very natural like throughway there because we talked about homeless people, and then you talked about your experience with a homeless person. That's fine. But to circle back around, right? Well, let's stick on that because leftism is the answer to that homeless person, right? Like, how do we keep that homeless person from doing that to you? Leftist policy, right?
Yeah, we gotta do a war on drugs as well, or not really?
Well,
Because
we need.
one of the sorry,
No, please keep going.
one of the big reasons that one of the bigger reasons why people are in the streets here in Brazil is um basically because of like many criminal organizations who sell drugs and addict them to them, and then makes them go into the streets, and then they're so addicted to it that they just want to steal from people to use the drugs again.
Why do people sell drugs?
To get money.
So make them free.
Why?
Make them free. If you can freely get them, nobody has a reason to sell them anymore. You can just go pick up the drugs.
I see what you mean, but wouldn't that make society a little bit more addicted and weaker?
Could. If you encourage the buying of drugs. Or the picking up of drugs, I should say, picking them up. But you discourage it, right? You make them free, and you say, you put big signs up. You say, danger. Do not take this. It will fuck up your life. But here it is if we can't stop you. Just like we did with cigarettes, right? Just like we did with cigarettes.
Yeah, but cigarettes are still paid for.
Well, yeah, but you get my point. Cigarettes are very affordable, right? Like, if they were free, do you think it'd be that much different?
I feel like many people would just start trying it. So, because like someone said it or something, but I'm not sure. That's a really. Do you know that when you don't have arguments to argue against it, but like you feel like it's not a good idea? Yeah, that's basically my state right now.
Well, that's called cognitive dissonance. I have found the tangle in your logic, and I'm untangling it as we speak, and that's kind of painful because this is you formed a neurological reality in your brain, and now you are being told that this is not how things work. It would work, or it would work better a different way, and you're coping. It's called cope. um, and I hate to say that, but since you pointed it out, I'm just explaining the process here. But what I'm saying makes sense, right?
Yeah, it does, but at the same time, I feel like because we have a subconsciousness, right?
Hmm.
And our subconsciousness picks a lot of information from everywhere, and then it forms our opinions from there. So as it makes our opinions, we have a fundamental basis which we might not be able to acknowledge right away, which is what makes our intuition. So basically, my intuition is gathering all my experience in all the things I've been told, and I cannot be form those in a coherent argument. So maybe I have a reason to do that, to think that's a bad idea, but at the same time, I don't have anything to describe it because of my
Sure.
subconsciousness.
Let me help you then. Okay? Let's figure out why I said what I said. I'm gonna join your side now against Alec
Mm,
Gunter. Let's figure out the flaw in Alec Gunter's reasoning together as a team. Ready?
yeah.
So, Alec Gunter says make drugs free. Just make them free and put up big blaring red signs that say do not take this, is dangerous, right? And it will work.
Mm,
His logic is it will work the same way as it worked with smoking. Where smoking, cigarettes are pretty affordable, right? Like they're very easy to get. If you need it, like somebody said they're $8, okay, $8. That is a fraction of my paycheck. I could very easily just go to the gas station, pick up some cigarettes, and smoke them. But I don't, right? So
mm.
if that worked with cigarettes, why would that not work with hard drugs? Let's figure out the tangle in Alec's logic.
Well, why would it not work with hard drugs? Because I think there would be some exceptions that would use it to relieve themselves, even though it's free. Like, let's say porn is free, right? Porn is
Yes.
free.
Hmm.
So basically, when you consume porn, you are addicting yourself to it and making your senses worse. So if you make drugs free, you're kind of gonna make the same thing but worse.
Okay. So people are addicted. If we make it free, they will simply go get as much of it as they want and possibly overdose and die, right? So we can't
Yeah,
just make them free overnight and just throw them out onto the streets for everybody, right?
yeah,
That'd be silly. So that's the
yeah.
that's the flaw in Alex's reasoning. Is that's what he's missed, is that what you don't understand is there are already people addicted to this shit. They're just going to kill themselves, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me switch back over to Alec Gunter's side. So, what my response to that is nobody wants to be addicted. Not really.
Mm.
Right? Like that's embarrassing. That's something that you don't brag about. Guys, oh, I'm addicted to coke, everybody. Look at me. I'm such a coke fiend. Right? Like you don't do that.
I mean, there are
So,
some people who smoke weed just to seem cool.
right. Like there are some people who like to brag about how much they smoke weed, but like nobody's going to say I'm addicted to weed. I have a problem. They don't
Mm.
brag about having a problem, right? They
Yes, for
might brag
sure.
and say, this is how much I can smoke and not get high. But what they're doing, they're engaging in a cognitive process where they're taking a real problem and twisting it so that it's a good thing. You have to make it a
Mm.
good thing in order to brag about it, right?
Yeah, but people are still gonna get addicted. Even
Sure, they
though
could.
things are free and you say it's not good, people are still gonna watch porn.
Yes, but now there's no financial incentive to get people addicted, right?
Mm.
Start them along that process, right? Which is more
Yeah, but I
actually than I
feel
can say for cigarettes. That's why people still smoke, is because you can still advertise them in some ways and you can still get people hooked on them. There's still a financial
mm,
incentive for cigarettes.
I feel like that would decrease the drugs greatly, but at the same time, I feel like that would make people really, really just like go ahead and take them as much as possible because
Okay,
there are
so
some people over there.
okay, so it looks like
There's
go ahead. I'll let you
uh,
finish.
because as we're talking about porn, because like, you don't have incentives for porn. You might have somewhere someone say, "Oh, take a look at this, it's so good," but most people say it's not good for health, and we all kind of know that it's not good for health. So we already have that incentive, but we still do watch porn. You see?
Yes. Well, you can have a healthy relationship with porn. We agree on that, right?
Yeah, you can, but
Okay.
it's difficult. Like with heavier drugs, it would be even more difficult.
I think I do. I watch porn. I think that
Yeah.
I think it's pretty easy to have a good relationship with porn. It's easy to fall out of that good relationship into a bad one, sure. But it's like a relationship with alcohol. You can have a healthy relationship with alcohol, right? You can have a drink once in a while. You drink socially. You know, you're not addicted. You're not dependent. You just sometimes you drink, and that's fine, right? And you decide,
Yeah,
alcohol's not good for you, but you decide that those risks are worth the brief period of inebriation and fun and fun feeling that you get. And you know what? That's life. You give a little bit, you get a little bit,
mm,
So we agree that you can have a
it,
healthy relationship with porn and alcohol, right?
yeah,
Okay. Now, can you have a healthy relationship with cigarettes?
no,
No. Why not?
because it causes cancer and it's way more addictive than porn and than beer.
There you go. It is way more addictive. It acts on nicotinic receptors, and it functions such that literally it's the way that the cigarette box is designed. A lot of people don't know this, but there's a reason that there are as many cigarettes as there are in a box. 20. There's always 20, and why they are the length they are. They're always the same length. Have you noticed that? Every single brand. 20
Not
cigarettes.
really. I don't
Same
really
exact
buy
length.
cigarettes.
Well, if you ever want to look, that's exactly what it is. 20 cigarettes, and they're all the same length every time. Why is that? You know?
It's because it's regulated by the states, I would suggest.
Nope.
No?
It's more insidious. It's one
Mm.
cigarette per hour, and they give you 4 hours to sleep. 20 cigarettes.
Mm.
And the length of that cigarette is exactly as long as it needs to be to completely fill up your nicotinic receptors. When people smoke more than one pack a day, they're not doing anything extra for their nicotinic receptors. It is purely because they like the ritual of smoking and they're addicted to the ritual as well as to the smoking itself. Isn't that crazy?
Mm. Yeah, for sure. I don't really have much information in cigarettes, so I'm gonna have to trust you on that one.
Okay, you can look it up if you'd like in your free time, but I'm glad you trust me. So, you cannot have a healthy relationship with cigarettes because they are designed from the ground up to get you addicted, and not just addicted, but dependent. Okay? And we're
Yeah.
dependent on a lot of things. We're dependent on food, we're dependent on water, we're dependent on oxygen, on sleep. There are
Yeah,
things that we just need. Okay?
and there are also some disorders that make us feel addicted to eating food when we are anxious, of course. But like we eat for necessity sometimes, but
Yes.
like we can get addicted to eating food because of some disorders like bulimia and all that stuff.
Yes, but for all intents and purposes, we are dependent on some things to live, and that's fine. Right?
Yeah.
So, it's not the dependency itself that's the problem. It's the fact that you are forming a dependency on something that is killing you. Right?
Mm.
So, let's say that I have a dependency on, let's say I have Tourette's, right? And I have a dependency on flicking the light switch 5 times before I leave the house, right?
Yeah.
Now, can I live a healthy life with that dependency?
I mean, yes, because you're not doing anything with your body.
Right, that's not a dangerous dependency to have. I'm wasting a little bit of time, but the time is worth the trade-off of just getting that out of my system, right?
Mm-hmm.
If cigarettes operated that way, we wouldn't feel the need to make them illegal. Like if they were just something that is fun that you do to feel good, and there was nothing bad that happened as a result, who the fuck would care, right?
Yeah.
So you can have a healthy relationship as somebody with Tourette's, turning on and off the light switch 5 times before you leave the house. You cannot have a healthy relationship with cigarettes. Have we established why that is a relationship that can never be healthy?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is also true of these hard drugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get super dependent on them. They kill you slowly over time. And there's an added element of it takes away some of your free will, right?
And it takes money as well.
And it takes money. But we're saying they're free, right? So let's just stick with the scenario that they're free.
Yeah.
So we are giving out for free something that is highly addictive, that people grow dependent on very easily, that causes them to make bad decisions and kills them. That sounds like a horrible idea, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a very, very logical conclusion to come to. Okay? Your brain is screaming at you, this is a horrible idea for those reasons.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, all the subconsciousness things that I've gathered throughout my life.
Okay. Now, I am going to deprogram that part of your brain right now. Ready?
Sure.
What you're doing by making it not free is you are adding an incentive for some outside force to make you take that thing. Get it?
Like who?
Drug lords. They want you to be addicted, don't they?
Yes, for sure.
So, some druggie on the street or some drug salesman on the street comes up to you with a big trench coat and says, hey, you want some of this? Here's a free sample. They're already doing it. They already give you the free sample, right?
Yeah.
Here's a free sample. Just see what you think. Give it a shot. No charge. This one's on the house, right?
Then they get addicted.
It is
and then they waste a lot of money.
It is so lucrative and profitable that they will literally give out free samples of this very expensive substance so that you will get addicted and continue to buy it. Right?
Yeah.
By making it free through the government, you are taking away that incentive. There are no longer people in trench coats going around offering free samples. I'm not saying that we put this out on the streets for people to just freely take as they please. What you do is you set up the most rigorous process possible without making it easier to go to a drug lord on the street. Make sense? So
yes,
it's easier to go to a government facility where they hold these drugs, fill out a bunch of forms, your name, your date, the date of birth, address, any medical history, any allergies, when were you born, like where were you born, have you been out of the country? You make them jump through all this fucking bullshit. People hate paperwork. Okay? Which is why you don't give them too much, but you give them just enough to make this process annoying, right?
Yeah.
Just enough to make it annoying. So, make them jump through as many hoops as it takes, but not so many that it's easier to just go get it from a guy on the street. Right? And then that way, you accomplish two things. One, you remove the profit incentive. And two, you make it, reasonably difficult for people to get their drugs. Even though it's free.
I see. Well, but wouldn't an addicted person ignore the paperwork and go ahead and buy from the drug lords?
Well, what if they have no money?
They're going to steal from people.
Okay, so then it's easier to steal from people than it is to go out fill out some paperwork, right?
Yeah.
Okay, make it easier then. There's too much paperwork.
But
Take some away.
Not gonna lie, I still think this would end not in a good way.
Okay. Expand on that.
Because people with depression might see that as an excess as well, and our society nowadays is sick. Many people have depression, many people have many things, and anxiety and all that stuff. And when you hear that you can use those things to feel good, you can go ahead and get them, and feel like you're great now. And then you're gonna keep getting them, keep getting them, and then you're just gonna end up being an invaluable source for society because you're gonna be so addicted you're not gonna be able to do anything.
Okay, good point. So let's say that this happens. Let's say that society already runs the way that I want it to with the drugs, and let's say that this happens, right?
Yeah.
What would your solution be?
My solution, I would say, because we have many favelas in here and all that stuff, I would say we gotta improve the infrastructure because drug selling is a structure issue. We would have to improve the lives of people in the society, and improve their lives would take money and a lot of stuff, you know. But and at the same time, have police and all that stuff, tracking drugs, lawyers and stuff, because we have two big criminal organizations, and
Hold
they
on,
would
tracking drugs. What do you mean? Because
like,
we're assuming that the drugs are free, right?
yeah,
So what do you mean tracking drugs?
no,
What specifically are we tracking?
not really tracking drugs. I thought you said like how in the current society would you?
No. Sorry.
Uh,
Let me try again. What I said was, let's say that we live in a society in which the drugs are free. They're at government facilities. You can go pick them up. You just got to fill out some annoying paperwork. And so if you have depression and you hear about these drugs that maybe a friend of yours is taking and says, I swear this will cure your depression, bro. Even though there are these big blaring signs saying this is addictive, don't do it. You go fill out the paperwork, you pick up some crack cocaine or something, and you start snorting it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the society that exists in this hypothetical. What is your solution to keep people who have depression from going and picking up those drugs?
I would say make healthcare free again.
Make healthcare
And
free?
make it
Okay,
like,
great. So in a society with free healthcare, you would have way fewer people with depression going to pick up those drugs, right?
yeah, but at the same time, I feel like even though you have those drugs for free, there's still gonna be a business because drugs are not like they're not fixed things. People can mix things up to create more drugs and create different drugs with stronger patterns and all that stuff and sell them illegally.
Okay, but the whole point is that if somebody so let's say that somebody comes up with super crack, right? Super crack. It's better than crack. It's more addictive. It's more potent. You can get a higher kick off of it than just regular crack, and it's more dangerous, right? It's super crack.
Yeah.
And somebody comes up with this, they synthesize it, they start selling it on the black market, right? Oh, you thought the crack you're getting from that government agency is so good? Try this out, buddy. Here's a free sample, right? Okay.
Yes.
So super crack hits the streets. You got this guy selling it. He starts selling it to other provider or other salesmen, and those people start selling it as well, right?
Yeah.
So now you have another element, and this is a good point. This is a good, because this could happen very easily. You know, it used to be a heroin epidemic, and now it's a fentanyl epidemic, right? So this happened.
Yeah, because they made a more powerful drug.
Right, this already happened. So this is a very real possibility that I'm glad we can tackle. So, super crack hits the streets. What ends up happening? Yeah. Like this doesn't just infinitely progress, right? Eventually somebody gets caught, right?
Yeah.
A drug sting. You get a lead. You hear this about this super crack hitting the streets. You hear about somebody who was high on it. So you do a drug sting. Right?
Yeah.
And then you get the super crack, and oh look, here's how they made it. We decompose it. We see what it's made of, and we see how they did it, and then we make it.
We produce, but like, wouldn't that start progressing forever, and we start making more powerful drugs and waste so much money with that?
Eventually, it becomes so difficult to synthesize new drugs, and there are other ways to make money that people simply don't have the incentive to synthesize new drugs. Wouldn't it be easier to make money to just like open a fucking restaurant, you know? Like, at some point, it just stops being worth it.
I'm not sure.
Because every time it
like,
happens, there's a drug sting, and the government gets it, and they start synthesizing it. So the drug trade is dead. It's dead. People have given up on it.
Yeah, but like there isn't a single kind of drug. There are many. There are hallucinotics. There are like things that make you feel good. There are other types of things. They have infinite like ways of making things, and they can update the super crack to be super crack.
Yes, and so the same thing happens. The alternative is you just let it ride, right?
But how about the people who are already addicted to super crack? What are they gonna do? They're gonna go to and get more addicted and die?
They could. They're going to do that anyway, right?
They're not gonna. Don't you think it's a good idea to have rehabilitation things?
Don't you think it what?
There would be a good idea to have forced rehabilitation
Forced
instead of
rehabilitation.
like.
So forcing somebody to do something almost never works. You can't really force somebody to do something that they are not prepared or want to do. But again, nobody wants to be addicted to super crack. Not really. Like, if they could wake up the next day and not be addicted anymore, or go back in time and stop themselves from taking that first sample, don't you think most of them would do that?
I think not, because
Okay, well,
many people. Sorry.
no, you go. I interrupted you.
Because many people like end up having like many problems with it, and they just feel like, oh, this is still great. People tell me to stop, but I still like it. I've met people like that. I've met uh I met minors who loved cigarettes and thought they were pretty good. They weren't wanting to get rehabilitated, they just wanted it
But what
more
ends up
and more.
happening with every single drug is that it becomes a necessity for you to take it in order to feel normal. Right?
Yeah.
It's not about the high anymore. It's about feeling normal. It may have been fun before. Now it's this chore that you have to do. That's how it always goes. And that's what we need to educate people about, so that they don't go and get that first hit to begin with. Because inevitably, no matter how good the drug, that's how the body works. You adjust and it becomes a dependency, not something you do for fun, something you do to feel fucking normal. And nobody wants that. Not a single person wants that. And you cannot, like, it would be a very hard sell, let's say, to convince me that somebody actually wants that to be the case. Right?
Yeah.
So, where does that leave us? What do you think? That's pretty true, sort
I
of,
think
Demon.
that
I am bald and therefore I'm gay. That's true.
who said that?
So what do you think?
Did someone say that?
Yes, in the chat, yeah.
Okay. Like, at the same time, I also feel like maybe not, because like at this point you're just gonna be producing so much drugs and you're gonna be spending so much of the public's money to produce drugs that like you could be using to actually prevent drugs, So
Okay.
yeah,
Sure, go ahead. Finish.
I feel like criminal organizations are just gonna come up with new things either way. Like they're gonna be super crack, then super crack, then super crack, and it's never gonna end.
But I'm telling you, I don't think you've convinced me that people would just stop trying after a certain point. I mean, every once in a while you might get somebody who's like, yeah, let's give this a shot. But then if you just do a drug sting and put a stop to it, they have to synthesize an entirely new drug that is more addictive than the stuff that you can get for free. Do you know how hard that is?
Yes.
Okay,
but
so
people
then
are gonna do it.
They can try and they may succeed, but we're just going to drug sting them again. It's a dead end. And we just keep driving the point home to these fucking drug lords and drug synthesizers. It is a dead end. You will not progress past a certain level. You'll make a few bucks and that's it. Congratulations, you synthesized a new poison for everybody. And what did you get out of it? A couple of bucks and maybe a car. Good job, man. Great work. And then you get caught because you get caught in a drug sting.
Yeah, but like here in Brazil, for example, many people turn to drugs because they don't have education nor anything like that. So I feel like the real way to treat this would be to educate people, improve places, and not actually offer them for free because some things are just gonna get so addicting to the point that they're gonna kill you as soon as you consume them.
But what you're talking about is, well, if it's just going to kill you, then it becomes a poison. But what you're talking about is preventative measures. There are already people who are high on this stuff and addicted to it and dependent on it. We have to deal with that reality. And so I haven't heard any propositions that are better than what I'm putting out there. I simply haven't. And until I do, I'm going to stick with this one. I think this is pretty airtight.
I see.
But by all means, I want to put a pin in this because it's been going on a little longer than 20 minutes. But
Yeah,
by all
for that.
means, feel free to get back to me and toss what I said around in your head and see what you think.
Yeah, sure.
Is there anything else you want to end this on?
I would like to go back to like the left and right thing. I feel like
Sure, let's wrap
the
back
left,
around.
yeah, because we kind of went a little bit off the rails with this one.
I thought it was fun.
Yeah. I feel like I will leave the left and the right for now because no side seems to have an answer, and I don't believe in everything one side says. And at the same time, I feel like both sides are just sick because of the internet and polarization, I would say. Not everyone, but like a big part. You, for example, are not sick. I don't see you as a person sick because you actually have empathy for people, and you actually want to hear them, you know.
Yeah, I think there's a lot there. I think that's true. The left the left is traumatized. They're traumatized. And it's understandable why they're so reactive and, because I was there, but it's time for a change. It is time for empathy to take hold. If we want to make any progress, it's the only way it's going to happen. So I agree. As long as you can do that, Lisa, I frankly don't give a shit if you call yourself a leftist or not. It does not matter one iota to me at all.
Yeah, I am an outsider, I would say. I'm gonna start a channel, by the way. So yeah, it's
Awesome.
gonna
I'll
be.
promote it.
Oh, thanks.
Of course, be an outsider. Be the
It's
best outsider you can.
I'm gonna be the best outsider the world has ever been. I'm gonna make America great again.
The best one. We're gonna make America great again. We're gonna make America trans again, folks.
Yeah.
All right. If there's nothing else, I'm gonna let you go. Okay.
Okay. 再见.
What
It
does that mean
means
again?
see you again.
How do you say it? Zaichen?
再见.
Zaichen. Zaichen.
Yeah.
All right. Take care, Lisa.
感谢.
Lisa's always such a pleasure to talk to. I am serious when Lisa comes out with her channel. I will be promoting the fuck out of it. I think Lisa's a great person and has a very good shoulders on her, very good head. Unlike me, very good head on her shoulders. Not shoulders on head. I don't think that's how that works. Exactly. I'm not getting high. I'm getting normal. My shoulders are on my head. Help. All right. I need to pee again. So I'm going to do that. I'll take a 5 to 10 minute break. And then I don't know what I'm going to do after that. I think I'm good on the convos. So we're going to end the space here. If you would like to continue watching me on stream, I will link my website in the chat. That's not a link. Now it's a link. Okay. So you can follow me there. You can watch with us there. You can have your chat on the screen still, just like it has been. So yeah, you can join us there. But I'm going to end this space. Thank you guys so much for being here. Love you all. It was a great talk. I had a lot of great talks today. Lonerbox seems to have liked me, not quite a bit. I don't know. Just thought I was chill, which is good. That was really the goal. I wanted Lonerbox to, like, you know, think I'm chill, while not compromising any of my positions, I should say. That's all I want from anybody that I talk to. Just have them think I'm chill and not compromise my positions, and learn from them. I learned a lot from Lonerbox today. So, why is this on a separate site? This is my website. So I stream through YouTube and Twitch, and then the YouTube feed goes to my my website. Yeah. All right. Take care, Discord. Come join me on the site or in stream. Otherwise, if you want to keep following and watching along. But until then, take care. Just finished editing the other debate with her. Yeah, she's great. I love Lisa. It's time to. It really is time to hang up the label game, guys. Hang it up. You can still call yourself whatever you want. I call myself a leftist, progressive, communist, whatever. But if I'm talking to somebody who's a capitalist, what they have in their brains of communism is not what I have in my brain of communism. So if I have to sacrifice that label in order to get through to them, I'm willing to sacrifice that label. You know, we can't get caught up on that anymore. They're just names. They're just words. We can change them. So, Lisa not being a leftist does not matter to me one bit. Okay. I'm going to go pee, and I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
stations here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. I know we'll need a key to get inside. That's our only way to find it. So let's go.
All right, I'm back. Okay, so real quick, I do have an announcement. Oh, hold on. Somebody DM'd me. Okay, sorry. Quick announcement. In 3 minutes or less... Let me pull up a link. 3 minutes or less. Progressive Victory will be doing a phone bank. So if you're bored of me and you're leaving anyway, you can go phone bank. Here's the link. So go phone bank. I encourage you to go phone bank, in fact. You should. You can always come back. I will be live for a little bit longer until dinner's done. Katie's cooking us a delicious dinner, and I will at least be live until that's complete. So. I think a fun idea would be to play Pikmin. Thoughts? I think we should finish up our playthrough of Pikmin. We gotta get through it. React content? Fine. We can do one React. One for the boys back home. We'll make it a short one.
Martin Luther King.
That is too long. Here, you know what? I got a good one. I wanted to do this one. It'll just take a little bit of setup, but I really do want to cover this, and I think the sooner I get this out, the better, because it'll be good content. Yes! It's the first one! It's the first one! You guys will see. Yes, yes. It's slop. Spoiler alert, it's slop. It's not exactly like would you guys rather, okay, to the one person who wanted me to do React content, is it fine if I do? What I'm trying to do is just compile like a bunch of these fucking AI generated like video game things. Is that acceptable? P-doggy dog? Because you're the one who wanted me to do React content. Or do you want me to, like, react to some bigot or something? Which one were you looking for? Okay, well, until he answers, I'm just going to keep doing AI. Sloppy? What is this one? Okay, we can talk about this one. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, but it'll be an interesting little... I was thinking politico-religious street interview shit. That's fine, we can do that. It sounds like you'd rather do that. You're being nice, but you would rather do that. Okay, well the question becomes then, who do we cover? Whomst? Do all the work for me. Let me look through the juice box. YouTube just nuked my channel. Billy Gaddis. Neo-Nazi. That's a possibility. I built a machine to run AI models. It has 8 graphics cards and it's power limited to avoid tripping the breaker with 2 1500 watt power supplies. I can't imagine using all that power just to create YouTube AI video descriptions or something. But, like, for what purpose do you run AI models? I won't immediately shit on you, but I don't know why somebody would want to do that. Nazi questions, what is he getting out of Trump?
What's going on?
Too long. Yeah, it's a bit too long. Oh, I think I've seen this guy, the Jolly Heretic. I don't like him. He's no fun. Another Metatron video? No. I never did watch Metatron's response to my video about him. But alas, I think it's whatever. Israeli YouTuber Other Barak mocks Miss Palestine's loss at beauty pageant. Asman and Betatron team up to fall over fighting Kyle Kalinske. I don't like Kyle Kalinske.
Prepare.
I don't like Kyle Kalinske. I'll be honest with you guys. Don't like the guy. James Klug? Perfect. That, see, 8 minutes. Find a good one here. What do we got? 8-minute little bite-sized pieces. Well, there's a 23-minute one, but anti-ice arguments keep getting worse. Okay, this guy this guy likes ice a lot. Let's just do this.
You
one.
said that.
I don't know why those are not going off Saga Tanuki, but thank you very much for 2 doses of tier 1 gifted subs. 5 of them to be exact in each dose. I appreciate you. I wonder if Trump will try to ban AI once deepfake videos come out of him at Little St. James. Honestly, if that's what it takes, that's fine. Ban AI by any means necessary. I don't care. Get rid of it. If there's one thing that, like, if human transmutation actually were a real thing, AI would be it. AI is like as close as you get to actual black magic. I hate it. I hate it. This is that Jubilee guy? I don't know. If he is a Jubilee guy, I want Platinum Politics to hit him up. The data centers are horrible for the environment. Oh, sorry, I didn't read the Switch Kitty. I can't imagine using all that power, blah, blah, blah. Me, personally, I do software dev, so I've been toying with using LLMs as agentic coding agents that can generate code, do basic tasks. It's very difficult to get right, though, because of the hardware limitations and trade-offs, etc. But for most people, I'd be pretty much not useful outside of being used as a chatbot or something IDK. I guess, like, I'd be more willing to discuss, like, if you're automating a process, right? If you are automating a process and getting the same outcome as if you did the process yourself, that's fine. That's my line. Like that's how technology works, right? Like when I go onto Photopea, for instance, right? New project. I make a gradient. Boom. That's what I want. Now, I could do that. Or I could sit here and draw the black and fill that all in. And then we take the eraser tool and we start to slowly shave away at that's you're doing too much work. Gradient tool. And if I do the gradient tool in the same direction at the same length, it gives me the same result every time. It's predictable. I know exactly what I'm doing with this. Automating a task is not my issue. The fact that it's doing art for you is my issue. That's exactly what I'm doing, Gunter. Even with work, I interface some LLM with tools I built for it, so it uses the tools to do testing of software. I just tell it what to do with plain English, and it acts as an agent with its specific skill set and tools for the task. I'd be open to hearing more about that. I don't give a fuck about AI art. It isn't really art. Okay, cool. I think that the terminology AI is kind of sullied. If you say AI, I immediately cringe. But I am willing to hear you out about what exactly you mean by that. So maybe we'll do that sometime. But for right now, we need to react. Okay, I'm not exactly known for my react segments these days. I do mostly debates, discussions, what have you. But I decided to feed the react slop people. You know, dump some react slop on them. Some juice, if you will. Anti-ice woman short circuits after I call her out. This is James Klug. This is a recommendation from the chat. You can also make recommendations by coming to my Discord server and dumping those into the juice box channel. Dubsy likes to leave a nice little QR code on the screen, which you can find somewhere if you're watching on YouTube. Or you can just click the link in the description below. And if you're in chat right now and not on my Discord server, what the fuck are you doing? Get in there. I will drop a link for anybody who needs it. Just let me know. All that being said, I don't know James Klug that well. Apparently he's some kind of street interviewer, apparently. And he forced an anti-ice woman to short circuit. So let's see what's going on.
You said that ICE is doxing people. That's what you just said.
Yes.
How?
Are they? I hate.
I want you to grade this t-shirt. Scale from 1 to 10.
0.
0.
Okay.
They were giving it a 10 and 11 over there. So where's this disconnect? What's going on here?
Oh, we're not from here.
Where you guys?
I want you to rate my t-shirt. Support your local ice raid. Well, it's an ideological fucking t-shirt. I think aesthetically it looks fine. It's a nice t-shirt, but the message you're putting out is clearly aimed. Look at her. Like, you're not impressing her. What are you doing, man?
We're not from here.
Where you guys? Where are you from? Laguna Beach is a liberal city.
No, we're from Orange County too. I'm from Orange County too. Just the way they're
a zero.
People, horrible.
Zero for both you two.
I also rated a 0 because the only reason you put that on this morning was to make people upset.
Well, we're together.
You guys are together.
0.
But yes.
Okay, so why a 0?
Your fit should not be designed around making people upset.
Because I don't
That's
support
your whole.
them.
You've made it your whole personality.
Why is that? What's going on there?
Because the way they're treating people. You know, they're just taking whoever on the street. Do you know they get paid to pick up people?
Yeah, it's like police officers get paid to enforce the law.
Well, that's different. They get a salary.
paid to
They
arrest
get paid per person. You know, I had a friend of mine. Her cousin got taken, and he was wrong. He was wrong. In fact, he didn't renew his visa.
Yeah.
But he said, "Okay, deport me." They kept him there for 3-4 months. When would not deport him? For what? They're getting money. It has to be all
Good
about
point.
money.
It's a good argument.
And that's a terrible thing.
Yeah. Who's making money? Who are you talking about exactly?
No, like
The ICE agents. The ICE agents sign. Well, they sign up often for ideological reasons as well, but like they have great benefits and great pay. That's a great reason to go be an ICE agent. If you are short for cash, you will get paid handsomely working for ICE. And you don't got to do that much either. You just got to show up and beat up some brown people and throw them in a cage. You know? Pretty sick deal.
whoever, the ICE or the detention centers. I don't know if they're all private or what.
No. Owned by the federal government.
Yeah. Well, the federal government, well, they're something else.
Well, this is, I mean, you seem, you know, you're from Orange County. Do you guys have friends that are conservatives or no?
Yes.
Just,
Yeah.
I can tell by the way that you're talking. I mean, it's very
She's
respectful,
actually
of course.
usually pretty conservative.
Is she?
I'm the really liberal
You're
one.
the liberal one. What does your shirt say?
Radicalized by basic decency.
Okay, so you're the more liberal
love
one.
that.
She's maybe a little bit more
10 out of 10 fit, 0 out of 10 fit. You're getting mogged.
center. Maybe not center right.
Mugged.
Maybe center left or something. Maybe you're more progressive.
Well, let's
Am I
put-
am I
let's put
am
it
I
this way.
profiling this correctly?
I'm pretty liberal, yes.
I used to be more for the right, but now not anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so let's.
I'm on the other side.
Do you mind if I talk? If we unpack some of this, why? What's wrong with what you're seeing?
Is this the Jubilee guy? Let's take a look. Sorry, I gotta like copy, paste. When it's in site chat, it's really annoying.
Failed at that. She's like,
Ooh, is it him? Do they have names? That's Dean Withers, right?
sorry. Okay.
That's smooth. You just kind of slid
Thank
into
you.
the
Thank
Okay, well, he's wearing the shirt again. So
Now is just
save
what
our
I call
children.
book smart. Like you
This guy's like a walking fucking bumper sticker.
probably are more knowledgeable than a lot of this. A lot of us on these policies and all that.
I think that is him. Yeah, that's definitely him. Same drip, same facial hair, same build, same really stupid opinions.
ICE is doing, you know, when it comes to enforcing immigration laws. What is wrong about that?
What is wrong with that? Just taking people, wearing masks.
Well, that's their job.
But that's their job, but the way they're doing it is not
Okay, it was also just SS officers' job to pick up Jews, right? They're just doing their job, right, man?
right. They're really abusing people. They're roughing people up, and they should be able to show their
I would argue they're doing their job exactly as intended, actually, ma'am. That is one point of disagreement that I have with you.
faces. If they're proud of what they're doing, they should show their faces.
I think a lot of them are hiding
Fair.
them because of who they're involved when it comes to deporting, arresting. Also, people are looking to dice them and kill, dox them and kill them and their
Just
families.
like a police officer, right? They don't
like-
wanna-
Okay, why are people looking to dox them and kill their families? What's up with that? I don't think that, like, that doesn't happen with police officers. Clearly not to the same extent that it happens with ICE officers, because police officers don't typically go around with masks on. They're fine. What's the difference with ICE? Why are people that upset with them?
mask.
Yeah. Well, they're not as
Gotta
under
be a
as much
reason.
pressure right now. Like they're
This is why I like discussions better these days, by the way, because I can ask that question and get an immediate response. I feel like this is a good segue into explaining why I don't do as much React content, because I ask these questions and it just stays hanging.
There's literally assassins trying to murder ICE agents, and there's people trying to attack ICE agents in the street. You see it every single
Why?
week.
Why? For what purpose?
Well, that's probably why they're protecting themselves. But really quick though, and I think this is an important thing that you brought up, and I'll let you jump in. In fact, interrupt me if you just want to jump in, okay?
No, I don't want to steamroll her.
She's doing great, isn't she? When it comes down.
See, he's doing a very good job of coming off as like this likable listener type, you know, and that's dangerous. That's why he gets the views that he does. Okay? I can't knock his charisma. Okay? We must all be this guy except for his ideology. Thank you again, Sakatunuki, for another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I still don't know why it's not doing the sound alert thing. Despite Jubilee being a hive of scum and villainy, I'd still totally watch an AG react to 30 gynecologists versus 1 birthing Kasparian. That would be fun. I'm totally fine watching Jubilee videos now. I thought for a while, I'll stay away from it. It's out there. People are watching it. I'm not platforming them. I even signed up for a few more Jubilee panels, but they never got back to me. They're probably tired of me like reaching out and then not responding to them. Alas.
Down to it though, you're saying, okay, well, you don't like how they're doing it. Is there a pretty way to arrest people when they're resisting arrest? Is there a pretty way to do it?
Well, yeah, there really is.
When they're resisting arrest, why are all these people resisting so much arrest that, okay, so you're telling me, right? Like, this is the logical structure that this guy's built up in his head. That, like, the people that ICE is going after are resisting arrest so much that, like, they look bad and need to wear masks. Like, that's not how any of this works, man.
Is an appropriate way to do it.
Please.
There's a humane way to do it.
Let's hear it.
Treat people like real people, like human beings.
He's right.
So when somebody breaks the law, and I'm not talking about just people crossing the border, I'm talking about any law here. You and I roll through a stop sign, or we rob a bank, or, you know, whatever.
You're not going to get arrested in a nice way if you rob a bank. I promise you that.
But I'm saying...
Yeah, but you're not going to hopefully get killed either.
But there are...
That's the goal.
There are ways that
Or like
police have been
manhandle.
trained to approach people so that they're treated with dignity. So
I think, okay, but these girls have already missed the point. These people shouldn't be arrested to begin with. You're already missing the point. It's not about, like, oh, we need to arrest these people nicely. Leave them the fuck alone. Leave them alone. Why are we arresting them? We're just presuming that ICE is arresting people that deserve it. Why are we just assuming that? No. Don't arrest them to begin with. This isn't about being humane. Just leave them the fuck alone.
so the law is the law. We understand the law, but how they're executing the law is unnecessary.
Yeah. So what's an example of them not treating them with dignity in your view?
Okay, but again, this is liberal bullshit. The law is the law. The law was the law when slavery was a thing. Like, this is a horrible line of argumentation. It's clear why he uploaded this.
So
just like maybe we can talk about specifics.
Okay, so
she has let him successfully dominate the narrative. He's in control of this entire situation because he framed it already in such a way that she loses. You guys cannot let conservatives dominate the framing, okay? That's how you lose.
if you're going to arrest somebody, you don't have to mask up to arrest somebody. You don't have to tackle them to the ground. You don't have to, when they're saying, wait, I'm a citizen, I've got papers with me, I have my birth certificate with me. Yeah. And they're like, no, and they just slam them down on the ground
Fucking
or
liberal.
push them down without going, oh, you have papers? Because I know that if I'm pulled over, if somebody comes to me, they're gonna, and I say, hey,
But none of this is going to work because he's just going to say, well, they resisted. They should have just gone quietly with them and not resisted. Like, he's dominating the framing.
here's my license, here's my papers, here's my birth certificate. I'm going to get treated with some dignity. I might still be arrested if I broke the law, but I'm going to get treated with some dignity. They are not just going to throw me in a van and, you know, take me away from my family or anything. They're going to do their due process. People think that due process is like, oh, well, you shouldn't have broke the law, and that was your due process when you knew you were breaking the law and you crossed the border illegally. Okay, that's breaking the law. But when you arrest somebody, you don't have to treat them like they are less than human and separate. And so let's talk about deportation.
Really quick. Do you mind if I just touch on one thing? I mean, I would. You know, I think there's probably examples that you could provide that are. Well, hold on. I let you speak for a while there. I gotta address this one thing. I've seen people resisting arrest. I've seen people attacking federal officers. I've seen all sorts of things to where it escalates the situation, whether, you know, it doesn't matter what side, and then there's tackling people on the ground. Yeah, you have force met with force. An arrest doesn't look very pretty. In fact, oftentimes an arrest doesn't look very pretty. So you get a lot of videos like that, but you also see a lot of videos where they are being arrested peacefully. They are being detained. They're not throwing, it's not some heated situation.
You do not see a lot.
But
you also see a lot of videos.
I was DMing
and there's
somebody.
federal situation, whether.
Okay, what did I say? Sorry. Anti-ICE protesters defiant day after violent clash with NYPD. We'll do it every single time. Okay, so like he's framing this narrative as though these are just violent people that we need to, like, we can't give them the benefit of the doubt because they'll just be violent. They're animals, right? They don't know what they're doing. They're just violent. So we have to tackle them.
Escalates the situation, whether, you know, it doesn't matter what side, and then there's tackling people on the ground. Yeah, you have force met with force. An arrest doesn't look very pretty. In fact, oftentimes an arrest doesn't look very pretty. So you get a lot of videos like that, but you also see a lot of videos where they are being arrested peacefully. They are being detained. They're not throwing, it's not.
See, this is the problem. Like, he's not wrong is the problem. There are videos of ICE peacefully arresting people who are not resisting. So yeah, he's successfully framed this such that he can win. We've gone past the point that we need to be at. We need to start at, why the fuck are these people being arrested? They're just going about their business. Leave them alone.
Heated situation.
You do not see a lot of ICE detaining.
And now she's pushing back, and she's pushing back against the wrong point, and she's going to lose.
People peacefully.
But let's get, of course you do. Of course you do. Yeah. You see what you're looking for.
And by the way, it's not her job to like know any of this shit. I'm not trying to shit on her. She's doing her best here, but this is the game they play. They force people into a position that they can't really defend, and she's like vulnerable to that because she's not politically inclined. She's just going about her day, and she was literally just picked out. She was profiled. He profiled her. And he's like, I'm going to go own this liberal because I have the tools at my disposal to do it. Hey, what's his name? James Klug. Come talk to me sometime. Okay? See how you fare.
You know what I mean? So you might be at like a protest and there's a clash between federal
It's a
agents
cowardly
and
move.
People where somebody that's getting arrested is an American citizen. Well, they're getting arrested because they're obstructing.
So here's the thing. He may win this exchange, but what people don't understand is this is an atom bomb versus a coughing baby. And he knows that he's an atom bomb, and he knows that this is a coughing baby. Okay? In fact, I wouldn't even call this an atom bomb. This is like a fucking, like a bully versus a crying baby. He's a bully versus a crying baby, and he knows that if he were to take on somebody who has the political wherewithal to, well, I guess he did, right? He did against Dean Withers. Let's take a look. Let's see how he did against Dean Withers. Let's be fair, shall we?
That.
Sorry.
So now he's taking on somebody else who knows what they're doing. Let's see how it goes.
That's smooth. You just kind of slid into the scene.
Thank you. I think a lot of what we're hearing from you right now
right off the bat, he sounds less confident.
Is just what I call book smart. Like, you probably are more knowledgeable.
Oh, hold on. I forgot. I unfortunately cannot play Pikmin. I promised my editor that I would hang out with him after stream is over.
Knowledgeable than a lot of this. A lot of us on these policies and all that, that's not necessarily applicable to real life living. If we look at in my opinion, one of the most important roles as a president is to keep our country safe. Kamala Harris, she's the border czar, and she has completely failed at that. She's let in millions and millions of illegal immigrants. And you've been asking us a lot of pointers, so I want to ask you, do you know what the average amount of fentanyl per pound that has come through during Biden's administration versus the Trump administration?
No, I'd assume that it's much higher under the Biden-Harris administration. Do you know what amount of drugs processed across the southern border are processed by U.S. citizens?
But I'm talking about illegals right now. So I asked you a question. Okay. So during Trump's administration, there was on average about 2,500 pounds of fentanyl that came across the border.
Okay.
In my opinion, that's 2,500 pounds too much.
Yeah.
During the Biden and Harris administration, it's exceeding 14,000 pounds per year. Where do you think that's going? That's going to our youth.
So the approach he's taking now is he's sticking strictly to facts. He's got his stats. He's done his studies. He is pulling information from very organized catalogs in his brain because he knows this is a much different approach. Look at how much different this is. The energy is completely different. So he knows.
It's going to high schoolers, college students. It's going to adults. These innocent people are dying.
This guy's name on Jubilee is Luke. Okay, so this is not the same guy. It looks very similar. Hopefully people can see why this is a... Maybe I'm just racist. Dubsy, cut that out.
An official process where they're going masked and being kidnapped and deported to countries they didn't even come
because
from.
people are trying to murder them and dox them and their families.
Not
That's why.
all of
That's
them.
why
No.
they hide their protection, their faces,
not all of them.
and not all of them hide their faces.
And also,
yeah, somebody. So the guy who recommended this video, T Doggy, apparently this guy's name is James, and the guy on Jubilee's name was Luke.
not everybody.
Their faces.
And also, not everybody crossing the border is here to cause harm.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there is a massive national effort to dox ICE agents, their families. You've also seen multiple assassination attempts at ICE facilities. So the fact that they're wearing masks.
But people are so angry at ICE. What do you think this is for? Just for funsies? Have you talked to any of those people? Or tried to get their side of things? Like, why are they doing this? You wouldn't be complaining if they were like SS Nazi facilities, right? So then let's start there. Maybe they think that these ICE facilities are similar, if not identical, to SS Nazi facilities.
To protect their identities is not that surprising, is it?
ICE is an entity that's going around doxing people. So the fact that they're being targeted back doesn't surprise me. Do I think
know
it's
the
right?
truth of that.
No, I don't think there should be
doxing people?
targeting. I don't think there should be any targeting back and forth at all.
How are they doxing people? What do you mean?
When you said doxing people,
got it.
you said people were trying to dox ICE. You said that.
You said that ICE is doxing people. That's what you just said.
He did say
Yes.
that.
How?
Good question. Pony up, girl. Pony up. It's over. It's over. He wins.
Do we have an answer for that or no?
I don't know what you meant by doxing. I thought you meant
Hold on.
targeting, like taking somebody out.
Okay, so we can clarify our wording then to prevent confusion.
I feel like that was a weird cop-out. I think that she thought she could just get away with saying, well, no, you actually. And then she had to back up and be like, okay, how can I rewind this and make it and fix it? I have to fix this. Like, that was way too long. This is why, but you can't fault her. You can't fault her because this is what they do. This is what these people are good at. He's right. He made her short circuit. He's right. He did exactly what he set out to do. He made a liberal short circuit.
A word I didn't know. I assumed it meant.
Okay, no problem at all. Okay, so now I'm glad we clarified this. Doxing.
See, and he's being very forgiving. Look at how forgiving and charitable he's being after she fucking lied. Look at how forgiving and charitable and happy-go-lucky he is and still willing to have the conversation with a dishonest actor. He's framing this extraordinarily well. He's very good at this game.
Meaning releasing personal information, your cell phone number, your address, all this stuff about it.
He's giving her the benefit of the doubt. He's so good at this game.
ICE does that to people, to immigrants. They go and find them in their homes and pull them out.
Yeah, they don't release.
He's still trying to... Oh, I can't watch this anymore. I know there's a few more seconds, but she's still trying to, work herself into pretzel nuts to justify the thing that she just said. That got proven that that's not actually what's happening. So, we're going to leave it there. James Klug, you did a very good job calling out a liberal, a random-ass fucking liberal on the street. It is a coughing baby that you just demolished. Good job. If you want to talk to a real fucking... leftist, a political pundit that will rail your ass into the ground, come hit me up. Thank you for painting yourself for 15 minutes. You're welcome. I thought that said painting at first, and I was confused. Okay, as I said, I cannot anymore play Pikmin. I promised my editor that I would play League of Legends with them. But if you guys are down for it, perhaps we could ask them if they're up for staying live. In fact, let me jump into their call real quick. And I will ask if, like, I'll see if they're cool with staying live. One sec.
Stupid.
All right.
Yeah, so anyways, I personally think that the political agenda...
So, just real quick for the audience, I am going to stay live. We have decided that they don't care, and you guys, I assume, want to stick around and watch me play League of Legends, so we're going to do that instead of pick them.
Hey, I'm gonna restart my PC because I can't even describe what kind of an error this is. I think it's because my CPU overheated momentarily, but every time I hover over a button, that happens visually.
Okay. You do what you gotta do. Well, Dubsy, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I watched your stream for a bit, edited long ass debate.
Phyrexial, is Dubsy coming in choppy for you?
Am I?
You're coming in choppy for me.
Coming in a little choppy, yeah.
Let me restart my audio thingy.
Okay.
How about now?
I think that's better.
Is it? Yep, good. Alrighty. I
what'd you
also
think of-
speak
go ahead.
very choppily, so that's also, you know, doesn't help. I only know small words.
You're good. Well, the German language has some pretty big words. So,
Yeah, but that's why I prefer English, cause my small brain likes the small word.
Gotcha.
Small
That
word
makes sense.
good for brain small.
Small word good for
You
small
see?
brain.
Yeah.
So were you there for the loner box debate?
No, I wasn't there for the Loner Box debate.
Gotcha.
That's when I was still probably doing other stuff. But
well,
yeah, no, I heard a bit of the stuff with Lisa, I think.
Apparently he likes me. So that's good. Or at least said I'm chill.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
James with a Z went and dropped a dono for him, and he said, yeah, I think Alec is chill, so
nice.
I think that's a pretty good start.
It is.
I'm
Not a bad start.
gonna forget that I'm live and do something I regret.
Ooh.
I'm gonna remember that you're live and do
Nasty.
something I regret.
There you go.
Come on, Darius, fuck up, please. I want to eat you so bad.
Oh, are you playing?
You stinky big boy.
Yeah, Alawi, nice. How's the Alawi game been?
It's going good.
That's good.
Oh, now I have him. Now I have him. Fuck you, Darius.
Nice.
You stinky
Nice
bitch,
bait.
Des.
Nice bait. Nice bait. Oh, is this going to be a double? It might just be a
Might be.
double. What are you doing? Good lord.
Get him.
That was very silly of them.
Oh, it's not over, buddy. It's not over.
Okay, now it might be.
It's not over.
Lux, Jackson Lux, where are they at? They're not paying attention. Oh, they were getting somebody else.
Fine. I'm gonna use that money immediately. Oh,
Nice.
what was the most? What damage did I get? Can't even see. Darius. Boots. Okay, here we go. Slow gauntlet. Taking this first. Yeah, that should be good.
Is Dubsy's audio lagging for anyone else?
Yes, it's doing it again, Dubsy.
I thought I just fixed it.
You did, and then it's broken again.
Alright, how about now?
Still the same thing.
No, worse somehow.
Goddamn. Give me a second.
Oh my god, it's progressing. Is it contagious?
Disease is progressing. Well, it wouldn't be contagious. It would be progressive. Like a
How
progressive
about now?
illness.
Is it better?
It doesn't leave Dubsy's PC, it just stays on that one.
Don't think that it's better. No.
Is it better?
No.
Oh no, man. Give me a second.
Okay, well, focus on your game. Is there anybody still in chat? I see I have 10 viewers on YouTube.
How about now?
I think it's better.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Is it?
that's way better.
Yeah,
Alright.
you're good.
Yeah, I had to switch my mic input because it is like a little bit bugged because I think it like
Gotcha.
Windows 10 shit with like my audio bullshit. I don't know.
Gotcha.
I don't know the exact cause, but it's just very annoying.
Hey, you have 11 now. Let's go.
God.
So which debate were you there for, Dubsy? Oh, hey, Balthazar.
Yeah, I'm on my way here. Just I think the end with Lisa. The stuff.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. Lisa's great. She's very open-minded. She's stubborn.
Yeah.
But she is self-aware about how
Get
stubborn
him.
she is, to the point that she's like, I know this is wrong, I just can't explain to you why it is. And I'm like,
Yeah.
that takes a big person to admit that. So I like her. I like her a lot.
Yeah. Let's go.
Start streaming.
Okay,
again when
you're
you
on.
can.
Fuck him up.
You're on YouTube,
Fuck 'em
so
up, fuck 'em
we
up,
wouldn't
fuck
get
'em up.
accosted if I did. Are you on Twitch as well right now?
I am. But
Okay, then I can't turn on that camera then.
I only have one viewer, which is probably me.
Come on.
Uh-huh.
Come on.
Uh-huh.
Just
So what I'm
bitch.
hearing is I can be on that camera without too much fear.
I only have 12 people watching on YouTube. So if that makes you uncomfortable.
Oh,
I'm
set.
so
Not set.
uncomfy.
Not set. Set makes me upset.
Upset. Start streaming again when you can. I will probably just continue playing
Look at
Villa
baby.
Uh-oh. Doing it again.
Oh my god. Let me wait. Let me stream on Discord.
I really feel like Dubsy needs to swap their thermal paste. I also need to swap my thermal paste.
Yeah, Dubsy needs to do a lot with Dubsy's PC. Dubsy
Oh
is
my
very
God.
scared for Dubsy's PC's health.
I caught that, but it was painful.
Yeah, it was. I feel like I
What?
warned you. I was like, you really need to dust it out and swap.
Okay, Bear.
Hmm.
There's this weird. So, my mouse is still doing the thing, right?
How?
So, here's the thing. I left my computer on last night by accident. This morning, because I usually reset it. It's not a big deal. But this morning, I woke up, and I think Katie can also attest to this. We heard like 3 or 4 disconnect. You know the Windows disconnect sound, like doo-doo-doo. 3 or 4 times in a row, and then a reconnect sound. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Like it would do that like 3 or 4 times. And so I think that it is automatically disconnecting and reconnecting shit. And then also, what'll happen sometimes, only sometimes, is the folder for my Scarlett microphone will just pop up. Like the README. What's up with that?
Shouldn't be happening. We may want to get a fresh install and remove your apps. If shit like this is happening, you have a file fucking with your PC. Because that's no longer, that's not just a driver. A normal fresh install with apps can refresh your drivers, so that should have fixed that. If it is not only persisting, but files are pulling up randomly,
But the Scarlett file, I think that's like programmed to pull up when the Scarlett microphone is plugged in, or like the Scarlett, whatever it is, the hub, is plugged in. And like the computer recognizes it as like a new thing.
And this is happening both when plugged into motherboard USBs and on your front headers.
I don't know.
Have you checked it with things plugged into your motherboard specifically?
Okay, so that phenomenon only happens after an extended period of being idle. So, like, I haven't tested it because I can't. It's random, and it only happens after a long period of being idle. At least from what I've seen so far.
Because there is literally 2 options that are the last possible things that could happen, and both suck dick. And both should be, like, one of these things is happening. Either you're fresh installing and just reinstall your apps. You need blanket slate on everything, because Windows should not be disconnecting and reconnecting things from your USBs, especially if the PC can read it. The other option is that it is not reading it, and you've only had these things plugged into the front of the PC, which connects to your motherboard, rather than just being connected to the motherboard.
Everything right now...
And that would be broken if that was the thing. That would mean it's intermittently disconnecting over long periods of use.
Everything right now is connected to the motherboard.
So, the better of the 2 options. If we fresh install everything and you just reinstall apps, this should solve your problem. And if it doesn't, I genuinely have no fucking clue.
Alright, well, I guess I'm going to have to do a completely fresh install at some point then.
At some point. And if that also does not work, you need to, like, actually open up your PC and check all the connections for the USBs. Because your front headers might be broken in that case.
Great. Well, that, Dubsy, that let Jax get the dragon, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
Got distraction.
Your mic is still fucked.
Actually, no. I don't know why it's still fucked. Oh my god.
Maybe someday I'll be
Actually,
bet.
I probably do know why it's still fucked. It's because Dubsy's PC is
Mike.
getting hot as fuck.
Ooh,
no.
Cooler. I got a whole new tower for my fucking cooler because it wouldn't fit in the old tower.
I don't think that they need a new cooler. I think
Hello?
they just haven't
How
swapped
does that
the thermal
sound?
paste in ages.
Better.
All right, how about now?
Should you
Is it fixed?
Yes. For now.
Yes.
How often should you be swapping thermal paste?
Good question.
Me personally, I do it once per year. Some people suggest sooner
That seems
than that.
excessive.
It is a little excessive. Generally, you're safe up to like 2-3 years of the same thermal paste, but it it will start to degrade after like a year or so.
I don't know. I've gone like 5 years without swapping thermal paste and been fine, but I also don't like overclock my PC or anything like that.
That's first of all, that's terrifying. Second of all, you're probably using a CPU that doesn't get that hot then.
Yeah, no, I'm like, I don't have that issue.
Yeah, if your CPU doesn't heat up, then it's not, making that thermal paste change its state to cool and transfer heat better constantly. Because when you're going from hot to cold to hot to cold, the thermal paste is slowly degrading over time because it has to change the way it's transferring heat.
It's doing a thing, and therefore it degrades.
I understand the concept. I just never knew. Like, I didn't have issues, so I was like,
yeah, if you have a pretty cool CPU, like let's say you're running some like 6-core Ryzen that just doesn't give a shit and never gets hot, and its TDP is like 100 watts or 95 watts, you're never gonna have to replace the thermal paste on that. Like that's a 10-year thing.
I am thinking I had like a Ryzen in my old PC, so it wasn't anything super crazy.
Especially if it's closer to a mid-grade CPU,
I'm a beast.
it's not.
I do need to dust
sound is bad
my current PC, but
Don't you do it, you madman. You mad.
I personally swap my thermal paste very frequently. I do it yearly.
Not the Kaiser.
I have it up here.
That's okay. I mean, like, you still went. You still got 2 kills.
Here, thermal paste.
You're keeping the pressure on top lane very well. I actually really want to play Mordekaiser. It's
Or
been too long.
Sunlit Sky. Oh yeah, we're
I've been playing a
going.
lot
We're
of
going
Vel'Koz.
Sunlit Sky. Fuck that.
Stinky, now that I've seen you, I think I have actually seen you in person before.
So, I work on computers pretty often, but I also just have my own personal collection of thermal paste tubes because I redo mine yearly. I'm never running out.
I have somebody in the chat, /5579 said, I never swap thermal paste. I have PCs going back 10, 20 years.
That's terrifying.
Probably putting
that's
too little
horrific.
thermal paste on in the first place.
It's like
Slash,
the
I don't
smoker
think you
that
are.
says, "Oh, I smoked for 30 years and I don't have cancer." Good
Dubsy, I
for
got
you.
that.
But
Dubsy, you're gonna hate the next words that come out of my mouth.
What?
Doing it again.
It's doing it again.
Dubsy does have connection issues when we're playing League, so.
Oh my god, is it League?
Oh no.
Is League sucking his internet bandwidth? Anyways, Alec, what were you... A guy saying he doesn't swap it for 10, 20 years?
Yeah, it's just an input thing with my mic.
I don't
just have to fix it every time.
I don't know who you think you are or what you're doing with your PC, but unless you're running Linux for just daily tasks of low intensity gaming or fucking Word on Google,
Well, to be fair, I never replaced my thermal paste either. I've had my PC for 5 years. I don't
That's
think most
great.
people do that.
But
And
you were also having thermal throttling problems.
Ah, yes, the daily task of Doom Eternal on Nightmare.
Doom Eternal on Nightmare? You know Doom Eternal is still a pretty low intensity game, yeah? You can run that on a 6-core that gets 4 gigahertz.
I mean, I wouldn't know. Rip subs?
What about subs?
I have no idea. This is from chat.
/5. Oh yes, /5579. I see him.
Saki Tanuki with 5 tier 1 gifted subs. They said, eat some thermal paste to cool off. Wish I could join, but I'm high gold ATM. Oh, you play? Wait, Saki. We gotta add
Saki.
Saki to the group.
Saki, I'm gold. Like,
Did my jungler not have fucking smite? He had primal smite. Why is he not attacking? Oh my god.
How does Dubsy's voice not lag when they played Apex, but they lag from League?
Am I still
League
lagging?
is- A little bit, yeah. It's not as bad as it was, but it's still noticeable. Like, we can understand what you're saying, it's just very annoying.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Is
Like,
it
it
better
starts as-
now?
Yes.
Okay, no, it's like give me a second. I'm gonna try
Play your game.
one more thing.
Well, it looks like you're about to lose, but...
Yeah.
well, maybe not.
Thanks,
Play your game.
thanks to my team.
No, you can still win this.
My team's been playing games.
Go on, Dubsy, I believe in you. I'm manifesting a win.
Well, yeah, well, I can't do everything. They don't
That's
finish
fair.
ever. Bye bye.
Yeah, I just looked at the minimum requirements to run Doom Eternal on Nightmare. An i5 2400 can get the job done, partner. I don't know what to tell you.
I know some of those numbers.
Old, ancient, fucking years old.
I know i5 is old. We're on, like, what, i9 now? i11?
No, i5 is the grading of it. They have i3, i5, i7, and i9. And then the other numbers are when it was made, or rather the
Oh.
generation.
See, that shows what I know.
Read and weep.
I thought it was
more
going
damage
off of
than
iPod
anyone on
rules.
both teams.
Okay, no, sorry, I can't understand a word of that.
Let me restart my PC.
Okay, let me look at this. A CPU from 2011, the mid-grade from that year, can run Doom Eternal on its highest settings. That tells me nothing. It is a graphics card intensive game.
Wait, how did Dubsy Live get on... How did that happen? Why
What
was
happened?
There, how long? There's text that just showed up. Dubsy Live. In my
Dubsy's going
sources.
live.
Like on OBS.
I mean, I have the Dubsy Live channel in your Discord. But I
How did
didn't
that
post
get
anything
there?
there.
How did that get there? What the fuck?
Maybe you posted it at some point.
Whatever. I'm not thinking about it.
Schliv. Schlov.
Katie, how long? Katie? What? How long? I'm just curious.
All right.
Well, that tells me probably still a fair amount of time.
How about now?
I think you're good, but
How does
just
my
for
mic
now-
sound now?
For now, you're
For
good.
now, okay. Yeah, but I changed something very different this time because I have a routing thing and I only changed one of the outputs around, and I now changed the other one too, so it should fix it. Hopefully.
Okay.
We'll see.
I'll see.
All right, I'm booting up League again. Are we doing NA, I assume, with all the people here? So
yes.
Like I said, I'm here in spirit because I am currently at work. So
hello,
Gotcha.
Spirit.
We gotta get Sake Tanuki in the
I'm
group
gonna get
chat.
water.
Okay, you go grab some water.
Right.
R.I.P.
I
subs.
see
Oh,
Sake
I see what you mean,
everywhere.
Balthazar, because the subs aren't like being read off by the TTS. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I gotta fix that.
I don't like the way the dev looks at me. He looks like he has bad intentions.
Mr.
I don't like
Bear,
it.
are you still okay? There we go. Do you still have to do Swift play? You do still have to do Swift play.
Yeah, I don't play this game.
Class. That's fine.
I mean, Swift play is fine.
Blitzcrank! I know nothing, but I know that if I want to play more my play style now, I am playing Blitzcrank and I am playing Shaco. That's my life from now on.
Nice.
I'm so ready to hook people and watch them violently explode.
Blitzcrank is very
Already
fun.
a Shaco player? Disgusting.
Shaco's so fun. Isn't Shaco
I
fun?
hate Shaco so much. Fuck. Friggin' Shaco.
I'm so ready to play Pudge Light. You have no idea, Ferex.
I'm glad I put you on the Blitzcrank.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
I hope
like
there's
any-
a Pudge skin for Blitzcrank. Can I make him really fat?
There's no fleshy skin for Blitzcrank, unfortunately.
This is tragic.
I know.
How could they do this?
Well, you know.
I have Tom Kench as well for some
They're
reason.
they're too busy making their like 30th Ari skin. It's fine. It's fine.
I just remember Tom Kench having a really cute hat. He's such a good boy.
I love Tom
One
Kench.
of the one.
Tom Kench
Sorry,
brings me
Dubsy.
unbridled joy.
Oh, good.
I don't know if you spoke more than that, but you know.
Oh, spicy. Spicy pickle.
Oh man, I'm sure it's such a spicy pickle.
Wait, who's a spicy pickle?
You underseasoned son of a gun. I know those pickles. Those aren't spicy at all.
There's chili in it. They're a little
Oh,
spicy.
there's a
Dumbass.
few jalapenos
You don't know
that are
them.
overripe.
You don't have them.
Oh.
You don't have the German brands. You fuck up. Sit the fuck down. Bitch ass, you can't judge my food. American
Is it
swine.
As
Oh,
I
is it actually-
slather another biscuit in pure fucking Carolina Reaper hot sauce.
Dude, you have corn syrup in your bread. Sit down.
I make my own bread, and you know that.
I know you do.
Okay.
Yeah,
like,
shut the fuck up.
I can handle a Carolina Reaper, but it's not fun to eat. It's not fun to eat. Like, I don't understand how people enjoy it.
I buy them dried, and I make my own little hot sauce with them.
All right, let me pick. I want to go top. Do I have Alawi here? Yeah, I do. Nice. All right, we're doing Alawi. Durability.
Are you ready for support Blitzcrank?
All right.
Support Blitzcrank mid Shaco is a devious setup. And all I'm gonna know is support Blitzcrank hook and diving Shaco. Shaco with dive is such a stupid idea.
We need unique positions.
Oh, fine, I'll get off mid.
You can switch them around,
No, I want to be.
but you want to
support
prefer.
Blitz.
Okay.
No, I meant like Blitzcrank is crazy.
I meant priorities, but yeah, it's fine.
You think
We're
I'm
still
gonna
not
top lane Blitzcrank?
unique because man, you want top 2. Dude, what the fuck am I supposed to?
I'm on bottom. I'm bottom and support. I'm just on
Alright, we
bottom.
go middle and fucking, I guess, jungle. Give me no, wait. Where's this thing? There he is. Yes. Alright. There we go. Finally. Jesus.
Alright, now we wait for Alec to return.
Can I go Ilawi mid? Is that even viable?
Oh yeah, I didn't get to show you this. Here is a very silly image that shows you an Apex tech where it is a frame perfect version of crouching doing the new mantle boost tech. But if you get an in between frame, Dubsy, and just mess it up, you go nowhere. If you hit it on the wrong portion of that one frame, you just don't go anywhere. Let's go.
Okay.
And I think that's pretty neat. It only works at 120 FPS and above, by the way. Stupidest tech
Okay.
I've ever found.
Let
Whoa,
me
whoa,
quickly
whoa. Alec Gunther
change.
inhaling. Oh my god, do you have the little carbon filter on top? Do you have the little carbon
he's
filter
stepping
on top
up.
of your thing?
Okay, I'm
He's
back.
stepping
Sorry.
up.
Why can we not find a match yet?
Because you haven't readied up.
Now we can.
There we
You
go.
need to ready up.
Sorry about that.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
We had to select different things before as well, so don't worry about it.
Gotcha.
I've evolved, Alec. I am pure supporting Blitzcrank and Dive Shaco.
Awesome. Love that. Well, Timo is your top lane pick, so you strike me as the devious little trickster type.
I am a little shithead in games.
You should learn Gnar. He's not as devious, but he's got a trick up his sleeve. Like you know, he's got a Hulk transformation.
I know my silly gimmicks. I want to pull someone in, or I want to see them fucking blow up.
What about bouncing on somebody's head?
You should play Gragas. You should play Gragas.
I don't know. Is Gragas gonna be very Pudge-esque?
Gragas
mean?
is very.
He's from Dota.
Pudge and Gnar are not. I mean, not Pudge. Gnar and Gragas are not his play style. I'm just giving you a heads up now.
Okay, but
okay.
you know, like you can have different play styles. Like if you're going after somebody who is like if you just want to fuck around with people, I think Gnar is fun for doing that because you can kite people really easily. You get to bounce on people's heads, and he's got really good crowd control as well, like with both with his ult and with his W. So he's fun if you're looking for like a goofy little guy who will very unexpectedly fuck up your day.
I just want a guy who can grab you for no reason and watch you fucking poof into dust, and a guy that can blow shit up.
Watch me play Ilawi then, because Ilawi can grab your soul, and then all the tentacles just keep smashing it.
Oh wow, this is a pretty fast load-in game. Every time I play this, you guys are like, "Oh, it's a little intensive."
And the times are getting faster next patch.
Nice.
The loading times are getting even faster because they're cutting down on stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I feel like
It's gonna
League of
get
Legends updates aren't giving you updates as much as they are just them going, God, keep fixing the code. It's been so long.
No. Look at the
This is a pretty big
latest
update.
video. Like the new stuff is crazy.
Yeah, they're getting rid of like Atacon. They're completely reworking some things. Like they're giving a free boots slot, I think, to bot lane. They're incentivizing split pushing. Like it's not just code fixes. They are very purposefully and directionally changing the game.
Very much.
And they do that all the time, like how the game is played. The game in its inception was not played the way that it is now.
No, very much not.
Like the skeleton is still there, but the actual gameplay is much different.
Okay, I'm so ready to look at this. What do I buy? Do I want Boots of Swiftness still?
Just go recommend it.
Fuck you.
And fuck you.
Fuck you.
The fuck? Fuck you. No, fuck you.
No,
Fuck you.
Bitch, fuck you.
Bitch.
Bitch. No, bitch, fuck you.
No, fuck you.
No, fuck you, bitch.
Okay,
No.
is my Q is grapple, yeah?
Q is, yes, your Q is grab.
You can read, right? You can hover and read.
Q is usually going to be your favorite spam, like with any champion. Usually. Everything else is either shields, crowd control, extra. Like Q is your fun button. If you're wondering which button do I press to have more fun with this game, it's Q.
Yeah, I just want to do Blitzcrank shit. Frankly.
Well, he's very easy to do blitzcrank shit with. As long as you land a grab, it's over.
Yeah,
It's the win button.
I wanna pudge grapple you, and I can't pudge blow you up, so I wanna do damage after, I guess.
Don't forget to emote. It's control 3, or control and one of the number buttons. But 3 is the dance. You'll find your favorite spam if you just press control 1 through 4. It's gonna be easy pickings. Easy pickings. Boink, boink.
I did a grab.
Good job.
I yanked him towards our Mel.
Damn it! Woo. Twist of Fate almost had me.
Don't let him get you.
Trying not to, but he is a ranged character and I'm very much not.
Well,
so
that sucks.
That's a little bit of that.
Lol. This guy's got nothing on me.
Oh my god, Armel pushed up when they shouldn't have. I wanted to recall, man.
Damn it. He can have one. Nasus can have one, just because I'm nice. You're playing too passive. You could zone him from the way. No. You misunderstand. I am so the way that I play this game is I'm focused on farm. I'm focused on farm, and I'm focused on him not getting farm. And I understand that playing aggressively can accomplish that, but you know what else accomplishes that? Focusing on farm and focusing on not letting him get farm. And that's fine with me. I don't need to, like, be super aggro to make sure that he doesn't get farm. That's, like, the most important thing is that he doesn't get it.
Hey, Stinky, how do you feel about artillery mages?
Yeah, they're pretty funny.
If you like blowing things up, I highly recommend Zig.
Zig?
Ziggs is very...
Yes. Little chaos.
You remember the first time I played Ziggs with you?
You would love
Ziggs.
Ziggs.
The guy who throws bombs.
You want to talk about a
like
goofy
the little guy?
That's a goofy little guy. I should be pushing the tower.
Goofy little guy.
Pushing the lane out. Did Nasus quit?
I have no mana.
Nasus might have quit. Oh, there he is.
I need to go back.
Where you been, buddy? Why are you attacking? You're level 4. You are freshly level 4 and I'm level 6. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? Okay, you need to learn how to respect your elders, sir.
He's asserting his dominance.
Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna... See, that's not gonna fly. One thing that's not gonna fly, that. See, you need to respect your elders. That's ridiculous. That is just disrespectful.
Why does Blitzcrank do the Macarena when he's recalling?
Why not?
What, are you really trying to disrespect me again? We just had this lesson. I just taught you this. What's not clicking? Stay away.
I love that Alec just, like, talks to people when he's playing.
Yeah. What are you doing? That is the most disrespect I've ever seen. No. That's getting punished very harshly. I don't care if you won't. Go ahead, ult. Make my day. Make my fucking day. Yeah, get wrecked, dumbass. That's what you get. Thinking you can fucking beat me. Lower than 2. Like literally so disrespectful. That must be punished with a swift fist.
Okay, what is my ult? What is ult for Blitzcrank?
It's a radial AoE that silences.
Okay, so chain to ult. Chain to ult.
Yeah, so you wanna, if your Q knock up as they're about to hit the ground, you pop your ult, and then that just strings your seat. That extends your CC out.
Oh, nice.
Dog, you are
Finally,
so disrespectful right now. You do not respect me, and that's the problem. That's why you die. That's why you die. That's why you're almost dead now. Dumbass, respect me.
You could also be cheeky and build AP Blitzcrank
You
and
don't respect
just like
me. You don't respect
just
me.
destroy squishies.
By the skin of your fucking hair sack, okay? Your ball sack.
Hair sack.
But if you build AP Blitzcrank, you're basically useless after you
It gives
do
me a
your
mental
combo.
image I don't want.
Sorry. He's 700 plus behind. That's what I'm saying. He's so disrespectful. He's like, oh, I could do it. Yeah, okay, buddy.
To be fair, Nasus will scale eventually.
Eventually, yes. Not now. That's why he lost his tower. He does not respect me.
No. Listen, it's big brain time.
Oh,
It's
no.
the in-thing Nasus strat. Is
What the fuck?
Actually, you know what?
Do you experience the ult of yeah?
He's being disrespectful to me. Let's pay him back in kind.
Be careful,
Magi
Briar is-
Soul
Briar is
Stealer, it
crazy.
fucking is.
Who are
You know
you
what?
playing, Alex?
Ow.
Sorcerer's Shoes. Fuck it. You want to be so fucking disrespectful to me? Here, I'll teleport in right here. Let's see what you do, buddy. Let's see how this works out for you. You want to be so disrespectful? I'll disrespect you in kind. That's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought. Now you respect me, only it's too late now, because I can ult you, see? It's too late for that.
Yeah,
it's too late.
Can you help me
there
in
was
my
too much
lane
disrespect
after
already.
your kill?
Boink. Yes, I can come. That's what you get.
I'll be there too. We can just gank them together. Oh, Diana's there too. This, this will be good.
Yeah. Boink. Mine.
Good shit. Good steal.
Need to feed the Magi's. 8 stacks already. I just bought the fucker.
We're getting a tower.
This is gonna be nasty work. Oh, this is a rancid display. Are you back for more? Do you really want to do this again, Nasus? Okay, I guess you do. Here, you don't respect me. Come here. Let's try this again. Let's see if it sets in. Maybe 5th time's the charm, Nasus. What do you know? What do you think?
Can somebody help on bot, please?
Yes,
We're getting shat.
Yeah, in a second when my tower's dead.
Aha. Okay,
All right.
now we have some respect here. Once again, though, too late. Too late. Too late for that. Oh, I don't think so, Nasus. The rest of them can get off scot-free, not you. You've shown too much disrespect up to this point, and I will not have it in my house. Boink. Goodbye. See?
Right.
Really trying to
coming
work
bot
with my
to help
Mel, but I feel like they don't deal enough damage for me to like.
It's okay, I'm on my way.
Reasonably hook somebody and have them gank after. I've learned I want to hit QE first, so you will have
Highly
stun.
recommend adding the Monaco theme from Expedition 33 to the playlist,
why is it
Alec.
now
That
giving?
aside,
Oh.
currently very upset with that Juno guy in DMS.
Don't forget your isolated Q damage. Got it. Thank you, Sakatanuki, for another 2 tier 1
Ooh.
subs. And Jane
Did
for
you
the Z.
see how close that was?
Did not. I'm coming in hot.
Let them.
Oh, they know I'm coming. They see me coming
them
from
come,
a
I
mile
say.
away, boys. Look at them go. Look at this. Look at this. Hi. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, they respect me. They're not going to get
Almost.
killed because they respect me. Nice.
Yeah, you're a fat top laner on bot.
Indeed.
You better be respected.
Look at this disgusting work. This disgusting damage. Hi. Does Twisted Fate respect me? Let's see. Let's test the waters. Okay, it looks like he respects me.
Oh my god.
We're gonna go back to Nasus. He's more fun to play with. I wish Sword of the Occult and Leviathan were still in the game.
I fucked up.
I vaguely remember Sword of the Occult, but
Uh-oh.
not Leviathan.
Nice.
Hey Nasus, what's up, buddy? No, come here. You pushed so far to get here. No, wait, just stop for just come here. Listen, we can work this out. We just need to hammer it into you a little bit harder. It is time to respect me, Nasus. Okay? Enough of this shenaniganery, see? I fail flashed you because I don't respect you either. Goodness gracious. He'll never learn, folks. Detention for you. When will you learn?
No, Diana, no. Don't get fucked by Briar. Oh, Diana.
No running in the
Very
halls
nice.
or it's detention for you. I don't know how much clearer it could get, Nasus. It's Swift Q? It is indeed Swift Q, yes. It makes me sad that I will not have as long to spend with Nasus. He needs to learn his lesson. Nasus. See? You're starting to learn.
Oh,
Alright, we're gonna let him have some farm because he just demonstrated that he's learning. Oh, I'm gonna intercept.
No, that's 2v3.
Nah, we got this. Hold on.
Mel, why are you there?
Okay, we can play this game. Listen, I've been too disrespected for too long. I've been too disrespected for too fucking long.
I'll grab him.
And now
for
look what
you.
happened. Look what you did. Look what you made me do.
Big heavy man. I want to grab people into you for sure. Get this guy behind you.
Behind you?
Behind us. There's a man's.
Get him.
Get him. I'm keeping him up for you. Get his ass. Get his ass. Yeah.
I got him.
Uh-oh, I'm sensing some disrespect here. Let's see if we can bait
wait.
him in.
Run away.
Bait him
No.
in. Come here. No. Too disrespectful for my taste. Boink.
My lord, you guys killed me. You ran away.
Goodbye. That's enough. That's the lesson learned.
I should have
Oh,
just
I'm
kept
walking
fighting. I shouldn't have run with you guys. If I kept fighting, I would have healed up. God damn it.
Okay, well, we're going to teach them what it means to disrespectful. We're just going to take this drag at very low HP. We're not even going to sweep for wards. Just to show them. Just to show them how
Dude,
I
doing the
feel.
Macarena to recall is still insane to me.
You want to be so disrespectful to me? Look at this. Check this out. I don't even feel scared doing this. See that? Hold on. We need more disrespect. There's not enough. We need, full AP build. I've decided. Nasus. See? There you go. Now you're getting it. Nasus! I swear to God, it's like fucking cotton in your ears. Okay, Nasus. We can do this again. I bet there's no wards here. Watch this. He's so disrespectful, he does not even ward here. Check this out. See? I told you.
Why are there people back here?
Okay, they're looking at me now, so... Okay, so I...
Why did you lure them here? Stinky.
Come on. There he... Come on, buddy. He knows. See? He
Only
respects me
one
now.
of us is alive. Can you please just try to stay? You're holding us.
Oh, you see? He's disrespecting me again. That teach him his lesson. You don't get farm. You don't even get jungle farm. You haven't learned. Okay. Oh, see? There he is. See? He doesn't respect me, man. I'm telling you. See, this is what you get. Why do you make me hurt you? Over and over and over. Do you think I want to do this, Nasus? Do you think that this is what I want? You just don't get it. Okay, Sivir, I swear to God. Okay, you brought your support. You're respecting me. That's fine. Alright, I'm gonna be right here. Don't attack me. Why is Dubsy gone? What happened?
I turned my cam on because my game is like kept disconnecting me for some reason.
Okay, I want Void Staff.
Can you still hear me?
Yes. $25 stacks on the Magi's.
Eat the fruit. Eat the fruit. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, now you're dead.
In the rose. All right, I gotta come in and clean this up. Hold on, I'm coming. Hi? Hi, Nasus. Again? Really? Really? Nasus. No, see, you don't get to get out of this one. Point. I think the Magi's was a good idea. This is fun.
Right. Do.
See if I can trick him. Oh, come towards me. Come towards me. Come towards me. Come towards me. Here, bait them. Bait them. There you go. Get a good pull. Right there. Good. Go. Go.
Oh, sweet lord, I'm dead anyways!
That's okay. No. That's good. That's good.
That's good. That's good.
Look at that shit! Look at that! Oh, goodness! Oh, my goodness gracious, that is disgusting. Oh! Oh, man, no. Yo, no, come here. No, come here. Nope, you're
I
next.
hope that my death served a good purpose.
It was fantastic, thank you. I love you. Boink. Oh, goodness. Oh, that was disgusting. The absolute carnage this guy inflicts. Boink, 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 boink. You see, this is what you get.
Do we win? We won.
Yeah.
That was so fun.
I got plenty. Blitzcrank is like it's boring. I hit a hook into an E into an ult and I'm living on life. And then it's boring again, and that's kind of chilling.
I got an S and not an S plus. That's crazy. What could I have possibly done better?
I don't even know.
I just wasn't slaying hard enough. All right.
I don't like Conqueror that much. I think the tank build with Ilaoi is more fun.
KD, how we looking? Okay. Thank you. All right, I got room for one more.
Oh yeah. All right.
I understand Blitzcrank more, and I want it.
I'm going to switch.
Wait, can somebody go?
You wanna go mid? I can go top.
Yes,
I can. I just want to lane with someone.
Why can I not?
So the Blitzcrank recommendation was good.
I can't click anything.
Yeah, we have to have unique thingies.
But it's not letting. But it's not.
Didn't you want to go mid?
No. Listen, it's not letting me click anything.
You have to click the X first, so you're unready, and then you can select it again.
Oh, my bad. Wait, I'm supposed to be the one who finds
not
the match,
intuitive.
right? Okay.
Yeah, you wanted to go mid, right?
Yes. Hold on.
Yeah. So
mid, and then secondary we'll do Fort Vel'Koz.
So I'm probably getting queued with Dubsy here.
Oh,
because
you're
jungler goes top.
Oh wait.
What?
Does jungler go
my
up top
support?
or mid?
Jungler goes everywhere. Jungler
Oh.
starts at one of the buffs, usually the bottom buff, like the one closer to bot lane. And that's gonna be either your red buff or your blue buff, depending on if you're blue blue or
I
purple
feel
team.
like I shouldn't play jungler then. I just
You can
wanted to
try.
walk up with top
You can
side.
try. I can help
I don't
you.
know what that meant. I have no idea what you just said.
So
You go
for
listen, you go
buff.
support. Look, you go support, I go bot. All right? Give me fuck. Invite me back. Wait, I come back. Give me
I
a
am
sec.
willing to
I go
help you
bot.
learn how to
Let me
jungle
pick a
whenever you
different
want.
character.
Just so you know.
Oh good. Let him just let him play.
Yeah, I do not want to play jungle.
It's a little bit more complicated.
You say a little bit, but like the most complicated I've gotten in games in this is like there's a player in Dota who has to go kill monsters off rip, and that's their whole job. And that kind of sounds like jungler, but also not at fucking all.
So, the meta right now is
Just
farm
ready up,
over ganks.
Alec.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize we were ready. The meta right now for jungle is farm over ganks. So what you want to do is you want to, as quickly as you can, kill as many monsters as you can. That's your goal. It's complicated, but it's not, because you still have to decide when an appropriate gank is. You have to be able to read the situation and figure out whether or not this
Listen,
is a good
he has
time
to
and
watch a
place to
video
gank.
or something for jungler. You're not
Yeah.
gonna explain it to him in this
can-
bit.
I
It's way more
just-
complicated than you make it out to be.
I'm gonna be real. I'm going
Jungle
to
is
go
the
to
most complicated
Phyrexial.
role.
I'm going to go to Phyrexial because they seemed really good at the game. So I'm gonna
Unlike
trust
me, who just
that
went
they know
13
how
and
to
0.
jungler it.
Unlike me, right?
I'm sorry, Alec, but I feel like Phyrexial 10-0s you.
Okay, I am taking that as a challenge.
I
Unacceptable.
don't take that as a challenge. You're gonna hurt yourself.
I doubt it. I think I could slide Phyrexial across the wall.
No, you can't.
1v1? Yeah, I could. Nah, I'd win.
I'd win.
The Gojo.
I definitely think that Phyrexial talks as if they are competent. I don't know if that's the case, but they talk as if they are.
I mean, with
She
them,
doesn't
I
even-
had a
As
much
if she-
better
as if she
time
is.
than we did.
Sorry.
She
I
doesn't
feel
even
like
understand the vast importance of spam emotes.
She's a league old head. That doesn't mean she's good at this elo, at this current meta.
Oh, so close.
All Fi always does when I'm in lobby is complain about state of league.
Come on, when are they gonna pop it? Popping!
It's always
Come
just
on!
it's always just oh, it used to be so much better.
She's learning.
Okay.
She's learning.
You need to make sure I last hit enemies. You hit them. You hit them. Hit them. Ouch. Ow, they're hitting me. You have to hit them, please.
Oh, she's gonna try.
You have to put on pressure.
Yeah, so your job is to be as annoying as possible to the other team. Specifically their
Yeah.
ADC. Like, you can irritate their support.
Don't hit enemy. You don't have to hit any fucking minions. Please just hit the
Wait,
enemies.
can you stop yelling at me?
It's okay,
Is
we're
it
all good.
yelling?
Hey, we're good.
I didn't
It's all
feel like
good.
I was yelling. I'm sorry. I get loud sometimes. I just mean don't hit the minions. That's like
There you
I
go.
need the money.
We got there, we're good.
You didn't take advantage of that hook and bonk?
No, because I was doing something else right now, and I'm low health. Chill.
Dubsy needs to focus on farm.
Why are you yelling now?
Chill, guys, we're having fun.
Oh fuck, I think my main guy is dying here. Is that character a guy? Is
Yeah,
that
because
what
you
is
don't
that
stand in
character?
front of me. You have more health than me. Stand in front.
Yeah, so you
Literally.
have two jobs as support. You annoy the other team, and you protect your ADC. Well, they have 3 jobs, and the third job's vision. But don't worry about that. You have 2 jobs. In lane specifically, protect your ADC and annoy the other team. And your first job is protecting the ADC. Because without your ADC, you are nothing. You are dog shit.
I'm grabbing boots real quick if I can.
Why boots?
Speed.
Okay, I'm just gonna fucking yeah. There we go.
Okay,
There we
I'm
go.
just
See?
I'm not gonna micromanage
Point.
your buying. You're gonna
There
buy
we go.
whatever you want.
And if you're going to engage a fight and you expect Dubsy to
Can
follow
you get that? Oh, yeah. There we go.
Nice.
Okay, now
if
I
you-
go back.
If you're going to engage a fight and you expect Dubsy to follow you, you need to communicate to Dubsy that you're expecting them to follow you.
Communication is key.
Yeah.
I should have bought boots actually.
Juicy,
But I want
juicy,
that
juicy.
damage.
Juicy, come on.
I want that pickaxe damage.
Have fun.
I should have gotten 2 swords
Oh, come on.
actually.
Oh,
But-
oh, it's right there. Oh, it's right there. No. Oh, it was so close. It was right there. He just kept avoiding my cues. Okay.
Ooh, that sucks. I'm gonna recall up here.
It's usually a good idea if you got nothing else to do.
How much money do you have?
892. I just grabbed my next item.
Nice.
All right, cool.
I'll try to venture down there. This Ash is.
Yeah, so I might have been wrong in hearing this, but Phyrexial said 800, 1,500, and 2,000 are good marks for beginning game, mid game, late game.
Yeah, like depending on what you can buy, you know, like depending on what character you are, what you can buy. Did she specifically say that for?
She said that for like the characters I enjoy, which I assume included Blitzcrank.
Right.
I was
No.
not told a build aside from
Gotcha.
build, good grapple, and ult, which I didn't know what that meant until I played him, you know?
Right.
Oh, no.
Ooh, I survived. No, I didn't survive.
Okay, we're just gonna take dragon.
I'm so sorry. I tried to keep you alive.
All
You're
good.
good.
I'm getting
Yeah,
my
I
boots
hooked
now.
them away from you and shit. They ran it.
It happens.
Lol.
I'm still 1-1. My stats are still better than theirs.
Oh, so close.
You know.
Oh. Get away. Get away. Oh, my goodness.
Do I go Redemption
Oh,
or
so close.
Lock It first? I think I go Lock It first, and then I go.
Oh
for
no, you
Ult,
don't!
right?
No! Ah! Disgusting. I can't believe you got me.
I'm gonna come in and grab them, and then I want you to beat the shit out of them. Is that cool?
Sounds good to me. but we're not
Come
in grab range, I think.
here.
Also, I kind of want to do tower more.
Yeah,
Since
they
I'm
ran
right
away.
there.
They saw the blitzy boy, and they're like, ah, hey. Ooh.
See, it's always weird with low elo people because you never expect what they're gonna do. Like, you don't know. Boink. That was a really not great trade for me. But whatever. Boink. Boink.
That was rough. Oh, I thought she'd go back up. I'm dead for that. I'm not dead for that. They
Yep.
suck.
Huh.
You're just
Sometimes
faster.
it'd be like that.
I'm faster because I stacked W.
Can I help you, Lee Sin? How about no? How about you go away?
No, you were right though. This is Pudge Light, pretty
How about
much.
you go away?
I hook person, I skedaddle out, or I bomb them,
What
and
do you
then
mean?
I go buy more upgrades, and that's my life.
Funny.
Ooh, there's no way.
Come on, show me the disrespect, Ash. Go on. I'm showing it to you. You show it to me. Don't get me.
You guys are lucky I don't have ult yet.
You don't have all yet?
Nah. I'm stacking Q and W first.
That's bad. Ult is always better.
Yeah, always,
Okay,
always
fine.
get ult.
Always
You
get
can level
ult.
up ult. Always get ult.
You also have to think about its one extra ability, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's not
Yeah,
only
on a
like,
character with a very low mana pool, whose entire job is to stun people after grappling, seemingly. Like,
Stop
the
whining.
R is great late game. I'm not gonna complain, it's a wonderful ult, but I feel like it's definitely late game, not mid game or early game.
Blitzcranks?
If you have mana issues, buy mana items.
The benefit you get from
Mana
having a
tier
whole
is a
new
good
ability.
start.
Can I help you, Lee Sin? We already did this song and dance. How about no? How about you fuck off? Really? The disrespect is strong with this one. Come on. You thought that was gonna work, buddy? Got me once. Fool me once, shame on you.
Oh.
Fool me twice. Full of poo. Oh, Ash. You're minding your distance to a decent extent. Okay. You're learning. Well enough, though.
They hate that.
Not well enough. Oh, Ash, when will you learn?
How are you gonna hit me? I'm so speedy and tanky. What are you gonna do about it, Mel? What are you gonna do? What's your plan, Eoski?
You're learning. You're starting to, like, just talk to them without them being able to hear you. It's good. It helps.
I wanna fuck with the Mel.
Then fuck with them L.
I'm a little
Taking
too
a lot
low
of hits
health
from
to
the
fuck
Mel.
with Mel.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And
Oh.
you're within range.
Just be fun with it. The most important part of playing this game and being good at it is having a little fun with it. Because you're not going to be good at something that you hate. Not really.
Okay. I'm one away from getting stronger ult, and now I'm entering the late stage Blitzy. So now I have ult on.
Nice. Point. Oh, a little disrespectful there. Ooh, sorry about that, man. You not. How about you fuck off? Okay. Oh, we got Otacon coming up. How about some fucking Magi Soul Stealer? Why not?
I almost fadoodled them there. Did you see that, Dubsy? Oh shit, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Don't worry about it.
Nice.
Oh no.
Here, I got you. Hold on, I'm coming. Watch this.
We got fadoodled.
No problem.
That was a really bad flash.
Now we fadoodle them.
Boink.
Yes! Let's go.
Brendo gets his ass down here. We could probably Otacon off of that. Vel'Koz is also a very good support character, so this comes naturally to me. Can you fuck off?
Okay, now I have a good build up.
Good shit.
Now I'm a little
Good lord.
now I'm a little toasty guy.
Got a TP coming in. You want to be the bait?
I'll bait it. Very large, very large, high health bait coming in.
Do it.
Come and get to me. Ooh. Ooh. Come here.
Alright, that's good.
They've
learned their lesson. They've learned their lesson. It's fine. Okay, apparently not. Here, keep going. Okay, lesson learned.
I'm just walking in front so they can't stop you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm big and thick. That's my job.
You do want to be careful. You do want to be careful just so that you're not giving the game away that I'm still there. What are you doing, my good sir? Excuse you, Shen. Get back.
That's so
silly. That was your fault. Why do you make me hurt you?
Oh, you don't even have a turret here.
Right?
Ah, well, one turret.
God, I'm
Let's
such
take
a
the last one.
speedy, tanky boy.
Ooh, let me take that fire.
No, Blitzcrank is so fucking annoying, especially because of how fast he is.
I'm so speedy.
Alright, we got 2 mid lane. We're probably safe to take this.
The tower is half
ass.
health.
Lee's in his ass, don't worry about him.
Don't.
Hit the tower, hit the tower! Okay. Sorry, I didn't trust you.
I thought we had it either way. So I was not scared. I still have my ult.
I bet.
Oh, Lee Sin
Either
coming.
Ash or Shen pushes, get in the bush, get in the bush, get in the bush.
No, I'm baiting.
Okay, bait.
Okay, are we all going mid now?
Point.
It looks like everyone's top going into end now. Yeah.
Pretty close. Haha.
Did you see that root? Did you see that root? Oh fuck! Oh no! No!
Uh-oh.
Almost dead from the tower.
That was very close.
Danger!
See, like, the more fun you have with it, the better you get at the game, in my opinion. I think just crafting, like, your own little narrative helps. Like, they're disrespecting me. It's funny. It's funny, but it works. And it gives me an excuse to have fun with it, too.
I killed their kung fu guy with a bait.
Yep.
Oh, we can take bot tower. Forgot about that. That's extra money.
But I want to kill people. But what if I'm going to kill people?
You do what you must.
If they go over here. Nice! Oh!
I'm just not
Point.
not a good solo split pusher. So
Fucking
that was
demolished.
disgusting.
Holy
that was
shit!
disgusting. What is
Look
happening?
at the power! The power!
Whoa.
The unbridled power is insane. Look at this fucking Magi's build. Oh no. I think I'm committing a carnal sin here. Oh no, oh goodness gracious. I think this is too much. No one man should have all this power. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. That is disgusting. Here, wait. Gotta get one more. No, come back. No, just come back. Wait, I got stuck. Oh, sorry, that was a very close call, Ash. That was a very close call. I gotta tell you, that's not working out for you. Boink. Here, I'll back off now.
Do you see me solo push bot completely through?
Good job. You need help? Here, come towards me. Come toward the jungle.
I'm trying.
Toward the jungle. You got it. Where you going, buddy? Where are you going? Oh.
Oh, great heavens!
Oh, great heavens! Now, who was good at the game again? I'm sorry, I wasn't. Wasn't paying attention earlier.
That was communication. That's some basic gameplay.
Uh-huh.
I'm still remembering Phyrexial got a dive with a Teemo, with the guy who did not know how to dive as Teemo. So that took some effort. That took some explaining.
Uh-huh. Do I deal magic damage to these fuckers? Like on this mode? Oh, I overshot it. That's okay. That's okay.
This ended anyway.
Yeah. I had my fun.
Didn't even know we
You're
had
not
this
getting away,
now.
Shen. I hope you know that. There's 3 people.
That was so fun. Oh, they're telling me that the Nasus I was against last game was a bot. I guess that's possible. I still thought it was fun. So let me believe it was a person.
It was a person, but it acted like a bot type thing, you know?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. So you just let me believe that.
Bad.
And I still did really
No,
good.
it's they're not bot.
It was just speculation.
Yeah.
39,000.
I thought that was funny. I got some crazy good hooks there, some crazy good hook combos, and I got a lot of little baits because I'm a speedy little shithead. This is literally, I said it before, but I'm pretty much just playing Pudge Light, and I love that. That's very fun to me.
That's awesome. It's such a fun game, but it is what you make it. Like, I stopped playing it forever because I let myself get too, like, overwhelmed by the toxicity. But, like, even honestly, toxic people can be some of the most fun to fuck with. So, like, that's how I look at it these days. But it's a really fun game. I'm glad you're getting into it.
I'm not gonna love when there are longer games. That's not gonna be fun.
I think you'll have fun with it. I think that you'll come to appreciate, like, the strategizing.
They're
that it
making
takes.
in the next patch. They're making even the longer games a bit quicker. You know, so you will get more out of that in the future. You know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute you guys for just a second.
Let me get my water. Be right back.
Let me end stream real quick, and then I'll hop back in for a little bit.
Yeah, no problem.
Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Very fun stuff. I had a great time. Thank you all very much for being here. Love you all. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid into. Is Vosh still live? Huh. No Justice. We're gonna go No Justice. No Justice loves to raid me. I like returning the favor. Okay. Sorry, it takes forever to do this fucking raid on YouTube. It's such a dumb system they got. Customization, redirect. No Justice. Okay. Alright. We are raiding into No Justice. Thank you all very much for being here again. Love you all. Take care. Have a great night. All that good stuff. Stay safe. I will see you next time. Oh yeah, and reminder, this weekend I'm at Columbus, what is it? GalaxyCon Columbus. GalaxyCon Columbus this weekend. If you got time, get some tickets. Meet me there. I'm selling crochet goods. It'll be a good time. All right. Good night, everybody. Boy, that was a long stream.